image is a whole bunch of question marks.
Oh, that's exciting.
Oh my goodness gracious.
People will think
How
the
exciting
Riddler
and
will be
mysterious.
making an appearance. And everything's working. Beautiful.
We have to... Oh, is this is our Riddler episode?
Yeah, we're all gonna have to
Is
talk
it?
about our favorite Riddlers.
I thought we were gonna have to all sing Ave Maria together.
I mean, that's not the only. There's so many other Riddler. Like, look at Jim Carrey's Riddler. That was great. You know, he deserves more recognition. Just because Tommy Lee Jones said he couldn't sanction his buffoonery, that doesn't mean that he was bad.
What about
I do
Riddler
not
in
sanction
Arkham
Jim
City?
Carrey's buffoonery.
All of his clues.
Yeah, he had clues in
Or
Batman
puzzles.
Forever as well. They were
Yeah.
great clues. What about Daredevil? Okay, so we're gonna say this again in like half an hour or so, but may as well say it now.
You can practice.
Fringolius's internet is it did the stabbed him in the back.
Yeah. Good old Aussie internet, some fucking kangaroo just decided like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck with you.
Now this isn't the first time it has happened, and we had to make do with putting him on his phone's hotspot before, which didn't create the best results in terms of him being able to comment in real time or communicate in real time, which we have realized will not work for Daredevil, even though we were all raring to go. Those 3 episodes, woof.
Yeah.
But,
oh boy,
those 3 episodes.
Peak Fire, we're so back.
No, but you see, episode 5, that's a good filler episode. Yeah, that's how you do a good filler episode, is episode 5. Oh yeah.
So
good shit.
The plan has morphed, mutated, you might even say, into we're just gonna have a little chat today. Nice chill episode. Just gonna do our things. It's sort of just chat about everything that's going on. There's plenty of subjects. Don't you worry, chat. We've got things to talk about. But next week we have the legendary film adaptation of one of, if not the most popular video game of all time to talk about. Man, when you present it like that, it doesn't sound the same, does it?
Yeah, I think it is the most popular video game of all time in terms of sales.
Literally number 1, yeah.
Of which will be a wonderful, wonderful conversation, I'm sure. And then the week after that will be what this episode was going to be, and then the week after that will be the last 3 episodes. So you got yourselves Daredevil on the way, and soon enough. But for now, we shall simply chatterino. I mean, there's a couple of subjects. I thought it would probably be worth starting, actually, with that news that came out about good old Avengers. Finally. Yeah. Now, I have a link here that should be pretty useful from one of the greatest Twitter accounts of all time, Culture Crave, everyone's favorite.
Yes, Culture Crave.
Basically, just reliable information crave is what they should call themselves.
I've seen it noted that there are very few women on that cast.
Good. What? Yeah, that's crazy that that's happened.
It is kind of like, oh yeah, it's like 5. It's not a lot.
All right,
not many.
Let's do this properly, okay? So for those out there who have no idea what's happening, the good old Marvel did this big old stream where they were like, oh my god, big announcements coming, you're going to be terrified. And so people tuned in, and it was chairs. Lots and lots of chairs, but they had names on these
chairs. Of chairs. Empty chairs.
Names.
Which is interesting imagery for Disney to use for a live stream.
Yes.
Like just a long stream of empty chairs.
They had a lot of names on them, names that you're probably not going to mistake in terms of what characters they're likely going to be playing, considering everything that's been happening. And a whole bunch of people got confirmed. And this is essentially the list, including reported as elements, which I think is a thing, but hey. The first thing that struck me about this big old set of chairs was the fact that there was loads of shit missing. So, the reasonable interpretation would just be that it's just not people that they've got fully confirmed yet, because someone like Chris Pratt is definitely going to be in this movie. Just, he didn't turn up.
It'd be strange if he wasn't.
And so that means there's probably a bunch of other people. You may even probably expect someone like fucking I was about to say Daredevil, Deadpool, and Wolverine. That's who would be in
I
this
was going to
film.
say Daredevil might be.
Daredevil might be.
Not likely. Well, they're shooting the second season right now, so.
Yeah, but they only need to get him in for one day to jump in and go like, oogly boogly, I'm Daredevil. That's what he
boy,
says.
I'm gonna catch a brick.
I've been holding out hope that like if there are more names to be added, that they will come from films that I will remember a bit more than I remember most of these ones.
Well,
that was
kind
of my overall takeaway of this is, oh, for fuck's sake, I've actually got to go back and rewatch Ant-Man and the Wasp with the ghost person in it. I don't remember anything about that one.
It is a bit
so it'll be like watching it for the first time. That's exciting.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
The whole Thunderbolts team is here. It's like, wow.
Missing someone though, isn't it? It's missing a precious character.
There is the character who's definitely surviving that film.
Everyone's favorite character, I should say.
Taskmaster.
Oh, I just have too many favorites to mention. Taskmaster's at the top of my favorites list.
Yeah, most people's. But I don't know. I guess we can have a little look at these then. So the crazy confirmation: Robert Downey Jr. will be in it. I just wow, after everything. I thought the Doctor Doom thing was a meme, but there we are. He's coming in. Chris Hemsworth I was actually a little bit surprised by because I thought the last word on him was that he was kind of like not happy playing Thor anymore.
Yeah, he's like, y'all keep ruining Thor. Quit.
Yeah,
a lot of money. A lot of money, probably.
Didn't he say that
Thor can have funny moments, but he's a serious character? Damn it.
That was his
treat
point.
Me like I'm just a joke.
If I'm coming back to play the character, it has to be the character in a story as opposed to just a series of jokes. Because that's
just a gag delivery device.
We went a bit too far in a few places in Love and Thunder, and it's I want to be a serious actor again.
It would be nice, and Tom Hiddleston to probably die for the fourth time or whatever.
That'll be confusing for people who didn't watch Loki. They just be like, what?
It's confusing for people who did watch Loki. He is the god of time and stories, but he's also going to just be here, I guess.
He created Idrisil.
Why not?
He doesn't have better things to do.
Remember, guys, for those of you who don't remember, in Loki Season 2, Loki, physically grabbed all the timelines and made it into his cloak, and then sat on a chair, and that saved the multiverse.
Yeah, and has actually been used to argue why certain things happen that make no sense that he's doing.
I find it weird that people say, Loki Season 2 is good, and those directors who are directing the new episodes of Daredevil, you can expect that they'll be good too. It's like, okay. Alright. Whatever you say.
Paul Rudd as the famous Ant-Man. That's
surprising.
An easy one, yeah.
That's not surprising to me, yeah.
Still wouldn't be surprised if they filmed him in front of a green screen just saying a bunch of jokes and then they're like, yeah, we'll fit it in at some point. Thanks, Paul.
Well, who knows what this script is going to be, right? What the fuck is this script?
I couldn't fucking imagine having to write whatever the hell this is supposed to be to bring all this in. So,
and they're not even shooting back to back like last time.
He's the particularly difficult one as well, because if he has any major role in the film and they do try to account for what he's been up to recently, his account of what he was up to recently was an aborted timeline with an aborted villain that he was supposed to be warning the world was coming to kill everybody.
No, man, it's fine now. That was just a bullshit line, and that can got sucked down into wherever land, forever dead. It's all fine. Besides, they covered it in What If. It was Captain Carter wiped out the Kangs, so yeah, we're all good.
I feel like this casting announcement is basically its own episode of What If. What if we got Robert Downey Jr. to come back and play Doomsday? Ooh, that would never happen. Isn't that kooky and crazy?
Doomsday, right?
No,
that's
actually, we need your money, please,
character.
dear God.
A beloved DC character, Doomsday. You're talking about Doctor Doom. Completely different guys. One's a doctor.
Oh, you're right. One has a doctorate. He went to school, and I don't want to take that away from him.
That is funny that an Avengers movie is named after a DC villain. No, it's Doomsday is a generic term.
Yeah, Doomsday. They can't have Doomsday.
Yeah, Doomsday is. Yeah,
it is. It is
There's
a generic
Skrillex
term,
song,
but it is the name of the villain who killed Superman. So maybe that's their thinking is we're gonna kill that DC universe with this amazing film.
Well, next up, possibly the most surprising and interesting, Simu Liu will be returning as Shang-Chi.
Yeah, I'm shocked, really. That
Oh.
is really shocking.
It is a little bit because he's so crap and nobody cares. But it's like, all right.
Well, I was gonna say it's not shocking because I figured he'd just do it. Like, what else are you doing, really?
Well, so that's the interesting part because you could say the same for a lot of characters who've not shown up yet and are starting to make you wonder, about whether or not they will. Because, we can get to them whenever we want. One
like
being
Thanos.
No, I don't know. Thanos gonna be here, but I was talking more so about our beloved Brie Larson's Captain Marvel. You'd have thought she'd be here.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, you would,
Yeah.
just because of her power level and prominence and how much they want her to be here, but how non-viable she seems to be.
I know the film failed, but like you figure they just get everybody, which
is interesting.
Like, first. Yeah.
If you consider, obviously, we're not going to be talking about it this week, but we would have talked about some Kamala Khan stuff because of the Daredevil episode, which makes you wonder. Well, they seem to be like, why is this an oddly prominent part of this episode of a Daredevil show, but they're not bringing back Captain Marvel? Do they think Miss Marvel is a more viable superhero?
Well, she ain't on the list.
If the logic should be,
guess,
this is not a decider of who isn't coming, just a decider who hasn't signed. It's like you.
Yeah.
The thing about like a Chris Pratt is that they got to get him. That makes the most sense. They're probably negotiating or something like that. But with Captain Marvel, it's like, do you think they're considering not having it? Maybe.
Well,
I don't know.
I think that has to start getting entertained for a considerable number of omissions on this list.
Well,
on this list.
If someone's asking whether they've
there's
got...
only so many movies. There's only so much that they're actually able to do in terms of projects anyway.
Yeah, Tatiana Maslany just like, do you think they're in negotiations? It's like, I actually think that's more likely they're just like, Yeah. But then she was in the concept art, so
what
who knows?
what about Kate Bishop?
Didn't they deny that the concept? Well, obviously they would have denied that the concept art was real, but I think they said that it's all fake and it's not ours, and like none of that is true and accurate. So I don't know how much of a guide that is. I mean, it might be true and accurate, and they're just lying.
The nature of concept.
Yeah, from what I understand, it's all but confirmed to be 100% accurate. Like leaks, stolen, whatever have you. But the thing is, you don't know that it could be like concepts for some things that they don't intend to do. That's always possible. It's different ideas and stuff. Emilia Clarke's Gaia, will she be? It's like no, almost certainly no.
No way.
No one likes her.
It's not even that necessarily. There's a lot of different reasons, but like if there was a little scale, it feels like she's on the lower end, while Brie Larson's probably at the highest end of maybe not going to be doing it.
The Eternals aren't here either.
Yeah, I would assume they're not coming.
I guess that's what I'm curious about though, is like where are the characters from the projects that were seemingly successful? Like where is Haley Steinfeld, Kate Bishop? Why isn't she part of this?
What about Moon Knight? What about Girl Moon Knight?
Yeah, Moon Knight was meant to be successful, so where's he?
The Scarlet Scarab, I think.
Yeah.
Scarlet Scarab.
Which everyone in chat will know. Witch. Well, yes, lots of people in chat. See, some people said who, and it's like, very funny. You're joking, of course. You know all these characters back to front.
Moon Knight was very successful, and everybody liked it. So why? Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Well, for the young Avengers stuff, they said like Kate Bishop and Kamala Khan. Is that even going to be a movie, or have they sort of earmarked that just for a Disney Plus thing? Because they got rid of one of those other characters who was allegedly going to appear in the last Captain America film. Was is it Amadeus Cho, who I think is one of the young Avengers?
Oh yeah,
who was in like a draft for it, and then they cut him out, and so that they seem to be kind of trying to keep them away, and that usually means either they are really embarrassed by them and they want to get rid of them, which is the correct thing to do, or more likely they just haven't decided, but they might keep them separate for like a streaming show or something.
Yeah, that seems like that's I guess that's the thing, is like, yeah, I mean, none of those characters are on this list. So
the next set makes some sense. We've got the Fantastic Four just in full, which they probably signed for this while signing for Fantastic Four. I'm guessing that's maybe why they're easy to sort.
I'm pretty sure it was basically said as soon as like they were talking about these movies that they were going to be in them, like that's not.
Well, there's that, and then there's the fact that this is the movie that's going to set up the Avengers film, right? Fantastic Four is going to end with Doom.
There's nothing between Fantastic Four and this, as far as I'm aware. That's it. It's the only movie, so I presume
we're going to have the Doom Thanos scene at the end. It's great.
But I mean, is that set up? Like,
you know what I mean?
Dude. It's like, it's just funny because, the original Avengers films don't rely that significantly on what happens before, but like they are essentially meant to be a culmination of prior events as reflected in Avengers being all about the Tesseract.
Do you think they'll cut to Doom like almost randomly at the end, as in like we have no concept of him prior, and it's him in the full outfit and stuff, and then he takes the mask off and the camera slowly like moves up to reveal it's Robert Downey Jr. with like a scar or something, just to be like, oh my god, even though we're all gonna be like, oh yeah, I guess the public don't know about it, so you're gonna treat it as though it's like shocking news.
Mean, I feel like the public does know. Weren't they boasting about how many people watched this live stream? So
they
like,
were.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know that it's that much of a secret to anybody. Least of all the people who would be most inclined to sit through all of the credits to watch an end credits scene.
Well, that's why that's why I figured that they might just do it anyway, because it's such a slop approach. Like, there's no interest in doing anything other than being like, look, it's him, woo, and do stuff. Yeah. Then we got Lewis Pullman, who is Sentry in good old Thunderbolts.
So
correct?
I guess he's not gonna die then.
Not only not gonna die, but he's gonna present in Doomsday, I guess.
Okay.
Right. Well, this is where it starts getting weird. We got Ian McKellen as Magneto will be in this film. It's like, what? So all we really got for this is what's her name? Monica Rambeau, isn't it?
Monica.
Entered a different dimension where she bumped into Kelsey Grammer's Beast and an alternate version of him, Mum, as a binary. Is that right?
That's the one, yeah.
So, is that what they're doing? Like, she'll be in this X-Men universe and they'll get dragged in from there?
This is my guess. Nah, I don't think so. Do you really want to have, like, the reason why the X-Men are in there be related to a Marvel's plot beat? Like, it could just be that she goes to some universe that doesn't matter, and then all these X-Men come from, like, an actual, like, the real X-Men universe, you know what I mean?
As much as I agree with you, they can just say she did come from the real X-Men universe, and Binary's just some new person, whatever, in there.
Well, so, and remember, they did have a huge plot of Captain America come from the Eternals, so...
I have another question. Where in the time, like Days of Future Past, or the revised timeline, or what? Where are they going to be coming from?
I don't think they're going to answer that.
I don't think they will either, because
4 seconds after they show up, nobody will care who actually wants to see them anyway.
I saw a quote too that was saying, "I can't wait to watch Patrick Stewart's Professor X die for the 4th time."
Yeah, probably.
It's so stupid at this point. So yeah, it's literally the work that's going to go into this is going to be so limited. It's just, listen, they're the actors you like playing the characters you like. Don't fuss over dimension. They don't have a character say this. Like, don't think about the timelines, dimensions. It's all fucking confusing. Who knows?
Back to the Future is bullshit. Yeah, Back to the Future's dumb. Not like our really smart movie.
It'll be like Looper. Don't think about it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Fucking lame joke about because how do you write it? You just don't. Like, it's not writable. You pluck them from when exactly?
This? Who is writing this?
Isn't it Marcus and McFeely, the same guys behind?
Oh, right, okay.
I think so.
The same guys behind the Electric State?
Well, I was going to say Endgame, which,
Yeah.
This is harder than Endgame to solve, this whatever the hell is going on here.
Well, yeah, because Endgame was a follow-up to a relatively coherent Avengers film. This is a follow-up to the worst
relatively
coherent history of cinema. Yeah.
That's the kindest thing that you could ever say about a Marvel movie is that
they also framed it specifically
relatively coherent.
Endgame was the finishing movie. So like all of the characters' reasons for being there were established, and they had to try and find a way of cramming them into the story that capped off that entire saga. This is the movie that they are phrasing as the beginning movie. So they have to invent all of the reasons for all of these people to be here, as opposed to relying on the good work that other people have done before, which is going to be very messy. If, as mentioned, they even bother trying, rather than just, hey, come over here and let's have a fight. That's what the audience wants to see.
Bucky.
That's probably what. Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
Senator,
fine, whatever. Yes, Senator Bucky will be back.
Congressman Bucky.
Congressman Bucky.
Kelsey Grammer's CGI beast.
Well, yeah, I guess he doesn't have to show up on set too often then.
James Marsden's Cyclops. Woohoo. I suppose. it's very what?
As I was looking through this list, I legitimately had to think for a moment and be like, James Marsden? And then I remembered, right.
Cyclops got a bit neglected by those X-Men films.
Best punctuated by the third one where they just fucking kill him. It's like, wow, okay, jeez. Channing Tatum gonna be coming back.
He's about to make a name for himself here.
I guess he did make a name for himself.
He certainly will do that.
I guess
in
they
the
asked
future.
him, and he said, "Yeah, I'll do it. I'll make a name for myself."
Yeah, I'd love to make a name for myself.
Yeah. So for those who don't remember, he was in Deadpool & Wolverine, being Gambit, and he's gonna be Gambit again, I guess. Maybe it is an alternate X-Men universe where he's a part of the team, or he joined the team after those movies. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna say. Are they going to bother with any of that? Probably not. Rebecca Romijn as Mystique, who lost her powers.
Jennifer Lawrence.
Oh, she doesn't give a fuck. she doesn't like this shit. She lost her powers at the end of X3, but they implied that the
timeline.
Well, it doesn't matter because the injections wear off, I think, right? Magneto.
Yeah, but the problem is that in that
the
timeline
at the end.
That timeline leads to Days of Future Past, though, which that's what I'm talking about. It's like, so which is it then? Where are we pulling from?
Listen, it's all the stuff you remember, unless it gets in the way. Then it's also not.
Okay,
so
I see.
I don't exactly know what their plan is with her. What do they want to do with her exactly? But sure, she's in it too. Professor X, of course, Patrick Stewart, who very fucking awkwardly appeared in MOM, and that was a huge mistake. And I guess it's whatever. He's coming back again. And Alan Cumming as Nightcrawler is like, okay.
But of course, we've now reached the end of the list, which calls attention to the obvious omissions.
We've got a lot of X-Men who are not here, but I don't know if you want to do that first, because I was just going to say, dude, this cast is fucking huge, and we're not even...
It's huge.
How
long is this movie supposed to be?
But I guess I'm
3 hours?
Struck by, I'm struck by it's big, but, there's a lot of people who aren't here.
It is, it is big but short, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because, I mean, whatever, Nightcrawler's going to be in it. He'll probably be fully CG as well. Why not? Everybody who's got blue skin is going to be CG. Because they ain't doing that shit
There's
no more.
no way that they're going to be interested in spending, 5-6 hours.
Especially if they got a fucking 1-minute cameo where they go, hello, and then do their power and then walk off. So, yeah. We're missing, I'd say the most notable... Well, there's a lot of most notables. I guess the most notable is Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. But he's... I think he's to come. There's no way that they wouldn't have him.
Yep, they're going to cash in on that.
As Storm, where is she?
Yeah.
Where's Iceman? What's it, Shawn Ashmore?
That's him, yeah. They got Pyro back for Deadpool & Wolverine, but they not got him here, I guess.
No,
I mean, why not, right?
Not.
Fucking kitchen sinks in you, so why not? Jean is not here.
Yeah,
none of the Jeans. Neither, I guess I should say.
No. Well, yeah, because of course that's something worth pointing out. Is all the old X-Men crew, not the new X-Men crew.
Yeah, of course. It seems that that's what they've chosen. Because if they had mixed in some of them, that would have made it even more like, wait, what the fuck? Because
More confusing. Yeah.
there'll be a lot of names to add
And they were
on.
like, all right, we got to pick which nostalgia that we used to shun that we're going to have to leverage in order to make money, which, I don't know, is this not the clearest culmination of that? They are now relying on the Fox X-Men movies, which they
said goodbye to in the last film, or one of the last films.
But then they were like, nah, not goodbye, actually.
No,
we need
wait a minute.
One last time, we promise.
For the last time, we need one more time for the last time.
We're going to do a send-off for you.
Actually stupid as fuck, but hey, whatever. So yeah,
I find
lots.
it funny when Days of Future Past was a send-off to the original X-Men.
Yes, it was. That was a way better one.
It's like Patrick Stewart. It can't really die truly.
Well, it's funny to say. That's like, well, no, this could be better. And Days of Future Past has got its problems. Like, nah. Like, it was an actual story.
We don't do those.
No, we don't.
So yeah,
those are a relic of a bygone era.
Lots of missing X-Men, even more potentially missing depending on what the fuck they're doing timeline-wise, and then a huge amount of the actual cast of this film you think would be here are missing. So who knows, if, for all we know, this could be a third of the full cast that ends up happening, in terms of like famous faces and characters.
I mean, if so, what's the point of even announcing it?
I don't know.
What's the point?
I guess to try and build up some momentum, but it doesn't seem like you need to yet. Maybe it was going to get leaked anyway. And they had to get a front of it or something.
But like, I don't know, isn't that potentially of some benefit?
The deep thought Disney algorithm AI has determined it has been this much time since the last viral Marvel post or event, therefore we need to have another one.
I guess I'm just thinking like No Way Home. I mean, it was like very much everybody at this, by the time the film was coming out, lots of people had essentially concluded that they were going to see Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, and like I don't know that hurt them. If anything, it probably helped.
Yeah, no,
like,
there's logic there.
Even if
sure.
even speculating on it, actually seeing it is like, oh shit, that's like crazy. But now it isn't because it's been done before. Like seeing it's almost like the novelty of Avengers of seeing people from different movies like appear in one. It's like, okay. And then for like No Way Home, it's like, wait, but you're like from actual different like series. Like you're not even pretending to be in the same universe. Like, oh, that's crazy. Now that's it. That's the end. You're done. You've done it. It's not special anymore.
Letitia Wright as Shuri, as presumably Black Panther.
Okay, so they are bringing her back. All right.
Well,
okay.
Maybe this will be
COVID was a long time ago. Okay.
Who knows if this could be like a baton pass or something like that happens here. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
That would be hilarious if she has to pass the baton right like as she's
in the first 5 minutes.
But if she can't, she has to be kicked off a waterfall. That's how the Wakandans select their monarch.
Hey man,
so
they could change
the first 5 minutes.
That is one of many ways to select a monarch. They could be stabbed, gutted, twisted, they could asphyxiated, beheaded.
Kill them like an orc. Crazy.
Hey. And then they're savage people. I don't know. That's what the movie said. I don't know, man.
So this was a bit odd to me. Namor, he's coming back for this.
But then you thought like they were trying to set something important up, and because I don't remember a huge amount about Wakanda Forever, but it was like the two most important non-American factions in the MCU have decided to align with each other because they have the only two sources of vibranium on the entire planet. And like that was going to be a significant world building thing. But yeah, adamantium's here now, so fuck it.
Yeah. So it doesn't even matter.
Well, what role is he going to play exactly? Like, it just, there's no fucking room. We can't be dealing with this.
He provides naval support to the rest of the plot.
Naval support.
Oh, when you said naval support, I thought you meant because he doesn't wear a shirt. And then I was like, oh yeah, the Navy.
Or that, yeah.
And then I was like, okay. No, fair enough.
So, thank goodness we've got Falcon 2 is confirmed.
Oh, yes. I love Falcon 2.
Again, presumably they got these guys because they were signing for Cap 4 and they were just like, you sign for the two
Well,
Avengers films
that's the
too.
thing that is kind of interesting about this list is when you look at it, there's a lot of a sort of recency.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's not like
thinking.
recency bias in the sense of because it's not, but more like a lot of these are from characters who have been in films that have released recently.
The bias doesn't extend to the Marvels, which is funny to me.
They well, yeah, but I'm talking even more recent than that. Like a lot of them are from movies that are releasing this year. Right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. That bias did not extend because
Captain America.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Deadpool and Wolverine was their most successful thing in forever in the MCU, so there's no way that would be like an all-access pass for the characters in that. So I assume there's something going on there. But the Marvels, it crashed and burned. I could actually imagine that they're considering not having certain characters, but we'll see.
Which is strange because Brave New World crashed and burned as well. And here's Danny
it's
Ramirez.
more recent.
That's true.
They might have had that locked in. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe it was just too close to the actual thing. Because
I guess maybe they signed up, but there's got to be that the Disney algorithm mathematical wizard man who's plugged into the math chair like the Matrix.
As you can see, our Thunderbolts have been confirmed. That movie hasn't got a result yet, even though we know what it's probably going to be. But yes, Captain Falcon and the Thunderbolts are all in, except for Taskmaster, who is probably going to die in Act 1, and no one's going to give a shit.
Yeah, it is funny though to think that of all these characters who've come out of movies in the last 12 months, most of them, if not all of them, are so much less recognizable than the X-Men characters from the 1990s and the early 2000s. It's like all the work we've done in all the hundreds of MCU things we've made since Endgame to try and establish these characters, and they can't support an Avengers movie, so let's bring in the old people from the X-Men, and Patrick Stewart dribbling onto the screen will be more iconic than fucking whatever the new Captain America is.
Well, it is interesting to think about, because in the case of, you think about Yelena, it's like, this would be like, what, her 4th appearance? And that doesn't do shit. In the case of good old Captain Falcon, it's like, well, now we're up to what, like 7 or 8?
I think it was 17 or 18.
He's been in it for a decade at this point.
Well,
it's like, yeah, but you haven't really done enough, have
and
you?
then compare that raw power to Ian McKellen as Magneto, and it's like, oh, he's way more interesting than all of you.
And it is kind of funny to think as well with Fantastic Four. It's like, you're really banking on it being good when it's probably not. So that's, we'll see how that works out for you.
I'm super curious about Fantastic Four's box office.
I don't know, man. Like, I wonder if Superman, Fantastic Four, both not going to do as well as people expect.
Be a big old test.
Like, oh yeah, it will be.
And yes, the final name to be confirmed, I guess, is Winston Duke. Good old what's his name again?
M'Baku.
That's it. He's the one who's yelling a lot.
He might get to be the Black Panther going forward.
Well, what other reason would he have to be in the movie though? Like, I know nothing about his character.
He'll be standing next to Letitia Wright for a little bit for a scene.
Wasn't he in Infinity War and Endgame?
He was. Yeah, he was.
He did cameo.
I don't know why. Well, yeah, but that might be what this is.
Where's Michonne?
Yeah, I think that he'll probably end up standing next to Letitia Wright when she shows up for a little bit. He'll just sort of be there, and he'll say like 1 or 2 words, or maybe nod or grunt, and that'll be it. And he'll collect his paycheck.
Well, yeah, she's one of many women who've not made it to this list. Disgusting.
Yeah, because as you can see, it's what, 5.
Well, I guess notably missing. There are still notably missing men, not including the reported part. You would say it's like no Chris Evans. Well, I mean that's not. A lot of people theorize he would come back anyway, but Cumberbatch and Chris Pratt are the big ones of like, whoa.
Well, yeah, because with Tom Holland, I mean, I think Spider-Man 4 is like in production the same time as this, so that probably that could explain why he wouldn't be in it, right?
Yeah, that might be the story, right? Like that'll be in Spider-Man's movie.
Spider-Man will show up at the end of the film and be like, guys, some crazy shit happened in Spider-Man, whatever. Go see it in theaters this July.
Spider-Man, here he comes.
Spider-Man, here he comes.
Spider-Man,
that's a good reference.
He's back. Yeah. I like that. Haley Atwell as Captain Carter. It's like, man, they are obsessed with Captain Carter. It is unhinged.
They really want it to happen. For people who really wanted it to happen, what a crazy idea that we bring her in and kill her straight away. What was that? in like one of the most
Interesting.
notable appearances, because nobody's watching What If. Sorry if you didn't know that already.
And then people who watched Multiverse of Madness will be confused. They'll be like, "What the? You got like
I could do
chopped
this
in
all
half." It's
day,
like, no,
dies. Why did you?
there's a lot of Captain Carters. Don't worry.
Yeah,
We're
we
all
got
over the
plenty more on
place.
the production line.
There are more
Scattered across
Captain
the
Carters than there
multiverse.
are Captain Americas.
So
Where-
Mark Ruffalo's Hulk, where's he?
That's an interesting one. You figure that they would have gotten him.
Especially
That's
the
actually,
concept
I
image,
hadn't even
right?
thought. I will say I hadn't thought of that, which says a lot about the state of Hulk at this
Oh
point.
yeah, Hulk's been fucking annihilated
Yeah.
to the point of you don't even want him. You're like, go away.
He's
Yeah,
been
what is
ruined.
Hulk? I don't know. I feel for because in a similar way you have Thor, which is like what have they done to you, my beautiful boy? They're confused, but I really want to see Thor again. I want them to fix Thor. Thor deserves better. But on the inverse, I do not really care about Hulk at this point because he's been juggled around so much. I have no clue what they even want to do with him.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that Mark Ruffalo doesn't particularly care either, which is pretty annoying when like Bruce Banner is like just pretty fucking potent as a character. I mean, Hulk is one of the most popular Marvel characters for a reason. And
He did say,
I don't know, like
in an interview last year, I think it was, when he was discussing like his future ongoing role in the Avengers, and like he did sound like he wanted to do things with the character, and like the premise of the question was that you'll never get your own movie, obviously for rights reasons, but you know, he said, I talked to Kevin Feige a lot, and Kevin Feige said, well, tell me what you would want from your own solo movie, and we'll just do it over the course of like 4 or 5 other people's movies. And like, so he was still sort of involved, and he had opinions on where the character should go, and he wanted him to become like a more well-adjusted member of the team, which kind of defeats, I think, the object of having the Hulk in there to begin with. Because like, the problem is, once you go for the sort of cuck Professor Hulk route, you've lost anything even remotely interesting about what that character is. So what do you do from that point? Unless you can find a way to make him, you have to reverse it, or like force him back to a position where he can lose control, because that's the thing that really sort of keeps you on edge with him. But making him just like this generic stoner dude is boring as fuck.
Professor Hulk is just a bad idea, plain and simple. The whole point of the character is the duality of like the soft-spoken scientist turning into like an unstoppable rage monster, and that it's always like teetering on the edge, that if he gets sufficiently angry, which could happen under a variety of different circumstances, that everything could go to shit, and that he would have to grapple with the consequences of that, because even though Hulk could be considered and effectively is like a different person, that it's still connected to him, but instead they've decided that they're going to kill Hulk, just make it, oh yeah, dab. And like, oh, that was pretty fucking funny. That was worth just blowing up the character, wasn't it, for a joke?
I mean, that whole approach, you just wonder how it passed through so many fucking people in the creative side with OKs. Same for Fat Thor.
Well, this was the same. The Cheese Whiz. That was a really good joke, and they were like, "Well, we lose Cheese Whiz, and we don't have Fat Hulks." Fat
without without looking through every single joke.
That Hulk is in the cards, so don't write it off.
Without looking through every joke in the entire MCU to choose like that way, that would be my go-to for the worst joke ever told in the MCU, the Cheese Whiz one. What a fuck up. And you know, that's like the peak, or maybe just the zenith, right, of that problem of them not being able to understand why they shouldn't do things that way. But I was going to bring up that even Taika Waititi, who made one of the worst films that exists, undid his fatness in the first like 5 minutes, because it was just a horrible idea.
Maybe we shouldn't make Thor a fat loser.
I guess no Elizabeth Olsen. I know Scarlet Witch is dead, but like that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, we don't really know what's going on there. Broadly, this to me just comes across as like the ultimate sort of like, we were always heading here. This blender of culture. We were already doing it with Fortnite, Funko Pops. This is basically the movie equivalent of it. Just throw it all in, splatter it onto the screen. Deadpool and Wolverine did this. And a lot of people are going to say, oh no, they did it well then, and they're doing it badly now. It's like, no. They did it badly. Really badly in Deadpool Wolverine, actually. Which was a bad learned lesson from, as far as I'm concerned, No Way Home, which is the only one that managed to actually respect the legacy characters it dragged in from different universes. In a way that I don't think you'll ever see ever again in the MCU. It was actually kind of surprising.
No, you never will.
I think I mentioned this on Real BBC, but to take Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire, make them essentially like the good path and the bad path that Tom Holland Spider-Man could take, and that both of them can offer him help and support while simultaneously like coming through on the characters that they are in this universe, and giving Andrew Garfield the saving the girl moment, like all of that in concept is just like those are good ideas, and then they executed them really well for those guys specifically. Obviously, Doctor Strange was sacrificed, as we know.
Yeah, he was, but it's okay. He was about to be sacrificed in his own movie.
It's okay because he was getting a shit on over and over again anyway.
They just moved it up a movie in scheduling.
It's like oh, but they could do that again. It's like not with this many fucking characters, you can't. It's actually impossible, I think.
It would be a very difficult thing for a very talented writer to do.
It's like, let's give Cyclops a meaningful arc, which, by the way, you might give it to one of them, but I was just going to say, like, he's like, whatever you need to do to figure that out, he gets, like, 3 minutes of screen time, okay? So good luck.
Well, and also his wife isn't in the movie, so... so what's he meant to do?
Well, and you have to like give a serious analysis of his time from the universe you're pulling him from. What does it mean as a story, and where can you take it with the limited time you have left of him? That's what they did in No Way Home. You're not going to be able to do that with these guys.
Kind of funny because it looms over it. How are you going to connect that to Doctor Doom? How the
yeah,
fuck
that's
are you gonna do
completely
that?
true. I have a feeling they might do. Do you remember any of you see Into Darkness, Star Trek?
No.
Well, the one where Benedict Cumberbatch is Khan.
Yes.
No, I have not seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Rags, we should watch that just to cry. So there's a scene where
that sounds
met,
great.
They've met new Khan, and of course, old generation Spock is in this universe, and he tells them, like, he's a time traveler, Nimoy, yeah. And he's like, I can't tell you anything that would change. He's like, I can't tell you anything that would change the course of history because it would fuck everything up. However, Khan is a real bad guy. You don't trust him. It's just like, wait, what? And it's supposed to be like an epic scene. And basically, the reason I bring this up is I wonder if they'll be like, oh my god, here comes Doctor Doom. And then Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen will be like, we fought Doom in our universe. He burnt it to a cinder. You must be careful. He's gonna get you. He's bad news, that one. You gotta look out. And they're like, oh, if they said it,
This feels like another reminder of... So in Infinity War, it's like, okay, how do we establish pretty quickly that Thanos is the most serious threat that they've faced? Well, he's already got one Infinity Stone. That's kind of serious.
Well, before you go on, that one Infinity Stone means he took out the Nova Corps, right? That's what it would represent.
We saw what the Nova Corps was in Guardians of the Galaxy, which is a pretty powerful force. And then he beats Hulk in a fight, which is like, oh shit. Hulk was the formerly unbeatable guy, and he beat him. And then
wasn't that the argument between through Ragnarok, which immediately leads into it, is kind of like they're ribbing each other about which of the two of them is the strongest Avenger, Thor or the Hulk? And then at the opening of Infinity War, both of them have been beaten by Thanos.
Yeah,
it's like whichever one your favorite is, they're fucked.
And then he gets the Space Stone, which is like, okay, now he's got 2. We've never seen anybody with 2. So that automatically, ignoring everything, means he's the most powerful person. And then he kills Loki in Heimdall. And, he's wiped out a lot of the Asgardians. It's like, ooh, shit. All right, he's a big deal.
Yeah, well, that's just that's just a plan right there. It's like, oh, I get what they're doing. Yeah. Cool. Then it's good stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
They just sat down and wrote down a story.
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
And it was a good one.
It's the reality. If you got Doom... and he's meant to be the bigger bad guy. A lot of these guys are gotta go. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these guys are gonna die.
I must highlight, someone in chat said, hot take, Wrath of Khan is both a vastly superior sequel and movie to Into Darkness. Does anyone in chat disagree with that statement?
Wait. He's saying that Wrath of Khan is better than Into Darkness?
Apparently, which is obviously he said hot take.
Oh wow, that's a scorching hot take, my dude. I don't know if you should maybe keep that one to yourself. That's kind of wild and unhinged. I don't think you'll find anyone who agrees that Wrath of Khan is better than Into Darkness.
Like famously one of the greatest sci-fis ever made versus Slop that nearly killed the franchise. It's a toss-up in some ways, I'd say. But Yeah, you know, this is what we're dealing with, which was kind of expected. It's just funny to start getting it confirmed, I suppose. And it's still funny to know just how many people have not yet been confirmed, and to try and envision what the fuck kind of story they're going to write. Because genuinely, if you were tasked, you were given $10 million to write this.
Woo!
Where are you starting with this? What's going to happen in this story broadly?
And it has to have all of these characters in it?
At least. This could be a third of the cast, like I said.
Nah. You know what I'd be tempted to do? I'd be tempted to have, like, the first 2/3 just be a film about Doctor Doom with nobody else in it.
And then they'll just fucking pour out of a hose, like
And then,
water.
yeah, pretty much.
All these
Yes.
characters. They all just go, hi,
There's
hi,
an
hi, hi, hi,
actual
hi, hi, hi,
moment,
hi,
yeah.
hi, hi.
Yeah, the idea would be that at least you've got, you know, you've at least got, like, a coherent story. I mean, as best that you can make with him, you know, like, without... Because I don't even know. It's like, I don't know, man. Like,
Did
divorcing...
Did you ever play Marvel Ultimate Alliance?
No, I have not played it.
There is a sequence, well, so the whole game, you like, per chapter, you're defeating a relatively big bad of Marvel, but that Doctor Doom is the ultimate bad guy. And there's this cutscene, I would play it right now, but I'm not going to, where it shows him having killed, basically, like, a whole bunch of famous heroes, and he realizes he can, like, reanimate them into zombified, horrifying versions of themselves, and then you end up fighting them in the game. I was thinking, you could probably do that. That's their cameo. They're just fucking dead, and he brings, having been defeated by him. It did have good cutscenes, true, chat. It was a bitchin' game.
Other thing is, like, you could use Loki as like a capture the flag ambition, so that you've got all these different characters, or these teams of characters who begin in their own universes, and somehow, reasons, everyone becomes aware that Doctor Doom is going after the person who is holding all of time together, because he wants to either control or destroy the universe, and they have to try and get to Loki before Doctor Doom gets to Loki, so he can do what he wants with all of time. And then they fail, and most of them die, and then we can have a complete reset and start again with no multiverse at all.
I almost, because I hate it so much, I almost wanted this first scene to be Loki in that stupid throne, and then he grabs it, like, Doctor Doom grabs him by his cape and just, like, drags him down little steps.
And then he does some close quarters combat and just beats him up.
Punches him till his face is mush. He's like, this dumb, stupid chair. Like, what is this?
That'd be pretty funny, yeah.
Destroys the chair, just breaks it all, tear it down.
And then Loki's like, how is this
not
possible?
Even gonna build something, just gonna see what happens. Loki, explain to me in the audience how any of this works.
Yeah, like, literally, like, as if you have any idea. Nobody knows. Nothing but potential is what you guys are saying, right? That there's just infinite stories popping off all over the place with these wonderful characters, all their histories.
Yeah, sure.
That's correct.
Won't have to wait too much longer before...
No, because this film is coming out
this
in, like,
cultural dud. Which will, like I said, I'm more than happy to say it's going to make a shit ton of money. It's just that I wonder how well the second one will do, and then after that, what's the health of Marvel going to even be? Because this will be embarrassing for sure.
I feel like, yeah, it's going to be bad, and I think everybody's kind of ready to shit on it at this point.
What the fuck? Can you imagine? You know when the Guardians are introduced in Infinity War, and it's like hype as shit back then when people cared about everything. When it's like, it cuts to the Thunderbolts in this movie, and it's like, here they come. It's just like, oh.
Oh.
Where's Rocket? Where's Rocket in the new
He's being a Guardian. They're done.
They're done.
They're done. Until that's like second wave desperation. Because I'm at this point, I just don't think they'll...
Like, this is already an insane cast.
Yeah, it is insane. It's nonsense. But they're just, right now, they're not trying to create, like, plans for the future so much as, oh god, we just need a hit.
Yeah. Time to use
Next
the Avengers
movie,
name.
Fuck it. That's a problem for future us. And fuck those guys. What has future us ever done for me? Nothing. When they get really desperate, they'll bring back Rocket and Clagger, right? And Cosmo and
Rufus.
Whoever else. Like, that Roofies or whoever you said, and that they'll bring back that team. That's Desperation Team Mark II, and then they'll have another movie, or they'll try and make another Guardians movie with the new ones.
I
And
do
everyone's like,
actually
"Hey,
want
Rocket Raccoon's back."
like Mr. Bean and people like that to show up, just because we're that far along
Mr. Bean
now.
as Zazu, he comes back.
Yeah. I mean, Mufasa shows up as well. He's like, "Yeah, I'm okay. I'm alive. I made it."
I thought you were
The
dead.
series
I
is
was.
a circle of life.
I was.
I was.
Wasn't
yeah.
that
It'd
like
be funnier if we said it that way.
there was a
You
joke,
sound
wasn't
like
there, in
Darth
like a
Vader.
Parks and Recreation episode where like one of them is it Patton Oswalt's character is like he's filibustering like a story for how eventually the MCU will cross over into the Star Wars universe, which will cross over into every other universe, and like Chewbacca will fight Boba Fett, and Boba Fett will fight fucking Captain America, and everyone will really, really love it, and it's quite clearly supposed to be just funny and ridiculous. And actually, like the more time goes on, the more it becomes plausible that something that desperate would eventually happen.
We're getting it. It's gonna be so exciting. Who knows what's gonna happen?
And I guess meanwhile, what's DC gonna be doing? Supergirl?
Fight over Batman, literally like grabbing both of his arms and pulling him in both directions.
And he's like, "Let go, you hurt." And then it turns into like the noob Cybot fatality.
Yeah.
It's getting ripped in half.
You know, because we had made the comment once upon a time about Star Wars being like, how can you have a hundreds of millions of dollars slap fight between two directors? It's fucking childish and pathetic and insane. And then it's like, oh, it's happening everywhere, basically. At all the heights of these products getting sludged out, is that there's these really pathetic and petty fights about how to make everything work.
But nobody has
don't
any
have to
idea
grow
what
up.
the fuck they're doing. Like, that's the thing that's fascinating. They all make a lot of money, but like they don't know anything about storytelling.
No. This is such a sad end point to what the MCU was as a promise when it started to now. You know, because like the idea of, we got a wacky idea, we're gonna bring in a whole bunch of people, but the work is gonna be done to, like, you know, create cause and effect, to build up characters you care about, and it's just like, no, fuck that. Like, we don't need to be doing that. People recognize.
But I mean,
them, okay.
doesn't this send like I don't know, I feel like the fact that you can just look at this cast, doesn't it send like the clearest signal that there's really no reason entering into this film and potentially forever to ever expect that any of the films preceding the Avengers film will like mean anything for you remember how there was that post-credit scene in Shang-Chi that was all about his rings and, you know, oh, there's like cosmic energy or whatever, and it's meant to be the same thing as the bangles that Miss Marvel had. And now it's like, well, that's a dead end, is what that is. That's going to be a dead end.
Oh,
Same
right.
with the Council of Kangs.
Yeah.
That's a dead end.
Can't they just recontextualize it as it summons Doom or some shit?
I guess they could, but like that would be pretty. I was about to say that'd be silly, but why would that matter?
They are experts in silly.
But I think it's more likely they'll forget that, because I don't know, have the Russo brothers actually watched everything? Are they as crazy as us, watching every single project and like trying to actually remember what happened in them? I doubt it.
Well, I suppose that wraps that conversation, and we can probably begin the Q part of this Q&A. That's okay with everybody. Also, it's fuckery right now with Discord's updated, so I haven't quite fixed how we look, but it's good enough. You can tell we are still good. Don't you worry about it. It's wacky. I was about to say, for anybody who uses Discord, and it's like, fuck it, everybody uses Discord at this point, even the old. So, first and foremost, for a good example of people not registering harshness because of soft wording, Hurricane Neddy, how Homer takes his criticism in contrast to the rest. True. We should cite that.
That's a really good example.
We should cite that every time we cover a fucking video essayist and be like, see? You're Homer. You don't understand what's been said. It's just because it was said nicely.
That's a really good example. Like, Homer gets told he's the worst person Ned's ever met because he said it pretty calmly. It's like, hey, I got a VC.
Yeah, because he's like shouting at everyone else, so that means he's being mean. I've asked Rags this before, but fuck it, we're going all the way. If you four had to craft a Mount Rushmore of games you'd consider must-plays, what would they be, pray tell, and why? Well, if I can
the problem is
one,
that some of those games won't have faces to put on Mount
that's
Rushmore.
fine. We can figure it out with symbols. I already know what 3 of mine would be. I gotta put Doom on there as like the grandfather of FPS. Everyone should play Doom. It's fucking awesome, the original. For the same reasons, I'd probably do Super Metroid, like the Metroidvania of classicness. Then I probably put, and this isn't for me. I'm doing this for the world, okay? I'd probably put Minecraft on there. Because of
I would as well.
What it is, what it represents. It's like the Lego
Plus,
of video
very
games.
easy to chisel.
Exactly.
But yeah, Steve.
I mean, if you're thinking of a number 4,
Mario,
Super Mario
surely,
64.
right?
Yeah, something like that.
That's fair.
Got Mario's face up there. He's
Mario. You gotta have a Mario game as a choice, whether it's Super Mario World, Super Mario 64, if you want to pick one of the later ones, or even Mario Kart. Like that's fine, but you gotta, probably 64.
I'd say probably 64 is a really solid one. Obviously, there are more that should like some people have suggested. What about chess and Tetris and stuff? It's like, well,
I feel like chess.
the
Chess
Tetris
is not.
block.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say chess, because if it was like chess, obviously there were chess games, but chess predates video games.
chess is on the Mount Rushmore of board games. Yes.
I'd be tempted to switch out any one of those games to put Tetris on that list.
Tetris kind of deserves to be on there.
I might switch out Minecraft. And I'd be tempted to switch out, even though I think Doom is probably actually the best choice, I'd be tempted to switch it out for like another first-person shooter, like Halo or Half-Life.
Halo? Or...
Oh, fuck that. Doom deserves to be on there more than them.
Yeah, because if it's the Mount Rushmore of video games, then it's like it's got to surely be like people from games or games themselves, without which something like Halo would be unlikely to be what it is. So like,
Doom like you can trace their family tree back to Doom.
Of course. Yeah, I agree.
Which is why I want Tetris on there as well.
Because because
rock
Tetris
solid.
is foundational for like puzzle games, basically.
Yeah.
Well,
why not the first Metroid?
Well, because Super Metroid is just to be like they figured it out at the best level. Yeah, like in the same vein, it's a combination of things, but because technically like Wolfenstein should go on instead of Doom, right? But it's like, well, not really. It didn't have the impact that Doom did. In the same way that we're not putting Pong on there, or are we? Not to say the Pong is the first video game. Don't panic. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying Pong is
the earliest. Being the earliest
games,
necessarily what matters. The important part is because Super Mario 64 is just a really good introduction to 3D, because that's what it was. It was an introduction to 3D. It was a game that was made with the awareness that you needed to sort of teach players to understand what it meant to be moving in a 3-dimensional world. And it's a really good platformer anyway. So, that helps.
Yeah, I think those are a pretty good list because they fulfill a lot of the like historic game kind of roles in the same way that the faces on Mount Rushmore are historic, like founding sorts of characters for the most part. I mean, a lot of other faces that we might suggest would just be games that we really, really like. To have a Big Daddy on there, or
Resident Evil 4,
a Mass Effect character, or Leon,
or CJ from San Andreas.
Yeah.
Late Gay, what are each of your favorite game stories that are difficult to return to because of gameplay or presentation? Love y'all. Hi Rag. Stay long.
That would be the Mage's Tower in Dragon Age Origins, and it's because of the Fade. There's a segment in Dragon Age Origins where you encounter a sloth demon, and he basically entrances you into a magic sleep. And then you have to go and complete a whole series of segments of like mini challenges and an aesthetically unpleasing series of levels where you can't play your actual character. You play as like pre-built versions of different characters that you use in some kind of quasi Metroidvania sequence. And it's really long, and the puzzles are not really good, and the combat's not good. It was the first mod that I ever downloaded and used was Skip the Fade when I played Dragon Age Origins again on PC. I love that game. I really like the the wizards and the magic system and the stuff in that game, but fuck me, I hate the Fade segment. James Moore's correct that there's a lot of free upgrades in them, but at that point it's like it ain't worth it. It ain't worth going through all the Fade in that whole segment. Because I really like the Mage's Tower sequence where you have to get to the top and you have the phylacteries and the possessed people and whatnot. So that's something that comes to mind for me.
Yeah, that's fair. For me, there's, if I had to have like a big old set of stories that I've loved in games, a lot of them may very well be stories I love because the gameplay didn't ruin the experience, right? So like they're almost biased in the first place. But I really do think this is probably the fairest pick I can give for this question, which would be I quite enjoy, if not love, The Last of Us' story. Gameplay kind of sucks, especially late when you've been playing the same thing over and over and over and over again. And no, I'm not talking about part 2. I'm just talking about part 1, which, third-person action stealth stuff, very generic, has basically taken over so much of modern gaming. And once you get used to it, it just becomes kind of blech, and I don't enjoy it very much. And it would absolutely be a roadblock for me to go get that story again. I'd be like, I could, and maybe I will someday play The Last of Us again, but I don't look forward to doing all that gameplay again. Like,
I'm not sure. Uncharted 4 is not like one of my favorite stories in games, but I like it. But I don't really. Replaying it means replaying a very lengthy and limited interactivity, like introduction section that lasts for a few hours, which is like not particularly appealing as a prospect. It's like the first time that you have like proper gameplay in terms of like this is like the core Uncharted experience is like 6 chapters in, and that's a few hours of like not having that, which I think is like a serious sort of roadblock, especially compared to the prior Uncharted games that have gameplay in the first mission. It's like, yeah, it's a bit of a problem.
It's an interesting question. Like something that's real, like a game that you find difficult to play, or a segment of a game that you find difficult to play, even though you love the story or like the story of it, but it's the gameplay that really drags it down.
I remember thinking that, like, even as I was playing it, so not even going back and playing it again, but playing it for the first time, the original Assassin's Creed, which I thought, like, it looked, for the time, really good. Really interesting idea, I think. Like, the world being built out was, like, it looked lovely, and I was quite interested by the premise and the historicity of the thing. But even when it first came out, I basically limited myself to doing one assassination in a day and then just quit for the rest of the day because it kind of like there's only so many times you can do effectively the same thing. Like the combat is so similar. Like as soon as you know exactly when to parry, you've won everything. It just becomes dull and repetitive, which is a shame given all the richness of the world that it was building.
Yeah, Assassin's Creed 1 structure is it's something I had to work on.
Isn't there like 1,000 flags to find in that game?
Yeah, I think that's a lot.
I got the achievement for all of them, and I don't remember enjoying it. So,
it's kind of unfortunate to think how much Assassin's Creed essentially abandoned the whole point of the series. Like, not even that. Like, it didn't even take that long for them to like move away from sort of what the idea was in the first game, in terms of its like narrative ambitions. It's kind of a shame.
Well, yeah, fair. Rip Fringy, long live host Moriarty or Nick Diorio. He's here. He's just, we don't have reliable internet nor
the best,
most responsive. Do you think Marvel was being racist to Charlie? It's surprising they haven't announced Charlie as a star, but I
Well,
guess.
I mean, I don't know. If I was Charlie, I'd feel so disrespected that maybe I just wouldn't want to, work with him anymore after how I was treated in,
Some
Falcon and the
people
Winter
have
Soldier.
claimed that they're delaying that announcement because it's the biggest one. Like it's supposed to be.
I do wonder if there were going to be stories like if people who weren't involved because they actually like weren't invited, if they start
Yeah.
talking shit, you know what I mean? Like if that actually happens, it would be very interesting, and it feels like it's not an impossibility that that could happen. Especially like if it becomes clearer and clearer as time goes on that you and the character that you play actually have no future, despite what you might have been promised or led to believe. Since basically everybody who agrees to be part of the MCU probably expects that they're going to get a lot of work, like a lot of reliable work. It's kind of like the reason to do it, if anything.
Where's Colin Farrell's Bullseye the best of all? So I've said this. If you're gonna go gooftacular, which they absolutely have, I would prefer to see Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider, Ben Affleck Daredevil, and someone like Colin Farrell's Bullseye. Why not? If you're gonna be that silly, just get him in.
Have him be like Doom's right hand man, and Doom's like Bullseye, and he's like, "Yes, my lord," and then he just starts tossing paper clips at people.
Or he went on a redemptive arc, and he's teamed up with Daredevil, who for some reason ends up fighting Matt Murdock from good old Daredevil TV show because he's evil now. He's become evil, and he's working with evil Bullseye, and so both of them have to fight each other, and it would be the bestest ever. This is what I mean by goofy.
Throw shit at each other.
Yeah,
and, they just
and it keeps like
every single thing they throw.
They keep hitting in midair, like
yeah.
Okay, was it Peacemaker and Bloodsport,
right? Yeah, Bloodsport. I just imagine it as just unstoppable force meets an immovable object sort of situation. They're just in limbo forever.
You claim Fringy's internet went boom, yet I can see and hear a green frogbird. Why are you turning my office into a house of lies? Well, he's here, but we can't know for how long and how fast, so to speak.
It's reliability. It's I don't know if it's the kangaroos or the emus, but
maybe they teamed up.
They're up to something. Maybe if they did, then God help us all.
Molly, you should play the Mass Effect trilogy with Fringy and Rags as the angel and devil on your shoulder. It'd be funny.
I mean, I'm sure both of us would essentially just tell you to do Paragon choices.
I assume you both want me to do it without your, choices on top,
go through the game and enjoy it.
Sure, but you probably know at this point, you got to pick one or the other. Otherwise, you just fuck yourself.
You kind of do, yeah. It is a negative aspect of Mass Effect is that you have to go one or the other. You can't really half and half it. You have to commit. Is this my evil playthrough, or is this my jerk playthrough, or my friendly playthrough?
The morality system punishes you if you go neutral because it locks off choices that can be like the best outcome for situations. And a lot of the time the choice is pretty plainly obvious. And just fundamentally, most stories with a morality system have a story that makes less sense if you play as a bad guy.
Renegade is more of like I'm a jerk trying to do the right thing, but it is still there are a lot of choices that are like, oh, that's just you're a real asshole.
Bad. Yeah.
But yeah, I really do like Mass Effect a lot. I typically play good characters in games. I just find it more appealing and cathartic for me.
It's not unusual. I think wasn't it that they found out that 91% of players went Paragon? It's like it was a almost disproportionate kind of like ridiculous amount, but then it's like, well, yeah, that's not surprising though.
I'm invested in like these characters and the world that they're in, and I want to see it do well. And I'm finding it in Cyberpunk where with Cyberpunk there isn't really like there's not a morality system in it, but you can make a wide variety of different moral choices that characters and factions will like you'll get treated different based on those decisions, even if it's in small ways. Where if you're told to do a job by somebody, and for a moral reason you go against the job, and maybe that means you don't get paid for that job, and the person who gave it to you like acts disappointed in you, that already feels like it's a decently well enough written game to where that is its own negative consequence. but you still do it because you think it's something that your character would do or that you personally like and enjoy. In like The Witcher, there's no graph or karma system. It's just, well, what do you think you should do in this situation, and the world's going to react to that in whatever way, or it influences how that quest ends because of that choice. It's not like it's not a number that you're carrying around with you. Like, you have made 3 bad decisions and 16 good decisions, therefore da 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 da.
With no Elliot Page playing Carl Pride, aka Shadow Dog, this is a hard nope for me. I'm sick of the MCU plundering comics for events to dumb down anyways. So, I was going to ask you guys this, because I was thinking about it. This is one I think I might actually have gone to the cinema for, whether or not I had the job discussing it. Because I'm just like, what is this going to be? Hmm?
Yeah, like genuinely
Doomsday.
curious what kind of shit show it would be.
Because this
Oh
is...
yeah, this is a theater movie.
I
Falcon and Winter
just feel like I
Soldier?
gotta see what
Fuck
they're up
that.
to. Like, this is gonna be nuts. It's just all these different people they bring in.
There's a lot of stuff that, like, I knew that Captain America: Brave New World was this isn't a theater movie. This just isn't. I think I did, but I'm just like, I know I'm not. This isn't like a theater movie.
Yeah, there's
But
been a few like that, which like you get the really strong impression from them that if the studio had the option, they probably just would have buried it under lots and lots and lots of dirt. But they had to release it, and they didn't really expect anyone to go and see it. Whereas like, Avengers Doomsday does shout at you, "Come and see me," and for good or ill, probably ill.
Well, yeah, Doomsday says, "Come and see me," and Captain America is like, "Please come and see me. Please, please come and see me. Please come to the theater, please." The only reason I saw Snow White in theaters, not that I don't go to the theaters to see this movie because I always do, but it's because there's a Saturday EFAP for a Friday night release. So my butt was in the theater.
Your guys' thoughts on X-Men First Class and Future Past? Fassbender and McAvoy, sorry, kill it as Magneto and Professor X, respectively. Agreed.
Agreed there.
Yeah, I like both movies. Days of Future Past does have its problems, so.
It does, but
time travel.
I yearn to return back to the day where movies that would have issues in them still had a lot of stuff that's admirable that I like, and I walk away with a positive impression of a movie, even with its problems. I can go, hey, that was good. I like that. That was neat. I'd like to see these characters more. Instead of, that was hot dog shit, and I cannot believe I wasted money on that. I hope the people who made this are thrown in prison and put in straitjackets.
Yeah, it's the difference between saying like the execution could have been better and the execution could not possibly have been worse. And in that situation, it could have been better, but it's okay. They tried and they made a couple of mistakes, but overall quite good fun. And then almost any Marvel movie that's released in the last 5 years has been fuck no. Yep. If I wasn't paid to watch this, I probably wouldn't bother.
Yeah, I quite like First Class and Future Past. It'd be fun to cover them someday. We might do them for EFAP movies. Who knows? An arc. We can talk in depth about them. But yeah, recasting Magneto and Professor X was always going to be tough, and they fucking nailed it. They knocked it out of the park, and it's like, will they be able to do that again? Have you played HOMM3? It's still big in Eastern Europe.
HOMM3?
Is that Heroes of Might and Magic? That's the name that's coming to my mind. In which case, no, I haven't.
I've not played any of Heroes of Might and Magic 3 or any of the Heroes of Might and Magic games. I hear they're really good, but I have not played any of them.
Yeah, neither have I.
I have not even heard of them, so... Well, maybe I have, but I haven't played them.
Q&A? Well, here's my question. Can you Dumbos play a video game called Doki Doki Literature Club? Maybe someday. Who knows?
Maybe.
Alright. Everyone make nice super chats, so I shall make criticisms of the hour. COTH for short. I shall criticize you for whatever I think you could improve on. Alright. Problem. That's what you want to do? Prove I'm not hostile. Please, hello, pick your poison. Dog Day Afternoon, Posh Lieutenant, and Call of Cthulhu. Oh, I see what they're saying. Fringy is pick your poison. You are Dog Day Afternoon, Rags.
Okay.
Platoon is Posh Lieutenant, I guess.
Okay.
And I'm Call of Cthulhu.
I like I like a dog day afternoon when it's just
Mhm.
kind of hot outside. You're lounging around, inside or outside, kind of lazy. Yeah, I like that. It's a vibe.
Since you're doing an EFAP on Minecraft next week, oh, I think they're saying, what is your favorite block and item? Mine is the piston and the redstone for building automated machine.
That's a really difficult question. What's my favorite? Is it what my block and item?
Mm-hmm.
Block and item. What's a block that I'm always happy to get or that I really enjoy and I like? This will be an odd one. Oak logs. And the reason that I really like oak logs is because I think, especially with the resource pack that I tend to use and the way that I tend to build buildings, is I incorporate a lot of wooden beams into the houses that I like to build and the construction projects that I go through. And I like that you can have vertical or horizontal logs like beams in buildings. So I end up using them quite a bit. I think they look good, and I think that they mix well with a lot of different stone to create a good like stone wood kind of building mix. So I'm gonna go with those. I've always kind of liked oak logs. As far as items, ooh, that's an item that's really good to have. I mean, a tool is an obvious answer, but I wonder if there's something that's a little bit more, a little less like obvious than like, oh, a really good pickaxe or whatnot. Oh man, that's tough. Something I'm always happy to like get. I don't know. I mean, like, it's really, it's really favorite. I've always liked fishing rods. I think fishing is a it's a good little time waster. It's something I've done when we're in EFAP or whatnot. I just be playing Minecraft, just fishing, gathering resources, getting better bows, better fishing rods. Adding books to the collection. But it's really tough to say. There's a lot of blocks I really really like,
All right.
especially if we're talking vanilla Minecraft. If we're talking mods, then obviously that expands. But favorite music disc, Strahd is my favorite music disc, Strahd, and next would be probably Chirp.
Well, I'm not very familiar with Minecraft.
My favorite block is the block the when you get the tree and then you punch it and then it's
wood
like,
block.
oh, you got a block. It's there.
Well, it depends on whatever tree you punch down.
Pickaxe, because then you can pick at that stuff. Those are my
That's a really great choice because that
Minecraft.
like symbolizes the whole thing, right? The fundamental.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right.
Core of
And as
that,
Fringy knows, you can right click on a wooden log and it creates a stripped version of that wooden log.
Of course.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
would-
like having two in
is that-
one.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Yeah.
handy to know.
I've got like no experience. Is it like, am I going to need to play lots of Minecraft before the movie
No.
comes out? No.
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 You're
The
I'm a
best that'll
Minecraft
happen-
guy. You're covered.
Yeah.
Well, the best that'll happen is Rags will be like, "Do you know why they had the Grim Gram Flim Flume there?" And you're like, "What?" You're like, "It's a thing in the game." where you
Because
can-"
the Grim Gram
My,
Flume is in the game.
Yeah.
My assumption is that none of the references are going to be particularly like
Meaningful?
they're all going to, I think it's all going to be really simple.
It's gonna be like
shit.
Borderlands.
It's like it'll be like the most basic stuff. Like, look, it's a diamond sword or whatever. It's like,
Or the Nether.
oh, look, flint and steel. Yeah, like it's all going to be the most basic items. It's I mean, it kind of is just like if you had a bunch of real people teleport into the world of Mario, and Mario's like, that's the mushroom, woohoo, that makes you grow big. But like it's that. It's never anything like it's no deep references. It's all the most basic, simple, everybody knows this, rather than like, oh hey, we're going to that world that was in Super Mario 3D World that was like a specific different world that you hadn't seen before. Or you know what I mean? Like it'll all be the most
no one who
surface
made
level
this
Minecraft
movie
references.
loves Minecraft and wants to respect it. They're just like, oh, that's in the game. We'll put that in the
And if
movie.
they did, I think there was a Flash Gits animation. It was like a Halo parody, and there's this joke where one of the characters throws a plasma grenade at the ground twice to kill himself, and you're like, oh, that's a cool reference. Like that's like a reference to the fact that it takes two in the
Yeah, unless you're
game to
stuck,
kill
it takes
yourself.
two. Yeah.
Like it's the kind of thing where it's like, oh, that's like better than if you know, that's a way better reference than this is an assault rifle. It carries 32 rounds of ammunition. See here,
Oh,
let
you
me
just went to the
demonstrate. And then
wiki. You just went to the wiki and
or
you've
like, this
learned
is an
that.
energy sword. Look at this energy sword. This is a really cool energy sword. It's stuff like that would be like an example of what I expect in Minecraft, rather than if it was a more involved one with reference to Halo, you'd have like better references. They'd be things that you wouldn't necessarily know if you didn't care that much about Halo. Whereas this will be like the most basic shit that even I'm probably aware of.
Like,
And
basically
I
the
don't know.
entire thing is comprised of trailer shots of just like the most recognizable things. It's like, oh, here is the penis that explodes behind you when it sneaks up on you. That's, everyone knows the
Well,
green penis.
I don't know if you saw
The creeper,
there was
yeah.
there was a clip where it was, well, yeah, because I have that in the trailer where it's like Jason Momoa hits the creeper and he doesn't know it's going to blow up, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean, and then he blows up. It's like, ah, see, because that's what creepers, they blow up. That's what they do. Look
pretty
at
clever.
zombies, they come to get you. That's what I mean. It's like, I just assume it's all going to be lame. It's like in that clip that they released where it's just like, oh, who are they? They're the villagers. That's who they are. Oh, look, that's an iron golem. That's what he does. Like, it's just like, all right, is this what we're doing? Is this going to be the whole movie? Just really like,
look, a
shit
thing from the
references?
game. Look, a thing from the game.
Yeah.
Look, a thing from the game.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to compare it to the Mario movie in terms of like how it does choose to execute something that is like pretty universally recognized in its shallowest elements, but like whether it sees any impulse at all to tell even a basic story, or if it is just going to be what I think I feared the Mario movie would be, and it wasn't quite, which is just, hey, reference, reference, reference. Like watching those side by side, and then like comparing the performance as well as to, like, how much having a basically sensible story actually matters to a movie like this. Because if it comes out and it does incredibly well, makes even more money, even perhaps than the Mario movie, and is just worse on all the levels we would look to for quality, that probably doesn't bode well for most future video game movies because it tells them they really, really, really don't have to try.
Yeah, probably. And it's gonna do well. I don't know if it beats Mario. It might, but it's probably gonna do. I wouldn't be surprised if it made $1 billion. But who knows? Maybe it'll actually fall short of that. That'd be kind of like interesting.
Well, when can we expect the EFAP movies arc of Treasure Island, Muppets Treasure Island, and Treasure Planet? That could be a fun set. Not against it. Not sure exactly when it would happen, but maybe in future. Joining in on Wick's criticism of the hour, you're all schlumpos. Hey, gee.
Oh, I don't know.
All right then.
Don't
I
need to
mean, I
go
thought we were
Gosh.
having a good time, but okay.
Jean Grey is not here. She's shown to be alive at the end of Days of Future Past, absent in favor of Deadpool, Wolverine, Gambit, who wasn't in the Fox trilogy. Shake my head. Again, she could end up in it for all we know, and they're sorting it out, or... Yeah, I mean, it would be really funny to see any of them say, like, oh, Jean's not here? It's like, yeah, he died. He'd be like, yeah, whatever. Like...
Yeah, Cyclops is really upset about it.
Yeah. Where's Gaia? Is she safe? Is she alright? She was alive. I felt it. No. Also, did y'all catch the live stream with Tony Gilroy a few weeks back? No, I didn't. But Andor is on the way. That's gonna be
Hooray. Oh, please be good.
Boy. Please be good, please be good, please be good, please be good.
It was because I've tried to avoid loads of the pre-publicity stuff for that, but I did catch the snippet of the interview where he said, we're trying to take this more seriously than anybody has ever taken it. Like, we're not just chucking stuff in because people want to see it. Everything has to be there because it services the story. And that's a lovely, lovely philosophy, and I really, really hope it survived contact with the studio.
What's funny is, if he's said that, you know, let's just say behind the scenes in regards to Vader, I would probably, if I was in the room, be like, listen, you're like the one storyteller in all of this nonsense that could actually have Vader be meaningful in your story, and you've got every justification to have him. This isn't some arbitrary bullshit. Like, he would be active and involved in all this shit, so... you're allowed to do it. I could totally picture being like, nope, but I'd be like, okay, like, and just say it. You know, because
I respect you.
The thing is, if you have Vader, then everyone will be like, oh my god, Star Wars. That's a Star Wars. So they'll be
unbelievable.
more likely to...
We need more stories like this. We need to do more of these things.
But I would stick to it. I wouldn't want to force him to do anything. I should be like, you know what? Go right ahead. Tell your story. Hopefully redraft it. I was told the Muppets would save this film. Classic.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Muppets. Yeah. Save their reputation with the Muppets. So funny. Where is Echo? Is she safe? Is she alright? No. No, she
You will
not.
listen. You will never see her ever again.
Or hear her ever again.
Nope.
And she will never hear you ever again.
Thoughts on AI art and why it's a sin against art? I mean, I saw the Studio Ghibli obsession that's happened recently.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that
and then everybody feels compelled to bring up the clip of Miyazaki.
Yes.
Yeah.
Asmongold said that this stuff is all inevitable, and he's been like quote tweeted to hell and back of people saying like, "You're a consumer. You're a blah blah blah." It's like everybody's mad at each other over it. It seems so.
But he's right. It is inevitable. To say it's inevitable isn't to say it's a good thing. It's just to acknowledge the reality that, as the last few days have shown, if you give people the ability to parody somebody else's style at the press of a button, they're going to do it because it's funny to them. That's it. You kind of hope that maybe some people will grow up about it, but they probably won't.
You know, I just boot up my phone with Twitter just to see how long will it be for scrolling before I come across a Ghibli thing. And you know, I saw before it was, and I know I've shared this with one of you guys, but you must have seen it before. This I don't know who he is, but there's a guy who makes like these little videos. I'm pretty sure the one I sent you, Fringy, was where he's fighting a bunch of like famous serial killers, like movie monsters and stuff. Someone in chat will know what I'm talking about. He always turns them into rag dolls and flings them across the room.
Like the rapid cut thing where he was fighting like Jason and
it's funny as shit.
Krueger.
Like he's got one where he's like, you're in the shower during a robbery, and it's just comes out of the shower and just fucking has a gun, and like the guys coming out of it, everyone turns into rag dolls whenever he throws them across the room. It's like, the reason why I bring this up is like, I'm about to find whatever AI generated Ghibli thing, and then I come across someone making something that's going to have taken a lot of effort, is extremely original and funny. It's like, I prefer that, and I think everybody should be doing that.
Yeah, I mean,
I would always want to encourage everybody. You like the Ghibli stuff? You can try and learn to draw it over time. Yeah,
you can learn how to draw. You can hone a craft.
I think I saw some, and the reference to the idea of art has been made accessible, where they point out that people were drawing on cave walls thousands of years ago.
Well,
like, art is very accessible. You just get a pen and you get some paper, and then you start.
As much as it's inevitable, I do think that, because I think we brought this up a while back in one of the other AI sort of discussions, if someone loves a given thing, whatever it is, image, video, whatever, music, I think it just does fundamentally change what it means to them if you tell them that's AI, by the way.
Yeah, probably. Because
did you see,
throughout the entire duration that people have engaged with art, it's never been a question that someone had to make it, which is like fundamental to sort of the way that we approach it. That I think that, if you do say, well, computer made that, does kind of be like, huh.
Well, did you see
kind of changes it?
Vincent D'Onofrio said like he loves this artwork or something that was posted, and someone said it's AI, and then he said back like, oh, I don't support that. It's like, oh, whoops. But I still think Asmongold is right. It's gonna get everywhere for everything. It's just and you're not gonna, like all the AI shit is it's just everywhere. Like it's attached to everything. And the thing is, it's useful enough. It's good enough that again, this is something else that Asmongold says, and you can call it a consumerist mindset, but it's kind of just how humans work. It's like if you don't annoy me enough and you help me out enough, I'll adopt it. Like that's how a lot of people feel about it.
I guess something that's just a reality is basically like every major corporation really wants AI. So every major corporation is pushing for it in some capacity. Every tech company, that is. They all want their own, AI sort of software that is going to get adopted, and they want to integrate it into the way that they make. Like, they're very persistent on using it.
They want to be able to cheaply pump out huge amounts of content without having to pay people.
There's going to be so many applications. It's going to be absolutely insane, and it's only going to get bigger and more over time. And everything changes, everything evolves. As for I don't know, just what the future holds exactly, it's like when we get our first full-fledged AI movie, that's gonna feel weird. I know there's people have already tried short films with it.
Well, they're able to do. Isn't that the most recent? The same update to GPT that gave people all the Ghibli art stuff with it. Didn't that also publicly release the Sora, which is the video version of the sort of the AI prompt movie generation? Which
well, some people have tried to turn like trailers into Ghibli versions, which having mixed results online, to say the least.
What, like take movie trailers and have it be in the Ghibli art style?
Yeah, I saw one for Lord of the Rings. I saw one for Dune, and I saw a quote tweet for it saying, "I love how all the characters in this universe would kill you for creating this abomination." I was like, oh yeah. Who's even leading the Avengers? No idea.
Who are the Avengers leading? I assume Captain Falcon America is.
But wasn't there a thing? I feel like I saw a Thunderbolts trailer or something recently where someone said "Oh, the Avengers are gone." It keeps saying that. It's like, what the fuck? Why? Why are they gone? There's the world is more chaotic in the MCU in Phase 4 and 5 than it ever was in the prior phases. Why is there no Avengers?
They're gone because they forgot that they repealed the Sokovia Accords and Ross became the president, and he also forgot that they'd repealed the Sokovia Accords, so he only got around to thinking about reforming them in the last movie.
Also, where is Ezekiel Sims? He has to get those girls. Could you imagine a negotiation with Sony? And they're like, he's like, so, Spider-Man. They go, no. We wish to talk about Ezekiel Sims. We want to know if how much you're going to charge us to have him in Avengers. And they're like, what? What? You want that guy? They're like, yes, we're willing to pay millions. By the way, there's a little post that says... Avengers Doomsday is going to cost, or rather has a budget of $450 million. And it's like,
Jesus.
It's going to be more than that.
Hope you make a lot of money, because you're going to need it.
God, that's insane, man. This thing is, it would be funny if it made like $1 billion and 1.7 billion or something, and they're like, how much profit? It's like $10. All right, well,
$80,000 of profit.
Bucky being elected after assassinating JFK makes perfect sense. He simply ran as a Democrat. Oh, and you could probably just
listen. We need a maverick candidate who's willing to murder politicians. That's who gets my vote.
Yeah, you could you imagine having to be the writer to explain that? You'd be like, why did I get saddled with this nonsense? Like, why do I have to say why Bucky's a senator? What the fuck, or congressman, whatever. The MCU and its consequences have been disastrous. That's fair. But some might say that the MCU and its consequences are a consequence of the audience.
That's right. Their money doesn't just grow from trees. A lot of people buy tickets. A lot of people eat that slop. That's why they make it.
Hey Gooners, just a general question. I saw some "it's just for kids" criticism for the Minecraft movie, and I never understood that criticism because I'm a very emotional guy, and my feelings would be invalidated, lol. Like, I'll still cry at Toy Story and WALL-E, but I guess I can't say they're good. It's like I said on the past episode, I was like, don't be a coward and bring this out, this whole "it's just for kids" stuff, on praise as well. Whenever you see someone say, man, WALL-E's an amazing movie, you need to quote tweet and say, hey, fucking kids movie, don't praise it.
Yeah, it's just kids. It's just slop crap for kids.
Suddenly it feels fucking stupid, doesn't it? It's like, well, yeah, you should be able to praise. It's like, so it's not about it being for kids. It's just... you're just trying to find a way to shut people up.
There's also the basic point that if the kind of people who say, oh, it's just for kids, had themselves seen better kids' movies, they wouldn't be stupid enough to bring it up in the first place. Because, it's kind of about educating kids to be better and more intelligent people.
Just so funny, like the implication that, look, this movie is meant for the underdeveloped mind. It's not supposed to be in any way meaningful. Don't worry about it. It's like, oh, I see.
Okay.
Don't let Daredevil become the new Moon Knight. Oh no, sir. I don't even think that's possible.
No,
It's
no, that's not happening.
I don't think
Daredevil,
so.
yeah, the coverage will get finished.
the thing with Moon Knight is all three of us had some emotions about it, but none of the three of us were like super revved by it. I would say I'm pretty revved by Daredevil, and that Fringy is very revved up by it.
Yeah.
Which is already enough for us to make, episodes on it.
Oh yeah. I'm excited about Daredevil. But when it comes to Moon Knight's an interesting one. It is kind of a unique outlier when it comes to the Disney shows, because first off, Oscar Isaac did an incredible job playing Moon Knight and all the stuff that he goes through. So he automatically sort of stands out as being a particularly talented actor who played a difficult role. The first episode of Moon Knight kind of had us interested. We were like, oh, it's not great, but this is interesting. We're on board. We want to see more. Now, episode 2 happened and it fucking destroyed our investment. But episode 5 was like, oh, in isolation, this has actually got really good stuff in here.
There was some
Shame
stuff
about all the episodes that brought us here and where it's going. But it's these little rays of light that Moon Knight had that made us go, oh, okay. This is better than, just by virtue of that alone, it's better than many of the other shows. But I guess everyone forgot about it and it descended into the same Marvel nonsense slop that all the other shows did. What a damn shame. What could have been of Moon Knight.
When is Rags going to stream more of the amazing Lord of Ring Golem?
Soon, I promise. Soon. It will be soon. It really will be soon. Don't you worry. We'll be back to Golem in very little time.
I believe Random has completed it. His adventure is over. Made it. He's survived. How you doing, Platoon? I forget.
I have not had time to do any more since I think I'm on chapter 7, or I finished chapter 7. One of the two. So I'm near-ish the end. And I am hoping to have time to finish it this week.
You both got some balls to lock. It's gonna be exciting for you.
Right.
In Days of Future Past, OG timeline, Mystique dies to Sentinels. In Days of Future Past, new timeline, Mystique dies to Jean in Dark Phoenix and never grew to Rebecca. She's dead in both. Yeah, this won't matter whatsoever. You will be plucked from a timeline where she's alive or something.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, they could just be like, oh, it's the Simpsons meme. Dead. I was. That's all they say, and they move on. John Lovitz is on Twitter trying to campaign for a revival of The Critic with its creator. What does EFAP think of The Critic, and should it come back? I never watched it.
Have any of you seen The Critic?
Never saw it. I've not seen it.
I only know about it through Simpsons.
Yeah, see, I only knew about it through The Simpsons, and then one day I was like, yeah, I'll check it out. I liked it. I don't remember much about it, but I remember enjoying it. It was kind of an interesting show. Yeah, but I don't remember a whole lot about it. Like, if you told me it was... The problem is, if you told me it was coming back, I'd be like, oh, but that's, like, not necessarily, like, great news in the current ecosystem. Right. Well, plenty of things that get revived end up being crap. If you told me it was coming back and it's going to be like a direct continuation of it in terms of like style, that would be more interesting. Well,
there's that, but there's also like if they brought back the original creator as well as some of the writers and then John Lovitz, I'd be like, well, that's got way more hope, hasn't it?
Damn it, I'm forgetting his. He was one because obviously the part of the reason why the crossover happened was it was I'm forgetting his name. He's been like the main showrunner for The Simpsons basically for the last 20 years. Al Jean, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was the creator or co-creator of The Critic. Because I'm pretty sure like he was involved in The Simpsons super early on, if I remember correctly, and then I think he left and he did that, and then he came back because it only got a couple of seasons. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is if the fans for it want it to happen and they've got enough support through that and they make it and they have that kind of like input stuff, it's like, all the power to them. Hope it works out. Literal top 3 Marvel characters before Disney took over. Are we saying 2000 up to 2007, 8 around then, right? Disney took over soon after.
Well, Disney got 2009 is when they got Marvel.
So up to then, Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Hulk. Out of all those characters, only Spider-Man barely remains. I'd say Wolverine's clearly they probably see Wolverine as doing pretty well in terms of Deadpool and Wolverine, even though that's kind of complicated because it's specifically Hugh Jackman, obviously. And even then, you don't know how much that can spend after they've done this fucking fourth revival. Hulk, yeah, I'd be inclined to say is in trouble. The thing is, what would happen if they made a solo Hulk film that was a brand new continuity and had an actor that was very much suitable and they had a really solid trailer? Do you think it would make money?
Yeah.
I think so.
I'm
I
inclined
think
to
there's
say
a
so.
decent amount of people who actually want like a good Hulk or
Yeah.
Hulk done right. As long as that trailer and the information makes it feel distinctly different from current Hulk, I think there will be interest for it.
Good work. And then Spider-Man, yeah, Spider-Man's very healthy right now. He's fine.
And it would be very, very difficult to clearly establish the separation. And I think superhero movies in general are being sort of damned by association with themselves. I think it might struggle to get even a very distinctive Hulk movie off the ground. And also, then it would depend how much they spend on it. You know, can they do it for under $400 million these days? Probably not.
Yeah, if they did it for 50,
know,
it'd probably be a sure thing for making a profit.
I just assume, like, why wouldn't you make like a Hulk movie where you use the template of the 70s show as kind of like not necessarily the overall like format, but certainly the premise of, you know, Bruce Banner on the run, and then like some relatively small story that maybe becomes like a much bigger story and then becomes a small story again of just him getting involved in, you know, some situation that he cares about. And then Hulk becomes involved and things get crazy and it's all about resolving it and essentially, you know, returning to where he was before in a sense, but maybe like with a little bit more renewed vigor. Something like that. I would, because that's basically what I would want. I want like Hulk stories that deal with the reality that Hulk is very detrimental to Bruce's life. You know, it's not like that shit go like, I don't know. It's yeah, no Professor Hulk, that's for sure.
Funny enough as well, on the health of Spider-Man, it's like if they made a solo Tom Holland or Tobey Maguire or Andrew Garfield Spider-Man right now with the right people making it, probably would be fine, like, no matter what.
Yeah, that
which is remarkable.
Yeah,
3 different men can play Spider-Man right now, and it wouldn't like change the fact that it'd be profitable.
It wouldn't make a difference. Yeah, which is not the same for
anyone else,
Batman or Superman, who are you know essentially in the same category of like the S tier in terms of recognizability superheroes. It's those 3, and Spider-Man is the healthiest of those 3. Which is kind of crazy when you think about the nature of how the films have arisen, you know, over the last, like, it's just Spider-Man, man. He's popular. Everybody loves Spider-Man.
Kind of funny that it's the first generation of X-Men. They didn't want the second gen. McAvoy and Fassbender busy. Don't know. Maybe even they drew the line. They were like, we can't be bringing back multiple generations of multiple characters. It's gonna get real fucking confusing. But fuck it, I would say bring them all back. Bring everything, every fucking thing you can bring. Just put them in.
Yeah, might as well if they can. I assume it's because Marvel thought it would be better in terms of getting the nostalgia bucks to do the original rather than the new. Since the new kind of has like a bit of a mixed reputation in terms of those films, because you know most people like First Class and Days of Future Past, but Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix get shit on, which is pretty funny when those films are almost certainly better than the vast majority of Phase 4 and 5 films for their many problems that they have. Like, those films are not good at all, but they are better than, like, Phase 4 and 5. They did have stories that they wanted to tell.
I would actually, like, campaign heavily if I were on whatever team needs to do this behind the scenes to get Jar Jar Binks. I'd just be like, we can do it. We have the rights share. I think the audience would appreciate it. They would find it funny, and we can give the guy, you know, offer it to him if he wants to. Ahmed Best, right? And be like, we can make it funny, and we can make the audience like you if you want. You know,
I will make you the most
epic
powerful
scene
character.
where like Doctor Doom takes his mask off, and it's Jar Jar behind it instead of Robert Downey Jr. Massive rug pull.
They just want a pensive bearded Jar Jar who they need like his wise words to take on Doom. He would help him out. The movie's like dumping a big bowl of kitchen scraps into a pot of gruel in an attempt to make the gruel more appetizing. It's like putting more gruel into the gruel, right? Like it's just gruel and gruel. It's like, which flavor is this? Is either brown or mystery?
Brown or mystery?
Doom. I'm gonna give you the Joker 2 treatment. Bends Loki over the time throne and dooms his day. Loki's ass will never be the same again. Well, the thing is, yeah, we joke about it, but they do have to deal with that. Loki's basically in charge of everything, in the universe. So Doom's probably gonna have to deal.
He would never. And it's weird because he would never ever bother with the affairs of mortals. He's just so above it all. It's so beneath him.
He would break his brain.
It would.
Full cosmos, whatever. Yeah.
That is unironically why I can't really see a role for him that isn't as a McMuffin for like everybody in the universe to try and reach. Like he can't be involved in the story on a granular level. He has to be over and above everything else. He has to be the thing people aim for, right?
That's true, but they could then just be like, he can also manifest himself in these universes as an avatar, and it's like, there's Loki.
Yeah, they could.
And he's like, this takes just a fraction of my computational power, but here I am. Some bullshit. Howdy, friends. I just got here, so sorry if this has been asked, but how are we feeling about Daredevil, especially you, Morley? I think it's 90% boring slop for 10% glory that keeps me trudging along. Pretty awful. Pretty awful, Born Again. These next 3 episodes
are terrible.
I hate to spoil it, but we're not fans of the next 3.
I don't like them.
No.
We haven't even talked about it, and I know that these 2 aren't fans.
I'd be interested to know what the 10% glory is, even. I think I know the scenes that people have cited as being the ones that are really good, but even those scenes... Yeah.
A lot of people are very happy with episode 6 for some reason, ... I know the reason, but it's not a good reason. However, there is one scene in episode 4 that I do think is vast majority good. There's still criticism, but it's like, oh my god, they came close to... There's like a line or two where I was like, oh wow, that feels like a writer wrote this. Nice.
And it's just back to... There's a lot of cuck pin.
There's loads of it, yes.
And even the scene that people are praising is essentially a cuck pin scene, as far as I'm concerned. But and also, like, I don't know, why aren't people talking about all the floopy Daredevil flooping across the rooftops?
Oh god, it's so bad. It is so awful.
It looks awful. Well, you can just get him or someone else to just run across the roof.
I almost want to like buy them a drone and be like, okay, you just get up there. You could do this in literal half an hour. It'll be real quick, I swear, and it'll look so much better. Fringy, what are your thoughts on Ed's World and its ending?
Well, I really like Ed's World. That was a really cool series. I don't remember a whole lot about the ending. I know that it had one, though. I'm pretty sure it's continued post the ending. Like there was an ending storyline, but that they've essentially decided to keep it going since then. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Ed's World. That's definitely one of those sort of like early, oh wow, this is something that you can like achieve like more or less by yourself. Obviously there were other people who were helping Ed make it at the time, but as like a driving force for creating like actual like narrative content, like animation on YouTube, that's definitely one of the early examples of that and doing it well. So yeah, I quite like Ed's World.
Neat.
Some of you must have you
I'm
seen it?
aware of it, but I don't think I've really seen it.
No.
Not so much.
But I'm just aware of it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Listening to some older EFAPs, I heard Longman occasionally say, I was confused from the gecko. I am the gecko. I am your nemesis, sir. Evil laugh. Listen, gecko.
I am the gecko.
The gecko has destroyed my whole life, so I'm glad we finally meet. You bastard. Favorite moment or segment of Top Gear if you have seen it all. Or if you've seen it, sorry.
Oh, man. Oh, they just want us to pick one. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Damn. When they turned their I really like the segment where they have to escape what was it? They had to escape like Germany by getting the worst possible gas mileage that they could. And so they would they were driving down the road with the windows down and the doors open and the radio blasted and inflating the tires and things like that. And Hammond actually got pulled over by the police because he was trying to go really slow with the engine revved up really high. So he was backing up traffic really, really far. So the German police stopped him. When they turned their cars into like camper vans and they modify the boats, when they turn them into boats.
Dude, I love
that one. I
both of
always
those.
enjoy the boat ones. It's when they have to do crazy shit
like,
to their cars.
Yeah.
It's almost like a whole camper van for a toilet. It's so amazing.
And Clarkson makes his really tall, like a 2-story little building, and he's going down the highway, and the wind blows, and he's like, ah! And it's tipping over.
Which is the one? What was it? What was like the challenge when they drove like a car made of bricks and a car made of meat or something?
Yeah, you have to make a car out of like unconventional materials. And it was Clarkson's was made out of like bone and sinew and stuff.
Wasn't it like the best one?
James, I think it might have been James May made him out of his was out of like bricks.
And then one of them had soil, right? I think
sustainable
like cars, environmentally friendly.
They did one where they had to do like a big journey in like one of those little like electric chairs. And so they had to fit the electric chairs with all kinds of different gadgets and knickknacks in order to like do the challenge the best. I'm forgetting specifically what it was. Oh man, there's so many to go through. When they had to make their own electric car, there was one where they made their pontoon boat and to go down like the canals.
Yeah.
That was really good. Pretty much all of their journey stuff is really good.
I love the one
where they
build the car like Lego almost, and they have to drive it to a certain destination. It's why am I forgetting where that was? It's like it got airdropped in, and they had to take it piece by piece, put it all together.
Oh, was that the Mongolia one?
Mongolia, yeah, I think that was it.
That was the Grand Tour.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was in like one of the first Grand Tour episodes.
I'm including Grand Tour in the Top Gear question. it's just the same show, damn it.
Well, I think generally Top Gear is better than Grand Tour because they had so like little money comparatively. They couldn't sort of splash out on obviously scripted skits, which kind of distract from what they're really good at. Like the early Grand Tour, when like they were jumping out of Black Hawk helicopters and shit over and over and over again.
I get you. Yeah.
I was like, that's kind of like, it's not really what I'm in this for. But when you are actually on the ground building shit with little money and you're having to make stuff funny with very few resources, that's when their sort of creativity and their imagination just takes over. Which
I always
fun to watch.
Thoroughly enjoy the parts of the show where you're like, oh shit, that's real. Where something happens, you're like, that's definitely not scripted. Good shit. But yeah, there you go. Finally started watching Daredevil Season 3. I fell off after Defenders, but thanks to your coverage of Born Again, I decided to watch it first. Found coverage of Born Again funny, but the more I watch, the more angry I get. The regular arc.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
You're not alone.
Nope. Next, MemeFap when? Rag Platoon Golem when? Well, we answered that.
Soon.
Yeah,
Do not you worry. It will be soon.
MemeFap as soon as we're caught up in our backlog for Super Chats, probably, which is happening. The thing is, there's a couple things. I'll talk more about it the further we go in terms of like different things getting made. I heard rumors Mauler inherently prefers live action over animation. Is this true? Also, watch Studio Ghibli films. They're masterpieces. Rag's gay.
First off,
where would you have heard this?
No.
What?
Or does hate animated
I don't
film.
know what to
I don't
say
know why
other
he
than
does. He's crazy.
The reality is that EFAP in general has more of a bias in favor of animation than like most people.
I don't know why.
If you ask me, do you want to see this one movie or this animated movie? I'll almost always pick animated movie if I know nothing else about him.
My list of favorite media is compared to the average person is vastly disproportionately filled with animation, and I know that for Mauler that's not dissimilar, and for Rags is not dissimilar.
I'm the same, disproportionately weighted in favor of.
So yeah, not sure
of animation
where that even comes from.
because I was like religiously keeping up with at one point South Park, Simpsons, Futurama, Family Guy, American Dad, all at once. I was just,
Archer.
like, less with Archer, but I've seen 4 seasons of Archer. So it always comes across as odd to me. I'm just
Chicken.
like, fucking, animation's been non-stop in my life. The earliest love of like consistent storytelling I have is probably The Simpsons.
Likewise, Simpsons, Pixar movies. Yeah, I'm sorry. So it is kind of funny as that arising. Like, hey, Mola, heard that you have a bias against animation. Care to comment?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know where that got started. Yeah.
I just feel like with every like live action adaptation that comes out that gets covered, there is usually a pretty chunky section at the beginning of any coverage, which is why the fuck was this made? Because it being live action is not itself an excuse for it, which kind of entails that the animated version was perfectly good enough, and you need a reason beyond the change in medium to justify it.
Well, if we can just be honest, all live action remakes are just trying to resell the original. That's all. It's just like we can get some more money.
But they try to do it with the unfortunate legitimacy that a lot of people do lend to it being live action rather than animated, because it's just not... Like, where's the clamoring for Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl to be remade as an animation?
Which could work, just saying.
Look, it absolutely could work. The reality is that translating live action things to animation is way more viable a lot of the time than the other way around.
Yeah, because you can go crazy with style.
Usually something that was made with animation in the first place is doing stuff that is just, like, inherently difficult to do. And, like, imagine Spirited, mentioning Ghibli, Spirited Away, live action. What would that even look like?
Yeah, well,
30 years
like,
when Miyazaki's dead and corporate goons take over everything, that's what they're gonna do.
No, well, I guess the thing is fortunately, I think a lot of that stuff is safe. Basically,
I think
it probably is. Like, Ghibli stuff will be safe, unlike Disney stuff, unlike DreamWorks stuff.
Well, give it 100 years.
That
maybe.
ain't safe. Maybe, but like, it just seems way less likely that they'd be like, yeah, live action Kiki's Delivery Service. That's probably never gonna happen. Meanwhile, live action Incredibles is inevitable.
Yeah, it's inevitable. To your point you've made several times on this show, and streams and stuff, the legitimacy of like making a live action, it seems obvious to Hollywood, as opposed to making something animated as a remake is like, why would we do that? I'd say that that's the proof in that there's so many options they could have for remaking live action shit in animated forms, and they would never do it, like, pretty much ever. It's just, it's like, well, it's money right there, right? And it's like, no.
For instance, the Lord of the Rings trilogy as animated films, that would never happen. That's not going to happen. And I think part of the problem is that fundamentally, like, in the West, there really is just this problem with animation being perceived as for children.
To be clear,
yeah,
you're about to be told there is an animated. It's like, no. He means remaking Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings in an animated
Lord of the Rings trilogy, as animation. But the problem is that, again, Hollywood, basically, we've talked about this before. Adult animation is Family Guy. That's like the perception of what adult animation is. Like, the adult animation, by and large, is like notably cruder than most adult-oriented, like, television. Because, you could say, like, NCIS, that's adult-oriented television, but Family Guy's obviously more, like, edgy than that. And that's, like, the view of what most adult animation can be. And if it's not that, then it's Disney movies. Like, that's sort of the perception of what is viable.
You're gonna have to go into, like, Adult Swim stuff to get, like, adult animated stuff that isn't super simplistic. You either have to get I guess the more primitive 3D sort of animation that you would get in Xavier Renegade Angel, or you get stuff like Super Jail, which isn't complex in terms of the actual style, but the things they do with this style can be really complicated with how stuff is constantly moving, how fast things pop up and go around the screen, and how creative they can be with the visuals, because there's a lot of crazy sci-fi and drug sequences in it. And then when you contrast things... Oh yeah, you go ahead.
Sorry. What I was going to say was that there is just not a lot of... There's not a lot of serialized Western, like, animated dramas. That's, like, not That's the reason why Arcane was particularly notable as an example. Meanwhile, you see a lot more diversity with that regard in, anime. I mean, it's the reason why, I mention it because I'm really quite impressed by it. But A Fox in Space, the Star Fox fan project, it's kind of unique. There's not a lot of things that are like it in the sense that it's an adult-oriented animated series that's trying to tell a story that isn't crude, or filled with swearing or anything like that. That's rare, and that shouldn't be rare. There should be a greater breadth of essentially. There should just be more animated projects in general, across a variety of different, with a variety of different objectives and target audiences. But yeah, whatever. There'll be more live action remakes. Don't you worry. Even if Snow White fails, that ain't gonna stop them. They've still got more that they're doing.
That was
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
That one was for other reasons.
Your sentiment about the squabbles with Star Wars and the MCU reminded me of a tweet from John Graham a few days ago. Quote, "The world makes a lot more sense when you realize nobody really grows up and everything is still high school." Yeah, I mean, I don't know whose quote it is, but it's one I've always remembered. I think I said it to Fringy within the day, actually, that there are no adults, there are only grown-up children. Point of it, obviously, being that really, it's not like you just cross a line and you suddenly have all the knowledge needed to manage and lead the world. It is actually still everyone's constantly figuring everything out. And that there are some realizations you have, specifically like the ones we've been talking about with DC or with Star Wars and stuff, that you're just like, holy shit, they're super immature and they have no idea what they're doing. You're like, yep, that's the truth. They just don't. You'd think they would with the amount of money involved and the amount of experience and whatever have you, but no. They don't. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
It's not like there's a specific college course that you just take that tells you how to run a massive cinematic universe for superhero franchises, and it's something you can just learn to do.
And we get to see the wonderful results.
That's right. Maybe there should be.
Why do y'all think animation is so disrespected as a craft? It's especially galling with the advent of AI, people seeing artists as replaceable, i.e. Shad. Well, that would be two different questions. One of the things I would say about animation's disrespect, a lot of it can come down to just the very notion of cartoon. So many adults see cartoon, they're
it's
like...
childish and immature.
Not even just, childish and just... It's like automatic 50% of value compared to everything else. It's just like...
It is a lower art form.
Yeah. It's like a crayon drawing or something, where it's just like, oh... You're like, what? It's like, nah. That ain't no... Which is funny because film had to go through this once upon a time. It was like, that's a loser sort of medium compared to other forms of storytelling and stuff. Gaming, obviously, much more... Which is somewhat still going through it, even though it's fucking leading the pack on, financials, right? But,
yes, it is. It is a lot of strides have been made in that department in the last 10 years, in particular. Gaming is huge. It's been huge for a while.
Yeah,
but
I would
say,
say
it's still
there are
kind of
even
trapped, unfortunately.
I think there are even still people in the upper generations, older ones, I guess I should say, that to this day will be like, yeah, games are cool, but in the back of their mind, they are like video game.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's
the generational thing is key, isn't it? Because I would have thought roughly the same thing is true of anime as well, in the sense that the first shows that were easily available in the West would have been brought over with, say, the advent of satellite TV, and would have been picked up because of their easy, cheap mass appeal, principally to children. And so the first exposure a lot of adults at the time would have had to animated series would probably have been kid shows, and so the impression is allowed to, and also like the older Disney stuff, they, as lovely and beautiful and profound and meaningful as they are intended to educate kids more than they are necessarily to educate adults, is the impression I think that people sort of take away from a lot of them. So that impression grows, and then your first experience of this new thing coming over on your TV is, well, my kids really like watching Pokemon. That's a cartoon, so all cartoons must be like that. And then that sort of impression locks in. Same thing with video games come about, and there's the huge generational divide. Over time, as more people who grew up with them and appreciating them more so than our parents did sort of take over in studios, that impression might change, but there's still going to be remnants of those, given that the people currently at the tops of studios are still like people in their 70s, 60s, even 50s.
I suppose
Consider
part of what
that you
contributes
can
to this.
go.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
All right, you can go on YouTube and you can look up cartoons that Disney and these companies at the time made for wars, for World War II in particular, where you'd have cartoon characters or cartoon people explaining how to do extremely important, deadly adult tasks, like how do you shoot down enemy planes if you're a bomber gunner, and how to operate, weapons of war, how to gauge artillery distances, how to sight your rifle, what to do if you're getting bombed or shot at by the enemy. And it's just cartoon characters with cartoon sounds and cartoon narration. And it wasn't seen as just because it's an animation, it's not childish. This was what was used to teach adults how to kill and not to die. It's just the culture has shifted in a way that is kind of unfortunate in a lot of regards.
With regard to video games, I feel like part of the problem in terms of video games' continual fight for legitimacy is that a lot of people in the industry seem to be not pleased that they are involved in the video game industry. You get the sense that there are certainly lots of journalists, but also not a negligible number of higher ups in studios that would rather be more like films, or it's this whole sort of rise of cinematic video games, right? As and the fact that they were getting compared to movies, that was the comparison. Yeah, it's like playing a movie. It's like the Citizen Kane of video games. The more that exists as a almost compulsion to compare yourself to a more established medium, the longer I think that problem persists of a sense of not being fully recognized, of almost being a disenfranchised medium of entertainment.
Sad days. All of them have to work so hard to be as legit. Snooty upper class.
Well, I don't know, right? It's almost like the idea of Neil Druckmann being seemingly significantly involved in the Last of Us show. It's you're a video game developer. I know you like shows and movies. That's normal. Basically, everybody enjoys things across a variety of mediums. But you're a developer. You know what I mean? It's why is that?
Well,
it's, I don't know.
The news of the showrunner for the God of War show was I can't be using controller. What is this? How do I press these buttons? You can already tell it was fucking ceremonial, probably. They had it set up, he picked it up and he went, yeah, video games.
This is silly. Yeah, video games. Anyway, just give me the spark notes.
Yeah, and then of course they'd say broadly what the idea is, and he'd be like, ugh, okay, yeah, I guess we can make that work. And then he'd be like, man, fuck you. He'd be like, don't worry, I've got my own idea that's completely fucking different, but it'll have the same names. Some of the same names. Maybe one. You should release 2 super chat catch-ups per week. It's considered. It's. I don't want to spam them. And we're not fully caught up yet, but I would rather intertwine them with some other releases that we've got. Things be cooking. Yeah. I guess I can mention because there's no real time thing on it, but we're getting so close with the comedy arc. Okay. So close.
Ooh, I can taste it.
It can be tasted
in my mouth.
That's how close we are. So, if that starts coming out as well, we'll put them in between that, and you just get yourself a nice run of thingamajiggies. Who knows what it may or may not be, but oh boy, it'll be cool to tell you the list once it's complete of what we got in that arc. I think you guys are going to be all excited.
Yeah, but it will be out, and in not too long. So
hopefully, not
or maybe
too
it will
long,
be
yes.
long.
It could be. It's hard to say. We'll tell you more
when it's out,
when there's
and
more
you'll love
to
it.
be
It'll
able
be
to tell.
great.
How good is Better Call Saul? Just finished Breaking Bad. It's definitely worth seeing if you liked Breaking Bad. Sort of the same, similar creative team, if not the same, and gives you a whole bunch of extra story. There was a question, I think, on Real BBC of which to watch first, considering Better Call Saul is a prequel series. Make sure you watch it second, because it flashes forward past Breaking Bad near the end. and well, throughout technically, but it's very spoilery, quote unquote, near the end. So you definitely want to watch Breaking Bad first. But it is one
I think it's
big
generally
journey.
rare to watch that a prequel should actually be watched before the story that it's a prequel to. It feels like the prequel will inevitably be created, knowing that a lot of people who will be watching it when it's coming out watch the original, and that sort of seeps into it.
And there is a difference between how you construct a story that is the first in the line of things or a prequel, because it's like you are working with some extra information you assume from the audience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Recommend Layer Cake. It's about time all the self-hating whales' arse be healed. Also, Hitman movie 2007 is overhated. Watch it for Assassin's Pride Month. Yeah, Layer
I
Cake
didn't know there
is
was an
very
Assassin's
good.
Pride Month.
As for the 2007 Hitman, is that the guy from? Yeah. I remember watching it.
Another one.
I remember thinking that much.
Did you find it excellent and exciting and full of tension? Did you like the assassinations that were in it?
Finding it, you know that word.
Feels like it shouldn't be too hard to make a Hitman movie, but yeah, I haven't actually seen those though.
Well, yeah, we said that about Mandalorian, and look what they fucking did. They took that down a weird route.
It probably was 2007 that I watched it, so I can't really remember a lot. But yeah. Well, yeah. Marvel copied a Hassan chair stream. I know, crazy. Crazy. Did you see the chair memes on Discord? I haven't, but I will. There's a rumor that Ubisoft will release a remake of Black Flag at the end of the year or early next year. Will you be interested? I haven't played the original.
Okay.
Really?
No.
Oh. I think it's one of the only ones I played and actually finished. It's good fun.
I hear it's good.
Fun.
I hear it's
a fun one. It's I suppose I'm still intrigued that that's the one they've chosen instead of 2. I figured that if they were going to remake
seems like the remake one.
Assassin's Creed 2, but
because 2's a really fun game that's just kind of old now. So
yeah, I guess Black Flag did come out over a decade ago. It is really fun. The ship combat's cool. The exploration, going to all the islands and stuff. I don't remember anything about the story.
No.
Many such cases.
You meet Benjamin Franklin at some point, I think.
Do you meet him in
Assassin's Creed Theory,
or do you meet him in Assassin's Creed 3?
Oh, maybe I'm confusing them.
Assassin's Creed 3 was the American Revolution.
Oh fuck yeah, no, I must be confusing them. Damn it! Well, I know I enjoyed the game. I just apparently don't remember which century it was set in.
timeline-wise to it.
Yeah, it's set earlier because it's Edward Kenway. It's Edward, and then there's Hatham, and then there's Connor.
Edward the director?
No,
Edward Cullen the vampire.
No,
he was an excellent assassin.
Edward, I can't remember. Kenway, wasn't it?
I cannot remember. I can't recall.
Whatever it was, yeah.
Am I thinking of Benjamin Hornigold instead, the pirate, who was kind of like,
Hornigold is.
Well, you mean Blackbeard.
He's horny for gold.
The whole Assassin's Creed shtick is that whoever you play as meets all of the most important people at that time period. You know, and Ezio meeting the Medicis and having a fight with the Pope, and like Connor specifically, like almost single-handedly delivering the American Revolution to the Patriots.
Have you guys played Mouthwashing? No, but I've got it under many recommendations.
I got it.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. A super chat recommended it, and so
I've seen loads of people talking about how
I've got it on my wish list.
Good storytism, so I do want to play it.
Absurdly highly rated on Steam.
Yes.
Yeah.
A shilling for the question meter. Thank you. And a shilling for the answer gauge. Wow. Both of them are filled.
We're getting some engineering up in this.
Yes.
My
buddy and I were arguing between Breaking Bad or The Wire being better. Which would you guys say is better and why? Oh no. I don't think any of us have seen The Wire. Platoon, have you seen it?
I have not seen The Wire. No.
Damn it. Well, I will say
eventually, don't worry.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see it, but it's got big shoes to beat, so to speak, about Breaking Bad if it's going to take over that, you know.
People do really speak highly of The Wire,
they do,
so I do expect that it's going to be quite good.
Yeah, it's like fame. The I would say like on the shelf or trophy case of like best TV shows of all time, you find stuff like Breaking Bad and The Wire and Sopranos. They're like always mentioned. So
Yep.
be interesting to check it out. Fringy, I saw Australia last September. It's a beautiful country and the food was great. Also went bungee jumping. It was terrifying. I recommend it. What's the scariest thing you guys have ever done?
Scariest thing that I've ever done. Oh, no, that's different from just the most scared you've ever been. The scariest thing you've ever done.
Well, this
when
is
I
a
was
complicated
young,
question. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I was young, I guess it's stupid. Everything I did was when I was younger. But when I was particularly young, there's a lake about an hour, 15 minutes north of us called Greer's Ferry Lake. It's a pretty big lake. It's lovely. And a lot of people go out boating there, and we've done that as well. We had a cabin up there that we'd spend a lot of time in the summers with. And there are these big cliffs along some parts of Greer's Ferry Lake. And depending on how high the water was, because the water would go up and down, kind of depending on rain and stuff. But the cliffs they could get really, really big. And if you're a really young kid, looking all the way down into the water when you're standing on a cliff's edge, you get really, really scared. And I remember jumping off and getting used to jumping off into water was one of the scariest things I ever did. I really loved it and I came to really enjoy it. But especially early on, I got the mega heebie-jeebies and didn't want to actually jump off this cliff into the water far down below.
The problem with me trying to answer this, like, would it count if it were just a time where I was at my most afraid, technically? Even though the event itself might not be that scary? Does that count?
It says maybe. Scariest thing. I'm trying to think.
I think it would count.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've mentioned this story before. It's just one of it's embedded into my mind because it was not something to see when you were younger. But what I mean by this is, so just I was playing on something and but like swinging on something. It's hard to explain. Like, say there's a bar and you just sort of going horizontally back and forth, like you are the swing, so to speak. And just underneath it was a nice line of like not a bit more jagged than concrete, and I swung low enough that I scratched back and forth pretty fast on my back, and I felt like that hurt. Ow! I don't exactly know why, because what had happened is my shirt had come up from swinging, so it wasn't like a layer of somewhat protection. And my sister saw it, and she screamed, and I was like, "What just happened?" And managed to see it through mirrors. All of my back was just blood, and I was just like, "What the fuck?" And what had happened was like, however many layers of skin got taken off to make that happen, but not to have any kind of significant effect, if you know what I mean. Like, it healed really quick and really easy. But, that was terrifying, especially because I was super young and I had no idea what I had done. And it's one of those things where the brain isn't reliable, so I wonder what actually happened versus how I remember it,
Especially when you're young and how exaggerated a lot of stuff kind of is. Yeah.
It can be exaggerated, or it can sometimes like go in the other direction, and like the shock thing kicks in, and you don't quite like your pain senses can dull. I cut halfway through my finger making a little balsa wood aeroplane. Didn't feel a single thing, but it was sort of flopping around, being weird, which wasn't scary. It was just kind of, that's odd that like my pain receptors are not matching the horror that I've obviously inflicted upon myself. Scariest thing, there's not a huge amount of scary shit to do in England. It's like it's a
very
really
dull.
unscary country. It's so boring. I guess swept out by the tide when I was a kid, swimming in the sea, like looking up and realizing that you are like several miles away from where you thought you were, and you're still going further out. That's not great because people die like that. And then like I lost my boat, which I lived on, in a fire, and it sort of burned down, and I lost everything I owned, and it could have exploded and killed people, but I wasn't on it, so it wasn't really scary. It was just kind of scary for other people.
Well, Fringy, what about you? Have you fought like a dinosaur or something in Australia?
I'm thinking, but the problem is like nothing in particular is like jumping out as like some stark, like terrifying thing as like a memory, because all I was thinking is like, oh yeah, I went up the Eureka, the skyscraper, and there's this thing where they have like the it's like you get in a box and then the box like juts out of the building and then the glass like goes clear so that you can see how high up you are. And I'm thinking about that. It's like, yeah, but that's like that's the point. Is like that's meant to be kind of like, oh shit, that's kind of, you know, because heights. I think it's pretty rational to be afraid of heights. Yeah, that's the problem. Is like that. That was what came to mind. I'm like, yeah, but that's not like a real thing though. It's not like you were fucking petrified or anything. Like he was like, oh yeah, that's kind of like high, but not like, oh shit, I might die right here. I'm trying to think about like if there were any encounters with animals, but like I'm not really, you know, like the most common like spider that you'd encounter is a huntsman, and they're harmless. Like a funnel web spider, that'd be like scary, but that's never happened. I've seen like a brown snake once or twice, you know, like while out walking, but like that's not really, you know, it's just like, well, yeah, I mean, as long as it's not close by, then you should be fine. I don't know, like at the moment, nothing's like jumping out as I guess fitting what that question is, even though I'm sure there is an example. It's just not coming to mind.
At this point, I'd rather have an X-Men film with both the 2000s and 2010s cast. Not interested in Doomsday and Secret Wars if they're just cameos. That's what it will be. There's just too many people. It's impossible for them to get all like meaningful stories.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Could you answer the question? I had something chimed. I had to deafen. Could you say the super chat again?
They'd rather have an X-Men film with the X-Men cast from the modern and reboot, or rather past and future, than do Doomsday and Secret Wars if they're just cameos, which what they're gonna be.
Well, with this cast, and that's they want to have a 6-hour movie. Yes. They're like, oh, people sat through a 5-hour live stream. They'll sit through a 6-hour movie, right?
6 hours, even with a cast of 100 people, I guess you can make some meaningful things happen. But like, I don't know, it's just so many.
Hey, Boromir was like 25 minutes, right? Something like that. If we don't count, we don't count the episode, I almost said episode 2, the Two Towers, right? Deleted scene. But you could do a lot with a little, but you got to be really talented. And well, I don't know if they have those people.
Infinity War is probably the template because that was a big cast, and the time was not distributed evenly. There were specific people who the film essentially deemed as being much more important in terms of their POV, and they're pretty logical choices, right? Thanos got a lot of screen time. Tony got a lot of screen time. Thor got a lot of screen time. Captain America notably kind of got like not a whole lot of screen time. And obviously attaching certain characters to these more prominent POV characters is a way to ensure that they get their time too. But when you're thinking about this film, it's like, well, who would be the prominent POV characters? Like, well, Doom, I guess. Thor, it's like, but why would Thor be a prominent POV character? Like, who knows? It's like, I don't know, Reed Richards. Maybe it's like, yeah, but like, what exactly? I mean, if this is not, like, depending on whether the Doom is from his universe or not, that probably changes how relevant it would be. Like, I don't know that there's any reason to think like, well, wait, who would I be most interested in amongst these characters seeing Doom or interacting with Doom or having their perspective explored on Doom based on all of the stories we've had prior? The only reasonable answer is literally nobody. Compared to Thanos, where Tony in particular is obviously going to have a strong feeling about it because like Tony essentially saw like Thanos's potential in terms of the amount of damage that he could cause. So he's like uniquely suited to have an opinion. Thor is, you know, old and traveled, and obviously you get your reason right at the beginning of the film. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Infinity War is the template, but it's not a template that they can reasonably use.
Well, they can't. They literally can't, because one of the greatest elements of what Infinity War was able to accomplish was that it was able to cash in on a lot of good movies before it, which is why you can make weird pairings like Thor and Rocket Raccoon being a buddy, you know, being buddies as part of the plot. And you're like, oh, I know both of these characters. They've never met before, but I like them both. I'm eager to see them interact and do story stuff together and have conversations. And it's some of the best stuff in the movie. And you would never have thought that before you went in.
Yep.
But with Doomsday, I guess I don't really know anything about most of these people, essentially, because of how poorly they've been written. They're either bad characters or not characters, or they're from a different multiverse and they'll ruin it. So I don't know
Well,
what
some
there
of
is
them
for
haven't
me to
even
be
been
actually
introduced
invested
yet.
in. Yeah,
Like,
I don't.
Fantastic Four, we haven't seen them yet. And if
And
they're
even
filmed
people we've
shit,
seen
then it'll
multiple
be like, oh,
times.
okay.
Like, oh,
Yeah.
we've seen Danny Ramirez multiple times. Who the fuck cares?
Well,
He's
and
annoying.
I suppose the particularly grim part is Anthony Mackie's, Falcon. He's been in it for a long time, but like, I don't know why I'd be particularly interested in what he thinks about Doctor Doom.
He's probably just gonna be like, Doctor Doom, you're bad. Stop being bad.
Yeah.
You've got to do
He'll
better,
say
Doctor
Avengers
Doom.
Assemble, and then they'll show the whole cast, and it will be lame.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, there's the actors and the.
They'll have their own
all
portal
right.
sequence, but whatever it is, and you'll have Yelena and Kate Bishop and Miss Marvel and America Chavez. They'll be jumping in, and they'll play the
I'm not
triumphant
gonna care about any of
music.
these pair ups. Like, oh, Frank
Well,
Castle and Matt Murdock fighting side by side, even though they have different ideologies, is like, wow, that's really fucking cool. I'm really interested to watch this, and I want to see it again, sort of. And with all these and all that they've done, is like, I don't care
This will
about
be
any
like,
of you people.
they'll do it's kind of the same as the one where it's like, look at all of the women. It's like, yeah, but I mean, most of them aren't. Like, who are we kidding? These aren't the most interesting characters in this universe, all right? Like,
you might even say
like,
it was a suspicious amount of women.
Yes.
Well, what? That they
As
all
a,
showed up at the exact same point on the battlefield at the exact same time.
Finally,
to do the run together.
no bullshit was justified.
And it is funny to just think like, oh yeah, Mantis is there too. What's she gonna do? Captain
When I
Marvel
saw the
didn't even
behind the
need any
scenes,
help.
you see the behind the scenes pictures where they have the green screen far behind them. They're on the set, and all the chicks are together in this clump, and they're just kind of moving forwards. And I'm like, man, this is just the most, just cynical.
Well, the fact that you
like
feel compelled to do that says something
tokenism.
about your attitude, not yours, but their attitude, like the studio's attitude, that they're like, yes, we need to single out all the female characters. It's like, you would never say this for the men.
No.
Like, do you not realize that when you do this, it's already condescending? Like, yes, the women need their time to shine. It's like, they're characters. Just let them be the characters
I just
that
assumed
they are.
wouldn't they be fighting alongside the men, their compatriots in arms,
No.
their
I guess
comrades,
what
their
I mean
friends
is
and
that
buddies?
you cannot imagine the scene being the other way around, where Spider-Man's like, "Hey, you're gonna get through them alone," and then Iron Man drops in and says, he's not alone," and then all the fucking men are there. Like, they wouldn't do that. It's just like, it would never happen because it's silly.
Avengers man symbol.
Yeah.
That's we need Austin Powers because he has the man symbol. Little necklace.
That is the other side of Doomsday, though. It's not just the fact the villain has no established relationship with any of the characters that we know. It's that they don't have anything to say to each other either. Whereas at least, thanks to the Captain America movies, you've got this ongoing battle of like ideology and thought and belief between two of the most important characters on the good guys team. They can fall out. They have points of view on the world. They have shit to say to each other. They can blame each other when things go wrong. All of that stuff that actually really fleshes out this as a character piece rather than just action figures smashing together. And we don't have that either because Thor and the new Captain Falcon, what's going on between them? Do they have a relationship even? Have they even spoken to each other? And they've been on the same team, but do they know who they are?
Have. I don't think they've ever spoken, no. And
they can't
that's a good
reference
point. Like,
their
what's
history
going to be their
anymore.
disagreement?
Like,
nope.
What history do they even both have, and what things actually happened? There's a lot of stuff now that like they pretend doesn't exist. And I'm guessing it's all just gonna be jokes, isn't it? Like, you meet Zeus?
It'll all be bad
you kill
jokes.
Zeus? You'd be like, yeah. Anyway.
No, Zeus is alive, remember? And Hercules is going to get him.
Doesn't mean he didn't kill him. He threw a lightning thing through him.
Hercules is going to get him in Thor 5.
That's totally going to happen.
Yes, it is.
Hey guys, what would you consider the Mount Rushmore of movies? I'm the guy with the shocking Wrath of Khan hot take, of course, was joking, lol. Well, fair enough. And Mount Rushmore of movies. So 4 films to go on the mountain.
Well, Snow White's going up there because of it basically paved the way for animated movies being a thing on the big screen. And it created
That's probably a good choice.
Probably established Disney as the company we sort of understand it to be today. So probably Snow White's going to be up there.
Citizen
What other ones
Kane.
would it be?
Citizen Kane has got to be on there. I know it's the commonly cited case, but like it really is a very important film.
I'm just sort of
Rebel
thinking.
Moon.
Should we go by like just all of them are different Rebel Moon characters?
Well, yeah, because now I'm thinking like what would be the quintessential comedy film to put up there?
Oh, Monty Python and the Holy Grail is.
I was thinking
often
that, but I'm
cited
not
as
sure.
Very well known.
I don't know. I don't know if
There's
that.
a lot of.
I'm
There's
also
a lot of
inclined
good
to
ones.
agree with chat that Star Wars might need to go on there.
Oh shit! Yeah,
Yeah.
Star
I
Wars
think
is on
so.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Star Wars is on there. You're gonna have a
definitely on
Darth
there.
Vader or something up there. Yep.
Okay. One more then.
Well,
I think it should
well,
be
I
a
mean, like,
comedy.
would you stick Star Wars up there over, say, like 2001, which establishes that all
I
like the
would.
technology that's
Oh,
used,
oh,
that's like
hmm.
the idea that you can actually film
It's
stuff
kind of
like
the
this. So many of the design elements come from it.
It's
Like,
kind of
as
like
much as I respect
what it
2001, I still think Star Wars
it's what it goes on to
has.
inspire, while simultaneously like it's just its cultural impact. Star Wars is essentially unparalleled, at least like in a lot of ways.
Mhm.
2001 was huge, but as are many different films of that. It's kind of like that discussion we're having over Wolfenstein versus Doom. It's like, well,
I don't know, because I'd phrase it more like in the Snow White conversation in terms of like this is a movie. Because like my natural inclination is to say Star Wars because it gives us characters that 2001 doesn't. But 2001 kind of establishes so much that Star Wars goes on to use, that Star Wars is kind of a descendant of that movie. So if it's in the way that Snow White inspires an entire genre of movie, 2001 arguably is the progenitor of Star Wars more than Star Wars is the progenitor of other things.
well, that's kind of what I was
I
getting at.
feel
That
like
like
they're
Star Wars
distinctly
is
different enough.
Star Wars is a collection of a
Um,
huge amount of inspirations, right? But like we wouldn't
Mhm.
like what Star Wars did is something that is
It's action, it's
incredible.
heroism, it's sci-fi, it's a touch of
Yeah.
fantasy, it's the music of it kind of made together for it. It's the 2001.
Well,
It's
and
not a
then
bad
maybe
choice, but
maybe
I
the
think
more
that Star
unfortunate
Wars is.
reality as well is that Star Wars has defined franchise movies. Basically, it is
Oh,
like
sure.
the beginning of. No, I mean the thing is though I am compelled by the idea of 2001 going on there
Yeah,
instead.
same.
Like that is because it's true that in terms of like a lot of the techniques for essentially producing all of the space sequences, like that, Star Wars owes a lot to that. And then of course it's just like a great film to put there anyway. It's just like, yeah, this is like some of what films can achieve. Like this kind of showed the world like some of the things that films can achieve, and it was remarkable.
On the comedy side, I'm not
Maybe.
actually against Blazing Saddles because 74 is like super early. If it's like it would be in the competition.
Oh, but should it? But maybe it's Hot Fuzz.
No, I think Hot Fuzz is disqualified. It can't get up on
What,
that.
too
Too late.
recent?
It's just too new. Yeah.
Too recent. Okay, so is the conclusion that well, here's a question: if we felt that it was a war film should go there, would Saving Private Ryan be considered too new?
Probably.
It might be, yeah, too new.
So
Especially
it'd have
given
to be
like how
like
many of the
all Quiet on
40s
the
and
Western
50s
Front
ones, or like
would
The Longest
be.
Day or something like that. Like there were
Bridge
so
Too
many of
Far.
those that came out from
Bridge
that.
Too
Yeah,
Far,
Bridge Too
yeah.
Far as well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess the reason because my view is essentially Saving Private Ryan is kind of like the amount of influence it's had on everything that's come afterward is like very significant. It feels like it is the essentially
I think
define what like war movies would be going forward.
I think you're right, but I also think there's too many big stepping stones that happened before Saving Private Ryan.
Here's a question: if this was not to necessarily distract us too much, if it was television, like if the choice was to be talking
Ooh.
about television shows, because I would say The Simpsons is obviously on the Mount Rushmore, and that's from
Obviously.
the 90s.
Mhm.
And so I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at is like I don't know that we'd be saying, well, yeah, but it should be the Flintstones. It's like, nah, it's the
But in terms
Simpsons.
of, but I feel
You
like
know what I mean?
Flintstones and The Simpsons are different enough in their tone.
Yeah, I'd say Simpsons
and
dwarfs
kinda, yeah.
Flintstones though, like in terms of
Yeah.
its popularity.
Well, that's a I mean, maybe contemporary, but I mean, Flintstones was like Flintstones stood alone for like 30 years, basically, in terms of being like primetime animated television show, you know, and popular. Like this,
and it was the first time on TV a couple was shown in bed together.
I'm pretty sure that the Flintstones was massively successful at the time of its release. Like it was, that's the reason why I think it's so apt to compare it to The Simpsons, because it was essentially the first show to prove that you could have an animated show, primetime television,
yeah, 6
be
years.
successful and well regarded.
60 to 66.
And I guess that's almost my question is like, well, wait, would we be saying that like Bewitched would be going on there instead of like Seinfeld or
well, that kind of entails because again, it goes back to the Mount Rushmore point, being that we are talking kind of like these are the progenitor things going on, not necessarily the most currently popular things. Like other things that came later might have gone on to have a bigger later impact, but if it's the Mount Rushmore, you want the things that inspire those creations.
It changes the whole dynamic because you can always roll back further and further and further and further. Like we said, not even Pong got onto our gaming one, even though that was a development of something else.
You know, something to note as well. Teddy Roosevelt is notably younger than everybody else on Mount Rushmore, right? He was comparatively a newer president by comparison to Washington and Lincoln, and it's Jefferson, right? He's
could we agree that maybe like a representation of like Hanna-Barbera as a studio should be the face on Mount Rushmore for
I would fight for The Simpsons. That's kind of the point.
The Simpsons should be there. I think. I think so.
The Flintstones went for
I think the Simpsons
how long?
are
6 years.
Yeah, I feel like all things considered, The Simpsons dwarfs it. I don't see how
Flintstones or Simpsons. Yeah, I think it's. I think Simpsons is enough. I think it's influenced too much of even as recent as it is. The things that
Family
came after
Guy
it,
is often made fun of for being a crappy copy of Simpsons.
Remember, the reason why I raised this argument is because it's kind of a similar argument I would use for Saving Private Ryan, in terms of its significant influence on war films.
I don't think that's as clear cut. It's kind of like. I mean, there's a lot of things. You know, like Resident Evil 4 is hyper influential for a lot of games that came after it. I still don't think it should be on Rushmore.
No, I mean that I suppose the reason why that would be the case though is because it's more.
We could squeeze a little Salazar in there. He's a little guy.
I don't know, because I guess when the problem is I'm wondering, like with video games and stuff with Resident Evil 4, it's like but like it feels. I'm just trying to think about like almost like how I'm trying to square away the nature of like how something gets up there, because as has been discussed, being the first is not necessarily what gets you up there. It's like being the most significant is almost the more relevant part. Doom was more significant in a sense than Wolfenstein, even though Wolfenstein came earlier. And same with like Super Mario 64 was preceded by a lot of Mario games.
Yeah.
But it's a really good example of like this was the beginning of 3D as a thing. Well, I guess in that case, when it comes to comedies, would the conclusion be, to try and draw it back to the question, that like anything from the 90s or later is essentially excluded?
It's like it is genuinely a balance of how popular did it get, how influential, and then how foundational is it at the same time. What does it average out to? What ends up scoring the highest? When you combine both scores and average it out.
Okay, well, I'm trying to think then.
Some people suggested I saw, and I'd probably be inclined to say that I might want to put Looney Tunes on there before Simpsons. I'm not sure.
Well, Looney Tunes wasn't a television show.
What was it?
It was theatrical shorts.
Huh.
They played shorts before films, so 5-minute theatrical, like the same way that Pixar has short films that they introduce their films with. That's what Looney Tunes was, theatrical shorts.
You couldn't view it on like TV? Did they ever play it?
I mean, there might have been airings and stuff on TV, but Looney Tunes was theatrical shorts. That was the format.
Yep.
They played.
I mean, back in the day, like the Disney silly symphonies and things were.
Well, I mean, bear in mind, Looney Tunes was essentially killed like by Hanna-Barbera. Like Hanna-Barbera's format of doing television animation basically killed theatrical shorts, because
also the fact people were getting
comparatively
TVs.
Way cheaper. And TVs as well, getting
TVs
around.
had to like physically become prominent enough.
Looney Tunes ended in the 60s, and it was because that was the era when there were starting to be animated shows that were being produced on like Looney Tunes is like the animators were not paid fantastically, but it is hand drawn. Well, that's all hand drawn, but it was, you know, like,
I mean,
way more frames.
I think in
way more
spirit they
frames
should
of
be allowed to
animation for Looney
compete,
Tunes.
and that's going to be the
I mean,
closest
if
they
we
can get,
were
right?
going to put them in the television form, I mean, I'd be happy to put them in the film format. I'd be happy to put Looney Tunes on there because I fucking love Looney Tunes and the influence is significant.
Yeah, but
I'd
they
be more than
wouldn't.
happy to put Looney Tunes on Rushmore.
I presume they wouldn't outclass Snow White's position.
Snow White. The problem is because theatrical shorts already existed before Snow White, but Snow White is what Rags mentioned. It proved that a theatrical animated film was viable, yeah.
It's kind of like a multi-pronged reason. Not the fact that it was just the first, but what it had to do to be the first. Technological invention, as well as essentially a reinvention of what cartoons were as a concept. It was the first of its kind in that way. It changed the way that people even engaged with what cartoons could be, and that you could have characters and emotions in an actual arc as like a movie.
We could we could split it into the animated Mount Rushmore and the live action Mount Rushmore.
Oh well, the animated Mount Rushmore is that's an interesting one because I think Toy Story has to be on it.
I think that's fair.
I think it has to be.
I think Toy Story has to, and if Toy Story, Snow White, I would want Looney Tunes on there, and then I would probably want The Simpsons. Well, oh fuck,
Bugs Bunny,
it feels like there should be an anime there, and it's funny because if it's like, well, which one? It's like, it's Astro Boy, right? Like Astro Boy is probably because I was like, what about Dragon Ball? It's like, yeah, I mean, but like
wouldn't it be Akira or
Astro
something
Boy.
like Akira or something that really brings it for the first time to an entirely new hemisphere of the Earth, basically, as an art form that can be appreciated like by adults as well as children.
That's a fair point. I guess if it depended if we had animated films versus television shows.
How many Mount Rushmores have we got at this point? We got like
it's a mountainy country, okay? We got a lot of mountains just right for the carving.
The reason why Astro Boy came to mind is because, like, as far as I'm aware, like Astro Boy basically was like, not only was it insanely popular, but it essentially has like a massive influence on like a huge amount of anime or manga that came afterward. And I suppose that's almost like part of the spirit is like, not only was something, did it achieve a really high quality in and of its own right, and then additionally, did it have a massive influence on what came afterward? Which is part of the reason why, you know, the movie list as it stands right now is Citizen Kane, Snow White. Sorry, we had a third one, didn't we?
What was our movie one? Oh, it was 2000.
We had Snow White. We had it was Star Wars.
Star Wars, yeah, and 2001's a maybe.
Let's find number 4 then. Let's figure out what the 4 should be. I feel like there's other comedy films that we should be thinking about from even earlier than Blazing Saddles.
Should it be and this is not counting TV shows, so stuff like I Love Lucy and Gilligan's Island and
I Love Lucy like should probably be on the TV list in terms of like the influence it had on basically all sitcoms going forward. But that's for television.
So comedy movies.
Yeah.
Comedy movie is I feel the slot that needs to be filled. And I'm wondering if Blazing Saddles might not even be the best example in terms of an earlier comedy. I'm thinking if there's something that we're missing.
What do you any idea? Because like that would be older than Monty Python's movies, right?
Yes, I'm thinking. It feels like it should be something from the 60s or the 50s.
I'm not that familiar with.
No, unfortunately, yeah. It's
we going back to like right now. You know, like Laurel and Hardy stuff. We going like silent era. You thinking of that?
I mean, should we put like Buster Keaton and stuff like that on there? The Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah, that's
first off, that stuff is
it's
actually funny. It's
hilarious.
So,
no one's denying that.
Abbott and Costello.
It probably should be Buster Keaton or Charlie Chaplin, or it probably should. It probably should. The skew is heavily to the earlier parts of the earlier era of the film industry.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's
Well, I
interesting,
guess
right? Because like
that's an answer
we're
then, yeah.
reaching back far further than our actual generation is but like that is relevant because it's like not only what did they do for their time, but how did they ripple through time up to now even.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
How did
that's
we
the
get
reason
to
why,
us?
like, if you cited, you know, disaster movie or epic movie or something, they'd be like, well, King Kong, you know, that would
I was
be
thinking
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the case
yeah.
of like something like Jaws as being the well, it was the original blockbuster,
Blockbuster,
but
yeah.
trying to
Yeah,
think of how
sure.
many other movies that are out there that can really be said to be much like Jaws, not just in the fact that like quality, but like the overall story that it tells and the way that it tells that story.
Mhm.
There's other creature features, but I don't necessarily know how Jaws. What did Jaws directly lead into?
Jaws 2.
I get the point
Yeah.
that you're making in the sense that there aren't many films I would actually say are like Jaws, as much as films comparing themselves to Jaws is kind of like a really lame marketing gimmick. Jaws is somewhat unique compared to like Superman, which is essentially, you know, there's a lot of films that have ended up being like Superman over the years, right? Or like the, you know, Spider-Man or the X-Men, the first X-Men. Like that there's more similarities in those films, or even like other action films, right? That you could say that yeah, I get your point on Jaws, but Jaws is like massively influential in and of
I
itself.
think
So
would Jaws' place be taken by Star Wars though?
oh well, shit. Fuck, I can't believe Gone with the Wind probably has to be on there, right?
Oh yeah, musicals should have their
Gone with the
space.
Wind.
Well, this what like The Sound of Music or
Well, now I'm thinking like if we actually tried to do it via genre in any way, shape, or form, it's like 4's nowhere near enough, is it?
You'd have to have
not really because
combinations, but like Snow White's a combination of like animation, musical.
Snow White should be, yeah, like that feels like it's one that shouldn't, but it's almost like I don't like the idea of displacing Citizen Kane with like Gone with the Wind. It doesn't feel like it feels like something's been lost in the process.
Clearly, our
there,
conclusion
you
here
know?
is they fucked up Mount Rushmore when they made only 4 spaces. They screwed it all up.
But what they should have had more. They should have put on who else should they have put on?
You trying to pick
I'm
like a
trying to think.
non-controversial choice?
Yeah, I sort of. I was just sort of like, who can I say that would piss people off?
President Gumbo. He was president for a day. Most people don't remember him. He was a real good guy. He had a heart attack.
Oh, jeez. All right.
No, he was good. He was just, you know, wrong place, wrong time.
Good
Had too
man.
much gumbo.
Yeah, okay, sure. He can go on there as a fifth head of Mount because the problem I was thinking is literally if you picked anybody after Teddy Roosevelt, I think someone would have a problem with it. And I'm thinking before, it's like, oh shit, who would you pick from before? I'm not sure who I would
Before
actually...
times. Well,
Calvin Coolidge was a pretty swell guy because like he only was there for one term and then he decided he didn't want another one.
Well, he was post Roosevelt though. Well, it's complicated, right? Don't people kind of argue over whether or not he might have had some degree of accountability for the Depression? His
Maybe.
reputation in office and when he left office was really fucking good, but I'm not sure about I listened to a video once that was it was like all of the presidential jingles like for their elections. I remember it was like stay cool with Coolidge. Like he's a cool guy, he's calm,
I like
he's
Ike.
all good. Well yeah, I like Ike. Yeah, that's right. I like Ike, you like Ike, everybody loves Ike. Bum bum bum. Jingles. Fun.
And also in Super Smash Bros. So
We're gonna row, row, row.
I feel like it's been a while since we have
Roosevelt.
tangented so hard.
Yeah, I know. On the good
what was the
ship
question?
USA.
Something about Mount Rushmore.
Well, I think surely that's enough. We tried to make a movie
that's enough.
around
We've
keep saying Round to Mushmore. Like,
Mount Mushmore. Mount Mushmore.
Now I'm just imagining a floopy
With-
sagging
yeah,
mountain.
it's a sagging
He's like,
mountain.
hello, I'm Route Mushmore. I'm very sad.
You would be sad, wouldn't he? Poor guy. Okay, seamless co-op mode for Dark Souls 1 coming out. More Metal and Theo's stream could be legendary. All I'm saying, even a bit for Tism and Marg. Hey, I mean, I think me and Mel would probably want to try that. Maybe, I don't know. Sounds like it'd be funny. Oh, what's your favorite top 10 game shows and movies? 10 for each. I don't. That's 30 It's like
Sorry,
120
you're
submissions.
You get a few.
You are Icarus. That is an Icarus question. You flew too high to the sun. You get nothing now. You get nothing.
I'm gonna draw you as the Virgin Icarus, and we are the Chad Daedalus who did not fly to the sun. Okay.
Yeah, but he's sad.
Okay.
He's like crying
We
over
won't-
him, and with his wax wings melted off.
Oh.
The
We-
writing was
we're
on the
not
wall
gonna
for
get
that
caught
question
in
when
this
we
labyrinth
couldn't
of
pick
question.
4 for a mountain, so I think 30 is just going to be
Yeah.
tricky.
It's almost easier. It's easier, but more time consuming to do a top 10 because with 4 you have to really be super picky as to who gets
There are
on
more,
there.
yeah,
With 10
more
you could be a
trade-offs.
bit more. Yeah.
All right.
But it'll take longer.
We'll convert the question to something more reasonable for our format. What's like one of your favorite things of any given piece of media that rarely gets talked about?
So the favorite thing in a piece of media that rarely gets talked about?
Yeah, like any given movie, TV show, game, book, whatever. Just people like just don't talk about it really at all.
The songs in Anastasia.
We could just say Anastasia in
Well, you
general.
can just
I actually
say
brought up.
I guess you could just say Anastasia. Yeah.
It was brought up on Open Bar, and it was like, the super chat was saying like, thanks for talking on EFAP with the guys about and he said Avantasia. It's one of my favorite bands. Very good. You should check
Avantasia.
Anastasia, and I was like, yeah, it's awesome. It said like, what does the paddle think? And almost everyone there was like, it's all right. I don't really remember.
Oh,
I was like, oh no.
No.
You're
I think
terrible.
Mr. H Reviews was like, don't remember. Then he eventually was like, oh yeah, I've seen that. Okay. I was like, oh.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having my back, man.
But not
I've
an
said it
unfair
before.
pick.
I really like Infamous, not only just as a video game, but also that I do think that when you compare it to a lot of superhero media, it scores very high, and people don't talk about it very often. Like, I really like
They
Infamous.
really
and
don't.
I feel it's super underrated.
You're
Like Infamous.
The last 5 times I've heard it come up is from you.
It's from me, yeah. I really like specifically. I'm particularly fond of the first one. I like the first 2 as together, but I'm particularly fond of the first one. I love the style, like that you're a gritty, like decaying, collapsing city. You have powers in them, and it's like not easy or straightforward at all. You're essentially like constantly being toyed with by a whole bunch of other powers with different interests, as well as one looming person who's like very difficult to sort of figure out. And of course pairs well with the morality system in that he doesn't bind to it strictly. Like Kessler, the main villain, is not consistent in praising you for doing good choices. There's a bad choice that you can make that he'll praise you for and actually scold you for making the good choice, which is like, oh, that's interesting. And they're just by and large just like a superhero story that's actually trying to explore a lot of the difficulties of being superhero in a meaningful way, to where it culminates with the good ending where Cole is pretty unhappy. Like, which is like a really interesting way to end a superhero story, that making all of the right choices is pretty detrimental to his life. But that like he's in a position to recognize that because he is a good person, and like he'll still keep trying to do the right thing anyway. It's just it's really cool, and it's also a fun video game, and people don't talk about it, and it's never gonna get a remaster, which would be nice that it wasn't only on PlayStation 3 forever. But yeah, that might be my example of just off the top of my head of something I really enjoy that nobody else seems to care about.
Fair pick. I guess I'll go with Reign of Fire, the older 2000s movie with a premise.
Yeah.
This is the kind of movie where you describe it, I think people are like, what? That exists? It's like, it takes place in the UK. There's a mining operation, and they accidentally uncover a nest filled with, I'm talking like thousands of dragons, and they all just fucking burst out of the like core of the earth sort of thing, and they burn the whole world to a crisp. That's all they do. And we catch up in the film at the beginning with basically like most dragons, I think, have begun like a hibernation, and that we're just seeing a bunch of people trying to survive in this world filled with dragons. And the CG, honestly, ain't too bad considering it's 2002, with how many dragons they've got in the film, and there's just a lot of cool shit with it. And yeah, Matthew McConaughey, Christian Bale. It's the kind of movie that I feel like a lot of people are like, what the fuck? This exists? And you're like, yes, it does.
That movie was cited as a very direct, very strong inspiration for the dragons in Skyrim.
Oh, the dragons look fucking cool in Reign of Fire. Very much ooh, yes, I like that sort of. Though I will say, on the underrated side of things, it's more so underseen. Other people who've seen it think it's pretty badass, and mention it all the time and stuff.
I've seen it. I think wasn't there a game on the GameCube as well, like a movie tie-in game? I'm sure I had that.
It might be.
And you could most of it. I think you were playing as the humans, but that you could play as the dragons for some missions as well. I remember the controls
like
being
trains and stuff,
janky
right?
as fuck. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
And
I think I know what
castles
you're
on
talking about.
the cliffs and stuff. Yeah, it was. Kind of want to check that out again now.
Well, who's left?
Platoon.
Aha.
I'm trying to think. Oh fuck. I came up as an example in the Cap 4 video. I think something like Yes Minister as an example of the archetypal way to do a political satire well. And the context in which it came up is that a lot of the rules for the best political satires are very similar to the rules for something like a political thriller or a thriller with politics in it. And at the moment, because we've had a lot of controversial stuff, you're starting to see movies which are breaking themselves in a bid to include no politics, internal or external whatsoever. So like Captain America 4 evidently deleted so much of the stuff that would have made its story make sense because it was scared of what the reaction was going to be. But an old political satire like Yes Minister, which is like this sublime, really just dialogue comedy. It's mostly two people in the room being very witty. Never ever mentions who's in power, never ever mentions parties, never ever tells you what to think and doesn't preach to you. Made in the 70s, and it very skillfully picked out all the issues that all the people care about and the fundamental sort of ironies and humorous incompetence that goes into making them issues to begin with, which are still very relevant today. Almost every single episode could apply now as it could just as well back then. So this idea that as we start to see movies be very clumsy in a bid to say absolutely nothing because they're scared of saying things that the real world doesn't like, you don't have to do that. As long as you understand what your universal questions are and how to appeal to people and allow them to sort of think things through and find the common ironies in things, you can have a perfectly serviceable political thriller that no one side will tell you is either woke or not woke enough. Which I think is a really good approach to take. And I would just encourage everyone to watch that show anyway because it's brilliantly written. It's some of the best dialogue you'll see. It's very clever, very funny. But as an approach to take for more modern movies, it would also be useful to get back to something like that. Weirdly, I wouldn't have thought to be able to associate something like Yes Minister with even like The Winter Soldier and Civil War. But the way that those movies take, these very, very common overarching themes, the conflict between the security state and personal liberty, for example, and allow those characters to have those conversations in a way that doesn't preach at anyone what the answer should be, it's actually kind of the same approach to writing. So, as much as anything, watch it for the dialogue, but also watch it to see how you can do political comedies that everybody likes, as opposed to just one side.
Oh. Sounds cool. There you go. We're done with our recommendations portion of this EFAP. Random shit.
Yeah. You have your homework. See to it.
Oh, I was going to say, actually, honorable mention for this section, because I just saw someone mention it. Death of Stalin. The fact that that's
Stalin. Literally was thinking that.
I was thinking the same thing, actually.
Talking, yeah.
The fact that that's so underseen, it deserves more eyes on that.
It's a direct line of descent from that, because it goes so Yes Minister inspires The Thick of It inspires Veep makes loads of money, and then the same team go on to do The Death of Stalin, and roughly the same approach is taken for all of them, except that anything Iannucci is involved in just has a lot more swearing in it, but it's the same approach taken by all of them.
I think we checked, pretty sure it flopped. It's oh.
Did it not do? I did never actually think I looked up the box office for Death of Stalin. I heard loads of people talking about it.
I heard it did so. It was not. Yeah.
Let me see if I can. Yeah, so 13 million.
I think the thing was it was cheap to make.
Yeah, 13 million budget, 25 million worldwide. So it's which is sad because that film is very entertaining and clever.
It's very entertaining, super good.
Anyway, next up we got Days of Future Past better than No Way Home. That's probably fair.
I'd have to see Days of Future Past again.
Days of Future Past main problem is the time travel.
Yeah,
but as for pointing to characters being messed up, it really does a good job for a lot of its characters.
It's probably the winner because as much as there's some time fleamery, I don't think it's going to outclass No Way Home's fleamery.
The multiverse.
Yeah.
Marie. Yeah,
And
I
Doctor
think that's true.
Strange.
And
Doctor Strange damage
gets
is
ruined.
huge.
Nobody gets ruined in Days of Future Past.
From what I remember, no, I don't think there's any like character assassination-y stuff.
I feel like I watched it relatively recently, and it was just like, yeah, this is like a really entertaining like film, and it's got something to say, and it does it well.
Yeah,
it's yeah.
I am fond of it.
Yeah, I think that's a relatively safe to say that Days of Future Past is better than No Way Home.
I did start. It's hard not to love the meme in the reboot X-Men's. The plot line is often bad thing happens. We need to get Magneto, and then Magneto becomes the main villain.
Yeah,
like fuck.
Well, it's the thing
again?
of the you know the sort of the younger set of where it's just like, yeah, it's oscillating of Magneto being good and bad constantly.
Yeah.
He's good,
It
then
makes
he
for
goes
some
bad,
good stories.
then he goes bad.
Though the Apocalypse one was fucking cringe.
Apocalypse was stupid.
Yeah.
Like, that was just lame.
Mublet, play Titanfall 2. I do need to get around to that at some point.
You oughta. It's not
That
too
would be
long.
all for the underrated, but then again, I feel like Titanfall 2 at this point is sufficiently rated as one of the best first-person shooters of the last decade.
No one will say it's bad. Everyone will say
yeah.
it's amazing. It is one of the best shooter campaigns I've ever played. It's so fucking good. What a joy.
Have you guys ever played Monster Hunter? Yes, I've played
No.
it excessively.
No.
That's Fringy's daily life because he lives in Australia. He has to.
It's funny that
fight the
it really
monsters
is
and
funny,
beasts.
like that people say that. I mean, in North America, you got fucking bears and cougars and like all sorts of shit. We like the biggest land predator is a dingo. Like it's a dog. It's a dog. Like Australia, the reputation for being like fucking Africa's got lions, jaguars, like crocodile. I mean, we got crocodiles, but I guess crocodile would be the largest mammal predator is a dingo. I guess it would be a saltwater crocodile, and they are enormous.
But you also have like things that are the size of dogs that have 8 legs, which is just unnatural. That's the reason.
That's fair. That's the thing. It's the spiders and the snakes. That's what you got to watch.
It's that the small scale stuff over there is scaled way up.
Yeah, I mean the spiders can get really big, sure. Anyway, Monster Hunter.
On Monster Hunter, I spent an insane amount of hours in Monster Hunter Freedom 2, and then on PSP, to be specific. And then you could transfer your shit to Freedom Unite, which is like the sequel. And yeah, playing with friends, like I quite cherish all of the time. That game it's just, especially being on PSP, it's just like, how did you make a game that I was more addicted in playing and working with friends on, and just everything that's in Monster Hunter, the main games, the PSP one did not. You know how you guys ever played like the PSP version of any given game, and it was, it's just the features were stripped out, and you're like, well, okay.
I played the iPhone. I played the iPhone version. This was back in high school. I played the iPhone version of Nazi Zombies for Call of Duty.
Oh yeah.
I know what you mean.
I mean, I guess it's interesting you say that because like Vice City Stories. That's like a good game. That's a good Grand Theft Auto game, and that was on PlayStation Portable.
One that comes to mind, do you ever play Battlefront 2 on PSP?
No.
I never bought it myself. A friend brought it into school, and I was obviously I was used to the PS2 one, so I was playing the PSP one. The draw distance was like fucking 3 meters.
Oh yeah, the draw distance on PlayStation Portable games was pretty awful.
It was like walking around in Silent Hill. It was just fog everywhere. And I was like, "What is this?" And it's like, well, I can't fucking load the whole map. It's
Best
like,
we can do. Is what it is.
I think I remember being really annoyed on the Battlefront side of things because 2 was so much fun, and then I think I remember reading like, oh, they're releasing a new one. Battlefront 3 is finally coming out, but it wasn't. It was the PSP one, which I didn't fucking own a PSP.
Battlefront 3 was well underway.
Yeah, I've seen.
You can find footage of a lot of it. Yeah.
Haven't people started remaking a version on the Wii, which has got basically playable with all of the stuff that they had actually finished, and it was pretty near a completed state, I think.
I was very excited to play Force Unleashed on PSP after beating it on, I think at the time, would have been, was it on PS2, or am I making that up?
It was on PS2. There was the PS2 and the Wii version were the same, and then there was the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 version.
Well, the PSP one obviously was, that one was stripped a decent amount, and I remember being like disappointed. But I remember also thinking to myself, hey, portable. All right, chill out. They're doing their best. But then Monster Hunter is like the reason I brought all this up is because it felt like a huge chunky game, and I couldn't believe it was all on the portable version. It was so fucking cool. And as far as I know, all the Monster Hunter games keep the core sort of loop, and would easily recommend. But I said on other streams, possibly even other EFAP streams, the reason why I didn't jump into the new Monster Hunter is because I do not want to get caught in and play the fuck out of it right now. It's not. I need all the time I can get to do work. So if I ended up getting fucking hooked on Monster Hunter, I would likely never escape. I can't have that. Also, do you guys plan to watch the Paul W.S. movie of the same name for EFAP movies? Yes. Probably yes.
Yeah, one day.
You'd probably like, is it viable to do a Paul W.S. Anderson arc if there's no Resident Evils? We'd have to check through, because you got...
That's a few movies.
He did Event Horizon, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Event Horizon.
Is there anything else?
I think he just released a new movie, actually. I think there's one that just came out that he made.
Yes, there is. I've heard people talking about how weird it is.
Mm.
And his wife, of course.
She's in all his movies.
Well, yeah. What else? There's gotta be other things. Oh, Three Musketeers! That badass, excellent film. Classic.
Unforgettable.
Oh, shit, he did Death Race. You guys ever
Oh,
see
did
Death
he?
Race?
The 2001, right?
2008, yeah.
Oh, God, I feel like Jason Statham's in it, right?
It's so funny. I see his movies, and I'm like, of course you did that. That's so you.
It's so beautifully, wonderfully you.
Yeah, there's probably room for something like that in there. Favorite Halo game and favorite mission?
Halo 3 is my
Halo
favorite.
Game. It's
Halo
probably
3.
also going to be Halo 3. Halo 2 has a particular soft spot in my heart for nostalgia reasons, and when I got access to it, I think Halo 3 is my favorite.
And
As for
favorite
the
mission is Silent Cartographer. I know it's a boring choice, but there's a reason why it's often cited. It is excellent.
God, favorite mission. Oh, jeez. That is gonna be difficult. Let's second Halo 3 mission.
Oh, you're gonna read through the... Well, it doesn't have to be from Halo 3, right? Like...
Oh, I thought you said favorite game and mission. Okay, I thought it was like the mission from your favorite.
Because my favorite mission in Halo 3 is
There's so many
probably
good
the Covenant.
ones.
That's
I think that's
my
probably
favorite
would be my
mission.
choice as well.
But Silent Cartographer is really like hard to beat.
I can't really answer this. I played the campaign for 3 in Reach, but I don't remember any given mission like standing out. My memory of them is faded.
Okay, that's interesting because with like Halo 3, it probably is the Covenant. That's probably the best, which is funny because I mean it is essentially the Silent Cartographer callback mission, which probably explains something about my preference there. I really like the New Alexandria missions though in Halo Reach. Yeah. That was very cool. Those missions.
Dang, it's really tough to choose. It might be like Delta Halo and Halo 2.
Delta Halo is pretty great. Yeah, Delta Halo is super cool.
There's a lot. That's the thing. All of the 5 or first games have really good missions. There's some so-so ones. I think I look a lot more kindly on the Arbiter missions in Halo 2 than most people do. I like them.
Yeah, I like them too.
They're clearly just different, and I really appreciate that they're different. And they really mix it up, and I think they add a bit to the grandeur of the world building that Halo 2 really does. It is, in a way, it really is the Empire Strikes Back, in a sense of a great expansion of a smaller scale original. God, I guess I'll go with Delta Halo, but it is legitimately really tough to choose.
I'd say that if I had to pick one from ODST, I really like the missions in the Oni headquarters.
Yeah.
That's just sticks out as well as the one on the rooftops with Buck and Romeo. That was a cool mission as well.
I will say The arc is really good in Halo 3.
Yeah, that was really cool. That was a cool one. Lots of vehicular combat in that mission.
343 Guilty Spark gets a super honorable mention because of the tone and the reveal, and it's really, really good. I would say Exodus in Halo Reach. I look up the name, but Exodus in Halo Reach is really excellent.
That's the
Yes,
first.
that's
Yeah,
it.
that one's
Yep,
great.
you're right.
I really like the new Alexandria missions as well as the nighttime one as well.
There's a lot. We'll just sit here naming all the good ones.
Platoon,
there's
you
not
played
many
Halo,
that are.
Not a huge amount. And I forget which bits go in which games. I think I played Reach. Does that have all the campaign is co-op, and then you end with like an
That's
endless
all the
wave
games.
thing? Oh, is it?
That's
that's
Reach.
Reach.
Reach ends with
Yeah, that's
a mission objective survive. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think I played that one all the way through and enjoyed it. I don't know if I've played much of any of the others, to be honest.
I would recommend them all. They're all really good. They feel different, not just in tone, but in gameplay.
Not the 343 ones. Don't play those.
No, you stop. Just play the original 5 games and then quit, and then be happy that it happened.
Well, add those to the
smile
list.
that it happened. Yeah.
Binge them all one day.
I guess it might be technically No, you couldn't do all 5 in one day.
No,
you
unless
couldn't.
you were
I was thinking
excellent.
maybe 3. if you like a 24-hour stream, you could probably beat 3, like the first 3 games. But nah, you're not beating all 5 in a day, and you wouldn't want to rush through them anyway. So
no, I will binge them all 1 year.
So I've heard you guys praise comic Doctor Doom in the past. As someone who doesn't know much, what is it you think makes him such an effective villain? I'm not sure, because I haven't really read many comics. I know Doom from the games, and then just like different, information you can find out about him. I don't know about you guys. Did you know about Doom from anything?
I don't know anything about comic Doctor Doom.
I mean, in terms of like the general, it's just Doctor Doom generally ranks high for people as
That's what I hear.
one of the best.
He's cool as fuck in Ultimate Alliance.
He has a cool factor. I don't think it's lame at all. I don't know why anybody would. Like the cape and the mask is cool.
Because they're lame, Fringy. That's why.
Fusion of like technology and magic as well. Hyper intelligence, just formidable, and then sort of stretching across to other it's like what does it mean that you graduate from being a villain for a specific group of characters to becoming like a villain for everybody? It's like that says something about it's not a position that many villains graduate to, in comic books. I mean, hell, right? Joker is still mostly bound to Batman, but Doctor Doom is like kind of not strictly bound to Fantastic Four.
Yeah, he's I love the look of Doctor Doom. The design is fucking awesome. The technology infused with magic aspect could be either OP or cringe if not done right, but the stuff I've seen with him has always been super fucking awesome. And the fact that he's a genius, so like tactician and subversive, and understands a lot about the heroes he's trying to take down, feels like a very strong ultimate bad guy. Which is interesting, because you'd be like, who would you list as a selection of those from like the Marvel universe? And you'd have him and Galactus would be 2 of them, and they're both Fantastic Four guys, aren't they?
Yes. Well, Fantastic Four, Marvel's first family, right? Like the significance of them as a team is it's almost like it's being downplayed because Fantastic Four hasn't had much in terms of like films for the last while. I guess I've had 3 movies, but Yeah,
hopefully Robert Downey Jr. could give us an interesting Doom.
I don't know, man.
I don't know what's gonna happen with that.
Yeah.
Anyway, will you guys stream GTA 6 on release?
No. Probably not. No.
The thing for me is I've just never been much of a GTA kind of person.
Yeah,
I mean, I love GTA, and I'll definitely be playing it, but I probably wouldn't be streaming it because that's like the 100-hour game.
So, yeah, I don't even know if I'm playing it, and if I am, I'm not sure I'd be streaming it. It's unclear, because I don't know. I guess it would be fun to stream messing around in the game, but simultaneously, it's fun to mong out is the way I describe it, where you can sort
Oh yeah.
of be a zombie.
Did that come from Mongo?
No, well, it's just something. This. I think you guys have laughed at that before, but that is totally like a saying here to mog out to
Yeah.
whatever.
Mong out. It's not something people say here, but I do like
It's
it.
not
To
something
mong
that's said
out.
in Australian.
I mean, it sounds effective. I think because even though it's funny, it gives you the right idea probably
Mong.
to just mong out. Yeah, to just be like,
Well, you hear it and you're like, oh, that
Mong
sounds
is not
like
a
a word you can't say.
sophisticated, civilized, academic kind of word.
Yes, it is.
Mong. It's like the name of a 1953 villain in a shitty sci-fi movie.
Did Daredevil Born Again ever explain what happened to Melvin, the guy who made DVD's costume? Maybe it was explained in another Disney show. Nope, he's been replaced by guy from
Basically,
She-Hulk.
just that he went. Yeah, I guess the conclusion is he went to jail and he never got out in a decade. And
They didn't feel the need
then,
to.
Yeah, he got replaced.
Yeah, like if you guys you won't remember, but chat. But if you guys remember, there's because yeah, we did coverage of She-Hulk. We didn't do TV episodes, but there's that guy who makes suits for like all superheroes and shit, and that's the replacement. So no more Melvin, brother of the Joker.
Rip, brother of the Joker.
As the newest EFAP host, Platoon is now morally and legally obligated to play and stream Soma. Peer pressure him, Cthulhu, man, do it. What's your experience with Soma, if any, Platoon?
It is none. I've heard of it, and I think it's always been on EFAP that I've heard of it, but otherwise I know very little about it.
You know, I suppose that is that would be our consistent platform pick of like underrated
Yep.
media. Soma is fucking excellent. Love it.
Okay.
Yeah, I recommend it, I guess.
I will check it out.
Yeah, maybe someday.
It can be the refresher after Gollum. I'll move on to something that's actually good.
They are similar thematically, so there is that. I posted on Discord, we've received a release date for the Legend of Zelda live-action adaptation. How would you guys theoretically build up a Zelda movie, more from a visual and story perspective? Also, Rags, Elytras?
Don't know what that is.
Neither do I.
Well, as for the Zelda movie, it should have been animated, obviously.
Obviously.
That's what it would be.
That's the first
if
thing
I
we
was in
would
charge.
do. It's animated.
Animated. I guess the interesting thing in terms of story is you have to make the choice of which to base it on, like which game. And I mean, there's probably like 3 real contenders for that one. It would be A Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, and Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild because it's like contemporary and it's the most successful Zelda, but obviously the other 2 because they were the most influential. It'd probably be essentially trying to do like a relatively as faithful as practical when it's a video game that you would need to be condensing into 2 hours. Adaptation of either one of those would probably be. I'm not super like familiar with Zelda as a series compared to other
Definitely
Nintendo
not.
franchises,
Not me,
but
yeah.
like that strikes me as the obvious correct choice to make. Is just Ocarina of Time or A Link to the Past, but animated like a Miyazaki film, or upon failing to do that, like in the style.
You almost feel
of Breath of
guilty
the
recommending
Wild.
that these days.
No, I know, but I mean, like the idea of that influence, like that sort of like almost that sort of aesthetic, and trying to. Or the just sort of painterly kind of style for like Breath of the Wild, but again, that was never entertained because when adapting video games to screen, if it's viable to do it in live action in any way, shape, or form, they will do it regardless of what the best choice is for the story.
You wouldn't want Illumination doing it again, for example.
No, I would not, because it'd be filled. I wouldn't want there to be any kinds of jokes. They're not like modern day Western film jokes. They'd be like quaint, whimsical kind of like, you know, that kind of humor, that sort of
Like
thing.
the jokes in Legend of Zelda oftentimes that are just like Link's expression reacting to things or something like that.
Like,
oh
yeah, that's kind of silly. Haha, you know, that sort of thing.
Would Link talk in this movie?
No. No, I wouldn't have him talk. Commit to having him be mute.
I'm done with it.
When my sister last came over, she asked, did we do anything for like Christmas for doing movies and stuff? And I said the Grinch, and then I said the original and the 2000s one and the Illumination one. And she was like, "Oh yeah, the Illumination one. I quite like that one." And I was like, "Ugh." Fucking horrendous movie.
Oh no.
She was like, "Oh well, yeah, it was okay." No, not even okay.
No, I heard what you said.
Fight for the Grinch movie. Do it.
We are the Grinches of that movie. We do not fucking like it, and we're right.
That's
damn
right.
it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
If you lads
It is
would...
interesting that just like on the Zelda live action thing, because does this basically preclude any idea that they might once have been about like a shared universe? Which, because when they announced Nintendo was going to be doing a bunch of movies and they formed their own film division basically, and after the success of Mario, we all knew we were going to get loads more of them. I kind of just assumed that they were all going to be roughly of a piece in order that you could do some kind of shared universe thing, like a Smash Brothers tie-in, yeah, all of that stuff. With this being live action, though, that presumably is off the table, right? They can't blend those two things together.
The more relevant part would be that they're different studios. So the Mario movie is Universal, but the Zelda movie is Sony.
Oh.
So I think that would be the thing that would make it much more difficult to do it. Though I would say I wouldn't place it off the cards because there's probably no reason why they wouldn't be able to do like a Smash Brothers movie anyway. And plus, they're kind of moving. They are actually moving slow, which you'd almost be like, well, that's good, right? It's like, I hope it's good, but I don't think I don't think the Zelda movie is going to be good.
Yeah, because we've seen plenty of movies that are slow, but that's because of the horrific development and production hell that they've found themselves in.
What I mean by that is that you would think, because Mario movie came out nearly 2 years ago, and it's like the only other one is Zelda, and they're making a Mario sequel. Nothing on Kirby, nothing on Star Fox, Metroid, I'd Fire Emblem, Earthbound. That probably never happened.
Luigi's Mansion.
But, you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, it's just there's a lot of franchises that are Splatoon. Like these are all viable, but none of them are happening, at least as far as we're aware. Which is kind of interesting. You would think that it would be moving faster, but Nintendo has demonstrated that they are pretty protective, which is good. Thank God. They're a little bit more protective of their franchises, which will probably help. I presume
instead of
Miyamoto
pouring them out to anyone that they want just to try and make a
well,
buck.
that they want to have some amount of control over it, like that. Miyamoto is probably executive producer on the Zelda movie as well.
Didn't it have a writer attached to it who has done some absolutely awful
absolute
things?
dog shit. Yeah. And I mean, the director is the guy who did the most recent Planet of the Apes movie, which wasn't very interesting. So it's kind of like, oh shit, all right. Like again, I don't know. It's just it doesn't inspire a whole lot of confidence.
If you lads were tasked with developing, this is a different one. Developing a video game for the CW Batwoman, what playstyle would you implement? Which villains would you include?
It would be a romance. It would be a romantic game where Batwoman gets into a variety of lesbian relationships with villains and intermittently heroes, based off of their lesbianism. And then there would be maybe in between them very crude mini games that she could complete that simulates her doing quote unquote hero work. But the real reason we're here is to try and help Batwoman, who will of course be Ruby Rose in this installment, try and find the love of her life. And I think that'll be great. And you could also get different outfits, different Batwoman outfits that you could try, and you can unlock them. The more people that you romance and mini games that you complete, that'll be wonderful.
Oh, maybe I'd be more subversive. It would be like Batman Arkham, but you don't play as Batwoman. Batwoman is the final boss. You play as a crow who had a friend who got killed by Alice, and it's him basically like amassing the skills and getting strong enough to take them both down. And that's the game, as you play as him.
I would
cleaning up Gotham.
Want to go very authentic, so like in the same way that you have different bars you need to fill for like I don't know health and radiation in different games and stuff. In this one, it would be vanity, and there's a lot of ways you can keep it up, but it will go down for every person you save, and you need to like make sure that says it before you die. Alice
you
would
have to make
feature
sure
prominently.
You let all of the villains go. Yeah,
I would play into Victor Zaz's fucking RPG or whatever as much as possible. Like all those kinds of memes, I would want them all in there.
I think you mean
It's
ground to air
surface-to-air
missile.
missile.
Surface to air missile. Jacob with his shotgun shooting bats or whatever, like that's gotta get it. You know, all these things.
One of the happiest moments of my EFAP career was when Jacob Kane started shooting bats in the middle of the city with his shotgun.
Yeah, you know, but also at the same time, maybe make the gameplay really fucking good, just so that people have that confusion, because the dialogue would be the same. I'd want to keep it authentic, and Alice would feature prominently.
Would you
as
use
well.
clips from the show?
I think I'd like to do. Do you guys remember because there's an era of games. The ones I would pick would be the Lord of the Rings ones where they
Lord of the Rings.
transition. Yeah, I'd want to do that a few times. Show authentic.
That would
clips.
be fun to do. That'd be fun to do. You show a little scene from the show, and then it transitions into the game, and that starts the mission or ends a mission. Then it goes.
The part
to
where
show.
she stabs Ned Flanders. You know, you gotta switch that over to the actual show.
Yeah.
Live.
You can unlock the other Batwoman as a skin, ironically, but you can't. You have to play as Ruby Rose in the campaign.
Ironically, yeah. You can play as the much inferior Batwoman.
So she's just when you're an acceptably okay actress, you ruin it. You have to be bad.
Yeah.
No fun. Arcane is a great watch so far. So thanks for the recommend. Oh, you into season 2 yet? Oh. You guys
Don't just watch Random's videos and our EFAPs on it, and just
stay away. Stay away from
them. Stay away.
Evil. It'll trap you.
I'm telling you, man, it's like the first Halo games. Just smile that they happened. You know?
You guys and everyone should give Odd Taxi a swing. Even if you aren't a fan of anime, you'll like it. Fair enough. Would it be ethical to wish for world peace, even assuming you know that your wish will not maliciously be interpreted asking for a story? Also, you'd have to explore what the consequences of forcing peace would be, because that's what the wish would have to conclude.
Do you rub free
right?
will?
You would have
You
to
have
force
to.
people
Free
to
will.
change their opinions.
There is-
You have to. Yeah.
Life on Earth cannot be at peace constantly. There's just no way.
There's
It's not
actually an
compatible
old
with human nature and just
sci-fi-
minds.
There's a B movie, and I wish I could remember what it was called, which is basically
I think it's just
Like
called
it-
B movie.
it might just be called B movie. It's kind of like the premise is like the usual, like aliens turn up, and then there's these magical artifacts, and they try to summon like a bunch of people to them who are the most noble and virtuous, and they will have to speak for humanity or something, and then they get to use these magical artifacts to like effectively enact like one wish upon the human race. And the whole thing is there's a bit of a paranoid thriller aspect to it. It's kind of set in the Cold War, and they all get together and they all sort of unanimously at the end say, "We wish for all enemies of human freedom to be eliminated," which of course just means all of the Soviets. They just die, and then
I
it's
thought you were
a
going to
happy
say
ending. It's great.
all of humans got eliminated because they were
Well,
all
that would be the actual thing, but no, that was back when it's just like enemies of human freedom. The aliens will have us kill all the communists, and the world will be happy. The Cold War at its best.
the good ending.
First off, that would be a good ending, yeah.
But yeah, it is interesting.
You have to really explore that sort of thing. What does it mean to? This is often why wishes have stipulations. Unless you literally play into the idea of a wish being the ultimate, I guess, the ultimate magic. It is the limitless, logic-defying, singular thing that everyone seeks. And you can essentially wish for something that breaks logic and essentially ruins the cosmos if you do it. Or you say, no, there's rules. What are you going to actually spend it on to make the world better? Or maybe it's about stopping someone from getting a wish. Maybe it's like, oh, the bad guys are trying to get the wish. I don't even really want to wish that much because I'm virtuous, but I just have to. No, not to mean like you can't have virtuous wishes, but like I want to stop them from doing it. I know they'll do something bad with it.
Yeah,
there's a lot you can play.
It's Childhood's End, the Arthur C. Clarke novel. I think there's been a TV adaptation. I'm not entirely sure though if there has. But the premise of that is also that like humans, obviously being humans, we fight and we do lots of evil shit to each other. But the aliens turn up and they sit their big ships over our cities, and they are benevolent dictators. And what they try to do is rearrange human society in order to stop us being impossibly mean to each other. And actually, in their attempts to make humans more peaceful, they just incite a huge amount more rebellion. Lots of people benefit, but people are instinctively uncomfortable with being told what to do by a race of aliens which hides themselves from us because, spoilers, they turn out to look like devils. But it's an interesting kind of exploration of the idea of like what are the costs of doing irrational things, imposing harm on animals. Like one of the first things the aliens do is prevent bull runs in Spain, for example. It's just an expression of humans being preternaturally bloodlustful. But there's a bunch of interesting like fictional like, stories out there which kind of explore this idea from a number of different areas. That would be one of them.
Yeah, definitely not a dead end for story. It's just that you gotta respect a lot. Like, if you just have the end and be like, and then everybody was friendly and it all worked out, be like, like,
it would be like WandaVision, where everyone goes through the motions, but they're like trapped in their own bodies in terror, not able to be agents anymore.
Very much worth exploring. It just depends on what genre you want to go for, because sci-fi horror is definitely right there for you if you need it. Or fantasy horror, I guess, at that point, right? If it's wishes. Things going all wacky. Hi, Rags. Could you please tell us a joke?
Hello. What's the this? I don't even know why this is like my go-to for jokes. I have no idea why it is, but it just is. A farmer had 297 cows in his field, but when he rounded them up, he had 300.
Yeah, I like it. It's good.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice, simple.
But,
another one, yeah.
It's funny, I was just gonna say that funny.
This has prompted what we would have discussed today, which is, and I just have to talk about it. We'll talk about it again. But
I know what you're gonna say.
Under extreme pressure, a police hostage negotiator in a Daredevil episode is asked, in 3 minutes, you need to tell me a joke that makes me laugh. If you can't do it, the implication is the hostages will die otherwise. And she's a retard, so she doesn't Google it, which is the most obvious thing anybody would do. She instead is like, guys, anybody know a good joke? Anyone? And it's like, no. And then he's like, time's run out. And she tells this fucking complicated, culturally completely different joke that would work perfectly on this guy. That has like a series of layers and then a big payoff. It's like, you want me to believe she went from having no joke to making one of the most like filled in dimensions. It's just really shit writing, and it makes him laugh, and she saves the hostages. It's such a what a high pressure situation. Very well written, very believable. There you go. That's my complaint. You can carry on
now. It's hard to tell puns to kleptomaniacs. They take everything literally.
That's what I would have preferred in that scene, by the way. If she'd said something like, you know, she's like, knock knock, and he's like, who's there? And she's nobody who, and then she like just said, fuck it, I don't know any jokes, you know, like something realistic instead of coming up with a very perfectly delivered, complete with accents, by the way, her joke.
Irish joke for an Irish lobster.
One of my notes for the show is, so everyone can do Irish accents. Okay. Irish accents are on the okay to-do list. We can do Irish accents.
Well, Irish accents are
they're
funny.
White Christians. Because they're white Christians.
We can make fun of those bastards.
Do it.
Yeah, that's always been
okay.
Of
course.
Even though it's like obviously very different, you know, which is what you'd think would qualify as like, oh, can't be doing that. That's making fun of a people very arbitrarily. But no, you're allowed to. Which we should be thankful for that, to be honest, because the Irish accent is very fun.
Oh yes,
it is.
Seth Rogen said a few months back that he wants to remake Emperor's New Groove in live action and star in it.
Seth Rogen,
Seth
away.
Rogen wants to what? Star
David Spade and John Goodman and oh no.
Seth Rogen wants to destroy art. Like, okay.
Make your own thing.
Llama. A photorealistic llama.
Oh,
like
God.
Or it'll look like a fucked up Minecraft movie llama.
Mm-hmm.
I am imagining the live action llama, and it is quite funny, but not for the reasons that I think the movie would intend. Just every time you just cut away.
Can they get Gal Gadot as the llama?
I mean, yeah, that would work for the acting quality.
And also, like, I think people are generally going to be made uncomfortable if you got like a photorealistic cat going through all of the suffering that oh my god, I can't believe I'm forgetting her name. Damn it. What's her name? The villain. What's her name?
Oh.
Of Emperor's New Groove.
Yzma.
Yeah. Like when she gets turned into a cat, like you can't be doing that to a real cat. All the stuff that happens, it would just make people uncomfortable.
It'd be one of those weird like 90s, 2000, early 2000s movies when they had dogs and animal like I don't know why I say dogs.
Yeah,
And animals,
but I don't know.
they had like animals with mouths moving.
People have started to realize, hey, cats are pretty great, and it's kind of like not nice to just have them be like eternal villains.
Started to realize. It's not like everyone fucking used to beat up cats and was just cool with it in movies.
No, I know. It's just Tom and Jerry. Jerry is the asshole. Tom is the victim. Jerry instigates constantly. Tom is just responding.
Maybe he's getting revenge on fucking generations of mouse cruelty from cats.
Jerry is like an actual... It's the reason why Itchy and Scratchy cast Itchy as like a psychopath.
Jerry don't you know the very valid fan theory about Tom and Jerry?
What's that?
I think I know which one you're talking about.
Tom could have killed him a long time ago, but he chooses not to because he knows that if he was to... Like, if he can just be the cat that's chasing Jerry forever, then there'll never need to be a moment where the owner decides to get rid of the mouse in another way. All right, because it's like, oh, that's getting taken care of. He's knocking out all their mice.
I mean, that sounds like that's some good fan fiction right there, but that's not.
It's all fan fiction.
They get up to
everything. Even Tom and Jerry the series is just a fiction from a fan of it, which is the creator. You know, it's all valid. Job security, like someone said, yeah. Speak for yourself. Rick used to kick cats for fun. How could you? How could you? I'm glad we have moved on as a society, though.
God damn. No kicking cats? That's mean. You can't be doing that. Don't do that.
Come around. 46 months. Man, I'm old.
After 46 months? That's still pretty young. 46 months.
I mean, relative to 45 months, it's old.
Percentage-wise, it's an incredible increase. Yeah, it's true.
If Gal Gadot were in the MCU, which character would you like to see her play Galactus?
All of them.
Could you imagine Galactus, Gal Gadot? That would be so fucking funny. A giant face.
I have come to eat the planet.
Big purple Thanos.
Earth, you will submit to me.
I need you to give me the stones.
The Infinity Stones.
All these stones.
I use the stones to destroy the stones. Kal-El, no.
Oh, do it. Just fucking do it, you cowards.
All of the
Reed
roles.
Richards, no.
just says no at the end of every sentence.
Hello, no.
I think they should recast RDJ as Kang, but as Sergeant Lincoln Osiris, as portrayed by 5-time Academy Award winner Kirk Lazarus. Fuck yes, dude. Kirk Lazarus is a legendary actor, and I think he was excellent as Lincoln Osiris. If anyone hasn't seen Tropic Thunder, just bitchin' movie. Art is a human expression. AI is not human. That I suppose is a running debate. I think a commentary about it relates to like it doesn't matter. You know, like that distinction's not going to matter the more time goes on because too many people. I mean, you know, everyone here, including those in chat, you'll have seen an AI thing at some point and assumed it was real. It's going to have happened already, and it'll happen more and more as time goes on. Like I said, poor Vincent D'Onofrio, you know, he thought he was looking at real drawn stuff, and then he was like, oh, geez.
The counter to the argument would be, well, you know, if you're the one giving the prompt, then it's still technically your expression. You're using it as a tool, just like a traditional artist would use a paintbrush. I don't find that a wholly convincing argument, but that is the counter argument I've heard.
That's the fire on Twitter. It's going on and on and on, and it will do for a long time because it ain't going nowhere. Asmund told artists to get a new job. Well, I'd have to see the context to know if I'd agree with like the sentiment, but if he's talking about just generally speaking, it's going to get harder and harder to be a successful artist in any given field. Which, by the way, you know, like CG artists, I can't imagine wanting to get into that now. You know,
fuck no.
No.
Make pour your life and soul into this slot movie that's shitty.
Oh, and then you're probably going to get replaced. Like,
that's before you know the advent of AI, even with just how insane and just soul destroying that was probably going to be. So if Asmongold's talking about security, as in just make sure you have something that you can make a life from, like sure. But if he's just saying,
But
like I don't care about artistry or something, it'd be like that would be shit.
Yeah, like that would be stupid, and also that like even if it's not something that you can do commercially, like I think it's just fundamentally really important for people to express themselves creatively. Now, of course, that doesn't necessarily mean strictly drawing. There's a variety of different ways. I mean, I know that we had debates about this, but I don't care. There's a whole bunch of things that aren't typically viewed as being like art that essentially are like vehicles for that kind of creative expression, like a variety of different ways that you can do that, and that I think it's good and it's soul nourishing, and that you should enjoy it for the process rather than wanting to skip to the end point. I mean, to me, that's like the big thing that the process is the part that's like fun and rewarding, even with the times that it can be frustrating and difficult. I don't know, it's just like that's part of what makes it to where when you actually complete something you go, oh, I made that, rather than I prompted that.
It's really useful as well, because I mean, the same boat as you, in the sense that I write a lot, and I would never ever want to use an AI to write something for me, because the journey is the fun. Like the expression that I'm giving it directly is the bit that I enjoy doing. Whether or not it will ever be replaced by some AI doing it, as seems likely, is not going to take that away. But also the process of learning how to do it, learning how to get better at it, learning the discipline required to stick with it, to finish something. All of these things are really, really valuable human skills to develop, even if you aren't going to get paid necessarily for the thing you're producing at the time. So hypothetically, all art in future which a movie studio will use might be generated by an AI, but that doesn't take away from the importance of learning how to do these things for yourself, because those skills are transferable, if nothing else.
Yeah, and I'd say that like ultimately, like actually like doing it is how you become better at it. I mean, it's funny to say that. Simply, it's like what you're saying, practice makes perfect. Like it's like, it's the idea that like doing it is where you actually learn how to get better at it. Like how you're gonna learn how to get better at something if you're not doing it. It's through doing it and making mistakes. You go, oh shit, that's how I figure that out. Okay, let me try this. Oh, that actually works, and stuff like that. And it's just like, yeah, don't lose that. That's something that you should probably. And again, like I said, this is whether this is cooking or carpentry or sports or any number of things, any number of outlets. These are just good for you, and you shouldn't try to offload them or get rid of them.
Also, just fun, like getting something that's in your brain into the real world, for lack of a more accurate description, I guess. I don't know, but like, my little. That's how I saw them in my head. Okay.
Yeah. Oh god, I love it. I love his little hat.
For those.
No, he sounds more like hi there.
Yeah, that's definitely his voice.
He could definitely be like
Robert.
Yeah, like he'd be so friendly.
How you doing?
They're what you could call, like slight opposites.
Okay, I see that you're not doing so well.
Hey, Polygraph, you're not going to eat that star, are you? A lot of people need that star.
He has to convince him to eat like near explosive stars
white
or whatever.
And stuff.
Yeah.
White dwarves or supernova.
The same
you taught me a
stars
lot,
can help out
Robert.
a lot of people.
I've learned that I could a star eater doesn't mean I'm a bad person.
He's like, what is he, Kingpin now?
Even you. Yes, I'm not trying to do Kingpin, but I guess that's what's happened.
A person isn't defined by all the stars they consume.
Yes, I shall eat good stars. I will be a good star eater. Yay! Good job! And then the credits roll.
That would be the origin, like prequel film, I guess. But we would join them solving crimes. Is kind of the idea.
Oh boy!
I need to get a roommate for an apartment. Would you like to be my roommate?
I'll split the rent. This long.
Yeah, and I just opened my detective agency.
Well, it's like because Robert's got his first mission, which is like trying to stop this guy who's destroying stars, and he finds like, has anyone talked to him? And they're all like, no. Like what? I want to talk to him.
I was just imagining it being more like, oh, hey, Polygorf, who do you think stabbed this guy 17 times?
Well, that'd be I'm talking about when they met. Like, Balagorf was obviously eating stars, and Robert was like the first person to probably
clearly
give him a
somebody
chance.
was mad at him. Yeah, they were fucking furious, weren't they? Oh, well, apologies, I didn't mean to swear. I never swear.
Gee golly, when I see someone stabbed 17 times, it just makes me so upset. Oh.
Like,
that's why we do this, to help people.
Season 3, we finally get to delve into Robert's past. He's like a drug addict, coked out meth head in a trailer. And it's just like, what is it? Like, Balacroft sees this, and he's like, who were you? And he's like, oh, I didn't want you to see this.
I've come a long way. I rediscovered Christ.
It's like, he's not me. He is not me.
And he starts crying, and then Balacroft just places his hand on his shoulder. It's okay, Robert. Everybody makes mistakes.
I know who you are.
Stars.
One day you told me when we met, a man is not defined by the stars that he eats.
Oh. It would be really emotional, you see.
I kind of love the idea of Balacroft starring Aaron Robb.
And he's got one arm. You don't find out why until season 5.
But it can come out of like any part of his ghostness. He just has one, but it can come out of the top, the bottom, the sides, you know?
Yeah, so sometimes it's like a tail. He just has it there.
Anyway, please have Nutzer on more often. I hope she's okay. Well, I'll have you know, the way it often works on EFAP is we don't like talk about what's happening next time in terms of guests, just in case they can't make it, so that then there's no expectation and loss if something comes up for them, you know, for the audience. So if maybe you're like, how come person hasn't been on for thing that would be suitable? It could be that they were invited and they couldn't make it. All okay. And
maybe they flaked. Maybe they left us hanging.
Maybe, who knows? But yes, we like to invite all kinds of people. The Daredevil arc, we decided we could probably nail it with the 4 of us. Considering I already knew that between myself and Fringy, we probably would have like hours of complaints. So I was already worried. Like
there's a lot of things to talk about that we're not very happy with.
A little bit, but you know, Snow White, for example, is like, oh, perfect for Jay Longbone, and possibly others, and maybe others couldn't make it. Who knows? But I gotcha. I understand. There is a difference between AI prompt generation and AI tools. If we could just cut the cancer from it, the stigma wouldn't have happened. Maybe. It's kind of impossible though, right? Because you're right, AI is an umbrella tool, and there's a shit ton of tools now all over the place. And, you know, general sentiment is like a big boiling pot. And you take a ladle, and who knows what opinion you'll pull out of that big old pot. That's the angry Twitters for you. Everybody's fighting over it. Is Platoon going to be in future Super Chat catch-ups from the first official time he's a host, which I guess technically is the Captain Falcon breakdown? Exciting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good time. He's also not going to be in the comedy arc, but he'll be in everything from that onward. Similar to how Fringy couldn't make it to the war arc. Even though, because you would have liked to...
I probably could have made it to the majority of them.
Well, you did make it into the 300, I think?
Did 300, yeah, that's right.
But the war arc only became the war arc, I'm pretty sure, because it was never supposed to be that, but then it became it because we kept having to watch other shit because people weren't turning up. And so it just became something else. I don't even remember anymore, Rags. It was like 6 years ago. Like when we started.
I can't remember it. That's ancient history.
The comedy arc went a lot faster, I'll say that.
Ancient history. Yes, it did.
Not that it's over, because it isn't. We're still figuring some things out, but we're very close. Very close. If someone creates art that incorporates elements of AI, like a picture book with AI images, but story written by a person, should that be discouraged? I suppose that's another branch of the conversation.
I mean, this is all going to depend basically on like how people feel about AI art in general. But I mean, you know, my general perspective is, I don't know, guys, maybe we should just make stuff, like actually make it. Like,
I mean, I would always advocate,
you know,
like
just do it.
The side of learning how to do it yourself is always going to be much more rewarding, IMO.
Yeah, that's like, it just seems like it's just the way that it's always been done throughout all of like human creative expression since to the dawn of time, you know.
I mean, there's already plenty of controversy when like a movie poster comes out and a character has the wrong number of fingers, for example, which, like, if that's been generated by AI, it's still accompanying a movie which has at least allegedly been written by humans, though sometimes I doubt it. but people still don't like it because that is still a creative job that a specific type of artist would be perfectly willing and able and good enough to do themselves, but it was instead given over to some faceless, nameless computer to do it. So, like,
Yeah, which
the intuitive thing seems to be the more human involvement, the better. There might be gradations of like bad, but that if you start from the premise that the more human it is, the more artistic it is, which you might not start from that premise, but if you do, then it follows that anything that's produced even partially with AI is going to be lesser than something that used none of it.
Well, and I guess the more honest answer, though, for an example, like, well, I want to write a book, but I can't draw, so use AI. It's like, well, you could have paid someone, but you chose not to. It's like, it's
Fuck
like
it, you could do
what's
some
happening.
Stickman drawings. Look at One Punch Man's
good,
origins.
Yeah, that's true.
Captain
Like the idea,
Underpants.
again, it is this idea of like, but it makes art accessible. It's like art is always accessible. If you have a
Alright,
pencil
yeah,
and you
you
have
can
a piece
just-
of paper, you can do art.
Yeah,
People did art
the
before
21st
computers
century.
existed. People did
If
art
people-
before pens and paper existed. They did it on the
Was
wall.
it-
Like it's
the cave paintings.
Look, the
Yeah,
cavemen,
exactly.
they peed into the snow. They knew what images they could create.
They knew. Art isn't accessible to you. Fuck off. It's the 21st century.
We can pee
Less
anywhere
than
we
anyone
want.
else, you have an excuse.
I keep forgetting I have one of these once a month, so here it is. Keep the phlegm up your flams and never drop them. Also, lock balls.
Lock.
Yeah.
Lock balls. God, that
Give me
killed
them
me.
balls.
When I,
And we have
first
yet. I
started.
haven't even watched that part of your playthrough because it's going to be in the supercut. It's going to be great.
Yeah, of course. Dude, it was.
That supercut's
I
getting
think
chunky, by the way.
I think I killed myself like 6 times so that I could listen to it again. I really, I couldn't get over it. It was so funny.
Yeah, because it's like it's going to be 5 playthroughs in total, right? I think.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, 5?
Yours, Wolves, Rags,
4?
Randoms, and Platoons.
Oh yeah, 5, yeah.
It's gonna be crazy. When talking about the Minecraft movie, could we just watch Rags run around his world instead of trailer footage? Oh, yeah, but we need the trailer footage for the cringe. You gotta see the cringe.
We need the trailer footage to, talk about it. We need to talk about Jack Black.
You
Steve
must
and
experience
Jack
Steve. Man, I wonder if this will do damage to his career. I know he'll make money, but, being taken seriously as an actor.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's no good.
It's no
I
good.
like running around.
It's no use. Take this. This will end it.
Renegon for life. R95/P5%. Oh, they're saying Renegade 95, Paragon 5. The Mass Effect trilogy on a delay. Okay. They do 95/5 for Renegade to Paragon. Okay, guys, hello? You're the Mass Effect people.
Well,
Sorry.
Hello? That's the choice he makes then, I guess. All right.
Is there any validity to this?
Sorry. What's that? I didn't get. What are you talking about?
He said
Okay, so
his runs for Mass Effect would be use 95% of the time a Renegade, 5% of the time Paragon.
That's fair. I find that it's kind of the inverse for me with a lot of games where I play mostly Paragon, but there's those special assholes out there where you just have to really drop the hammer, whether it's Mass Effect, whether it's, Dragon Age, whether it's Cyberpunk, you try to play one person, or at least a consistent kind of person, but they have their, this is where I draw the line. I'm going full jerk on this faction or this particular group, or whenever this topic's involved. We're not calling the police. No.
That's the thing is that if you're playing 95%, it could be that the 5%, but it means you're almost certainly either killing or betraying and then killing Rax and killing Morden. So how could you?
Here's the thing, I have a hard enough job being mean to inanimate objects. Never mind fictional characters I quite like.
No, I accidentally elbowed the toaster. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean
it's the instinctive urge to apologize. I can't get over it. So the video game characters have to be absolute pricks for me to want to be mean to them. Or the game has to be clever and show me that doing what I thought was the nice thing was not a good thing. And my favorite example of that has always been, is it Knights of the Old Republic 2? when Kreia, that you give money to a homeless person, and she's like, "Well, are you sure that was a good thing?" And then the camera pans away, and he gets shivved by another homeless person. She's like, "Haha, you see, charity is bad." It's like, that's actually an interesting point. I didn't consider that
True.
before. That's changed my worldview.
Oh well.
There's a I need to double check the mission, but there was it's a complete one of the things I love about Cyberpunk is that even like the random side gigs and little side missions you do have narratives built into basically every single one. There's a story behind it. And sometimes getting the story of the little mission you're going to do might be way longer than the mission itself. But I find myself really interested and I want to know because it's all great world building in that game. And there was one gig in particular where you go to let me find the name. I would actually rather not spoil it because I really would recommend Cyberpunk. But I did this side gig and I got to the end and there was like a little hook at the end where you meet some people and you get to decide what to do with them. And I was legitimately like, oh shit. And I had that moment where I had to pause the game and like really think about it. And then think about what I had just done and been like, man, nah. And then you want to see like the different ways you could do it because you're like, holy shit, this one's really making me like feel things. And it's nice that that stuff can, be in video games.
All right.
Carry on while carry on. But yeah, I totally understand. Yeah, Paragon is typically the way I go because I like people. I get invested in the story. I get invested in the game's characters, and I like them, and I want good things to happen generally. And if I'm an asshole, it's very specifically towards people, in that world. Like, oh, you are really, really bad people. I'm just killing you. Or you do this particular awful crime. I'm just killing you here. I'm going vigilante mode.
What do you like eating and drinking at the movies? And do you sneak in food? I've never needed to sneak it in. If you just have a bag, they don't tend to stop you. So you put it in there. But broadly speaking, don't really eat well, I have like a water with me, but these days not so much. But, any snacks really. I don't have a
I like my
preference.
popcorn. I do. I like popcorn.
I
with like disgusting
sometimes have
cinema
brought stuff.
wine. It's
Cinema
just
wine.
not good.
Wine.
It makes the
Cinema
whole
wine.
experience even much worse when you're watching a Marvel movie.
I have a feeling because with me, I'm not a wine person, so even cheap wine is fine for me. It's just that it's the clash. It's the clash of going to a movie theater and drinking wine. Many movies these days make me want to drink wine, but I typically I'd never drink wine in a theater.
Well,
I'll
they
get
do that
popcorn
like at the
sometimes.
fancy. I don't know how many of those
Ugh.
you have in America, but here we got heaps of cinemas that will have like a luxury or sort of it's like a specific section where you have like wine and like hot food that you can order like rather than popcorn, like it'll be like actual almost meal like stuff, and the tickets cost way more. But the seats are well, then again, a lot of cinemas have reclining seats now anyway, so like that novelty is kind of like not that present even there.
I do it for the look as much as anything, though, because like I feel like if they see me walking into, say, like Captain America 4, and I've got a notepad, a pen, and 2 plastic cups full of basically red piss, they know I'm not there to enjoy the film. They know I'm clearly there to do something else, and it's probably going to be to shit on that film.
How good do you have to like use the light on your phone to? Because it's dark as fuck in the cinema for writing notes, at least for me.
It's one of the only reasons I sit reasonably close to the screen is that the light on it just hits the paper enough. Otherwise, I kind of scroll and hope my handwriting's illegible anyway, so I kind of have to decode it afterwards, whatever happens.
Yeah, fair. Also, thoughts on.
By the way, the gig I was talking about in particular in Cyberpunk was Dirty Biz. Even if you have no interest in playing Cyberpunk, look through a playthrough of the gig Dirty Biz. Obviously, the more context you have surrounding it in the game helps, but it's something in a game where the voice acting was so incredibly good that it made me like, oh shit, damn, like I almost, oh fuck. So, that'll probably get referenced again when we talk about voice acting.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. The second question was thoughts on Pokemon Legends Z through A. I dislike the starters, also high rags.
Hello,
I
Pokemon
only
Legends.
know that it exists. It was announced 2 days ago, wasn't it? At like the Pokemon Expo thing.
I suppose.
I think it's a continuation from
Starters.
Arceus, which I only played a little bit of, so I don't know a huge amount about what it is, except that it's set in the same place, but a long time later on, I believe.
Okay, well, one of them I obviously love because it's Totodile. He's
Oh wait,
great.
well, so I thought I was getting the wrong image. So they've taken 3 starters, 2 of them are Gen 2, right?
Yes, Chikorita and Totodile are Gen
Oh.
2. And I think Gen 2 I think their starters are almost as good as Gen 1, mainly because I think Chikorita's a little weak, but not bad. I prefer Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, but I love Totodile, and I love Cyndaquil, and Chikorita's pretty good.
Cyndaquil and Totodile are fucking cool.
They're so good. I love Totodile. I love his face. I love his everything. He's so wonderful.
For alligator?
I do. I've got 2 right up. I got 2 over there, and I have a I got a. God, what was the set? Delta species. I got a Delta species for alligator where he's electric type. So yeah. But Tepig, not like he's okay.
Hmm.
Not as a starter. Not really keen on Tepig. I think that's my issue. Is Tepig is clearly the weak one standing out. Let me check Tepig's evolutions. Okay, Tepig. Oh, he becomes Incineroar. No, Tepig, Pignite, and Embor.
Pignite? That's a thing?
Pignite, yeah, because he's like a pig fire type.
Big
Oh,
Pignite
so I was
and-
imagining a
and
pig that's a
Pignite,
knight as opposed to...
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They're
I was thinking
actually
the same
really
thing.
good. It's actually excellent portmanteaus. Pignite and Embor
Mm-hmm.
instead of Ember, and Pignite instead
Yeah.
of Ignite, of course. They're not bad. They're not bad.
No, they're okay.
I just don't think they're not as good as the other 2.
Not quite my pick, no.
Obviously the weak one out, yeah.
Totodile is obviously the best.
Well, yeah, I would say he's the
Totodile
winner
is
for these
so
3.
good.
Yeah.
If I was going to choose 3, I'd have to think about it a while because there's strong contenders for all of the types. Or what they do is they decide maybe instead of having grass, water, and fire, they swap around the types and be like, you know what? This is what we'll do. Well, you'll have a starter type, but it won't be those 3. It'll be 3 different types. So could have been something they did to mix it up. But yeah, not keen on the choice for our fire option.
I'm making Buffy videos and starting out with passion. I think a bit of a breakdown. Next will be all the best ones. Well, best of luck. Good stuff. And I look forward to talking about those myself. Very, very good episode. Would you guys have thought if one of the Doomsday chairs had Dakota Johnson written on it? That would be fucking awesome.
That would have been hilarious.
And I would be excited. Now I know I gotta go see that movie in the theater.
Yeah, now we have a reason to see it, like, genuinely. So that would have been nice, but oh well. Can't win them all. There's a critic episode on how AI takes over an actor's role when they're dead, predicting what Disney is doing with Luke, lol. Well, the comparison wouldn't be Luke, because Mark Hamill's alive, and he, assisted with the production of that. You're going to want Ramoff Tarkin, probably, right?
Reeve.
Yeah.
Well,
Christopher
again, Rogue
Reeves
One
or
predates The Flash, right?
Peter Cushing.
Yeah. That's
what's the toughest, highest difficulty you've ever beaten in a game? Mine is Ranger Hardcore in Metro Last Light. It was painful.
I beat crushing level.
Oh,
on,
that is
on-
tough.
On the first 3 Uncharted games, which is pretty brutal. It's not designed for that difficulty. Like, the game it becomes pretty unfair at times.
It is probably going to be either impossible mode in the original Dead Space 1 on Xbox 360, or it will be hardcore mode in Dead Space 2. And I have to think if there are any other challenges, any ones that would kind of compare to those two. I don't
I can't remember if
typically.
I beat World War on Veteran or not, or if I
Oh, I
only
did. That's probably my pick, actually, at least for now, because I
Oh,
can't.
that one's infamously bad. Yeah, that one in
Infamously, fuck
particular.
it. That's a test of your will going through that one. It is like rolling a dice a million times over, but you know, getting to later. Because I think I mentioned before, I was a bit of an achievement hunter at one point. I really enjoyed sort of trying to boost them numbers and find all the hardest things to beat in different games.
The
And
gamer score?
I
Did you
did.
brag about
Well,
your gamer score?
it wasn't what I like to brag about was the true achievement ratio. So, because like raw score, you can get high just by grabbing a bunch of farmable games. Like a lot of them come out and they just like press the fucking start button and you get 1000G. It was like, who cares? The more interesting part is ratioing like of all people who own the game, how many people have the achievement, and then you can
That one is more impressive. Yeah,
reformats
Steam
your
does that
score.
now.
And so, yes, I was quite happy with mine. At the time, I lost interest, but I know I beat all of the CODs, at least that I played on Veteran. I'm just trying to... There was loads of shit that I did. I just can't remember what would be the hardest. Because the Dead Space stuff was tough as well.
It was. It required a lot of game knowledge, and you had to be really good at using the game systems. Impossible was just for the sheer raw difficulty of beating Dead Space. And with 2, it was you have to know the game very well and then plan out ahead of time like where your 3 saves are going to be. Because in Hardcore and Dead Space 2, if you died, you'd revert back to your last save, and you're only allowed to save 3 times in the game. But by that, I love that game. I played it.
Impossible game?
Which one?
I
Oh,
played
that
it,
one.
yeah.
Impossible
No,
game.
I didn't. No.
Okay. I think I beat... I think there were 4 levels, and I think I beat them. That was pretty hard.
There was a you ever do any of the? Do you ever beat a Halo Lasso?
No, nah. Nah,
Haven't either.
I'm not
Fuck
even
that.
really interested in doing that.
That's one of those. I typically do not play games trying to do them at like their hardest difficulties and stuff.
No, me either.
Not gonna lie though,
I have multi.
I
Yeah.
think it would make for a pretty fucking cool supercut if all of us had to beat World at War. No, World at War on Veteran.
Oh, yeah, that could be funny. That could be funny.
Obviously streamed.
I think because I play a lot of multiplayer games, if I want stuff that's very challenging, I typically will go to multiplayer to really push myself and what I can do and what I'm capable of. But obviously there are some single player games that I really take seriously, but a lot of the times a multiplayer games kind of scratches that itch for me. So
you'd have to go, if we were doing the World at War one, we'd have to go in agreeing that this is going to be a nightmare, but it will be funny.
Yeah.
Boop, boop, boop. Currently watching Buffy and Angel for the first time. Who among the 2 series is your favorite character and why? Fringy, how do we answer this question without saying anything?
Well, do you want me to deafen for a little bit and you could ping one?
It'd have to be you and Platoon.
Yeah, Platoon too, because you haven't seen it, right?
I have not seen it, no.
We're going spoiler free on this bitch.
I can use... Well, here, I gotta use the loo anyway. I'll deafen. Y'all can have a chat shit. Platoon can find something to do. That's all right.
I'll use the loo as well. Why the fuck not?
We're good
both of you
sports.
use
Yeah,
the loo.
we'll go
We
together.
will be done by the time you're both back, I
parade.
swear. It's okay. All right. Well, yeah, so for both of us, it's Wesley.
Yes, Wesley is number 1.
For me, it's despite the fact that there are so many amazing characters, he still clearly wins. Like, it's not close for me with him. The next 2 are much closer to each other, I mean.
Yes.
Talk forever about what makes Wesley amazing, but, you know, if you've watched the show, you probably already know. He rarely ever doesn't reach the top of people's lists, because he's a fucking excellent character arc done beautifully throughout the 2 shows.
He's a little bit too dynamic for anybody to not acknowledge.
But I mean, you know, while we have the seconds, Spike and Angel usually follow up. And then
No, we tend to have a reverse order because I usually go Angel and Spike.
But like I said, they both. You could talk forever about both of them. Their histories are amazing.
Yeah, they're basically actually level, pretty much effectively.
And then 4th slot usually goes to Willow.
Willow, yeah.
With fifth and further getting complicated because there's a lot of different characters that could fight for that
usually
space.
Xander ends up being fifth for me, which is clearly a fucking unpopular opinion.
Well, yeah, Xander's hated by a significant amount of wrong people, which is fine. You know, they can have their opinions. But yeah, I mean, as quickly as possible, it's because Wesley is a fascinating to watch character. You see him change extremely slowly, and then through significant events where he always has a consistent through line for how he makes decisions and all the consequences that come with it. Watching his story unfold across what would be considered 6 seasons is something I consider to be like just top tier character writing. And it's cool because he was clearly a throwaway character that they decided to mess around with, and he ended up being hyper popular. Is Nito Burrito, and I love the way his story ends, even though it's quite tragic.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I guess we'll carry on, and I'm sure they'll be back. What you guys described for a Hulk movie was the 2008 movie with Edward Norton, who wanted aspect of nomadic Dr. Banner hiding from the government. Yeah, but that film's...
I know that there's similarities, but yeah, I'd want something different than that.
You know, because I think that movie has retroactively gone up in people's estimation because of just how awful the Hulk has become.
Yes.
But like, you have to remember, there's reasons why that movie didn't do well and doesn't get regarded super well when it came out. It's got problems.
Yep.
You know, I'm
I'd
not
like
gonna say I hate
a
it or
better
anything.
version of that film, for example. Yeah. Like a better version of dealing with that premise.
And of course,
Edward Norton did care, so that was nice. But yeah.
Yeah, we would easily concede that Edward Norton is the better choice of Hulk actor now because of the fact that
I mean, generally, I default to Edward Norton. Like, I think he's a better actor, but you know, not that Mark Ruffalo is bad, but Edward Norton is pretty reliably impressive.
The unfortunate reality that we may not be more contextually aware of is just how hard he is to work with. It might have been untenable, you know.
Well, I think he rewrote the script or was like more significantly involved in some. There was some degree of overreach on that film on his part, which is obviously the more that Marvel's gone on, the more apparent it's become. You know, essentially like, well, you gotta be easy to work with. If you're not, then you're fucked and you're out.
Yeah. You're forced to play a flag football game. US, duh. Your team must consist of previous EFAP guests. Who are your 11-person team? I don't know. Whoever's the best at football. I don't know.
Football. Yeah, there you go.
I'll just have them all.
That's the
answer. like who's the best at football? You do it by stepping forward more or less than others. Then I'll just pick them like that. The thing about it is, I don't know how else I would pick it. You know.
I don't know any of the rules of what Americans call football, so just turn up. First people in, first people on the team. If you suck, you suck. It's over. It's done.
Yeah, we might just surrender and then go have drinks or something.
What was the question real quick about football?
You're forced to play flag football, and you must choose a team that consists of past EFAP guests. Who are you picking?
Well, we want people who are fast and have a lot of stamina. So, and not like soccer stamina, but like still, we want some speedy boys who have good hand-eye coordination. But we got a bunch of real gamers. The problem is, I have no clue who a lot of these people really look like. But oh gosh, EFAP.me, everybody. EFAP.me. Let me go to our guests. Let me see. Metal he's Critical Drinker's old. Shadowversity's super old. Jay is a sprightly guy, right? He could probably take off and he could turn on a dime. Also, Jay, come back. We miss you. So I'm gonna pick Jay. I'm gonna pick, Weekend Warrior. He seems like he's a slim little guy. I bet he can take off like a shot, just like Jay. So I'm gonna go with Jay, Weekend Warrior.
My Discord
Ryan
stopped working, but you can still
Hello?
hear me, I guess.
Yeah, I can hear you. You were still here for us. You never left the call.
It's just gone blank. I don't know what's going
That's
on.
Discord, man. That's happened to me before. That's just Discord being freaky.
Well, because the
Do you want to
internet's
restart your
still
Discord
working,
real quick, or yeah, that's happened to me with Discord where it like blanks out, but you can still hear everything. We can hear you though.
Yeah, I guess I'll try and turn it off and turn it on again. The classic.
Yeah, try.
What the fuck? Well, you guys can hear me. Great. We try. There's not much else I can try, honestly. You know, this didn't happen before the update. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, I might be back. Yeah.
Okay, Mahler, hello.
I
Are you
don't
back?
know what is going on, but it looks like it's fixed now. Yes.
Sweet. Yeah, it's a weird bug that happens. Okay, so I was saying, I'm going with JXC. I'm going with Weekend Warrior. They seem like they're the spry little guys who can take off like a shot.
You should probably do that.
Ryan was my third pick. Yes, Ryan is my third pick. After that, I'm basically gonna have to go by voices. Obviously not Mark because he's a cripple.
You could Bionic Leg might be even faster than the regular.
Ooh, it might. It might. I've been talking about Cyberpunk. That could be true. But I had to pick 4 for flag football team. But that's the thing. I've only got one more pick left. Who's it gonna be? Oh man, I don't know.
Wait, is yourself included
Random
or not?
seems like he's healthy. Oh,
seems like he's
I
healthy.
assume it's us and 4 people that we choose. So
right.
It's like a 5v5. So, and I think I'd choose random as my 4th. I gotta go by voices, you know? And there's probably some solid picks here. No, nope. It wouldn't. My 4th would be Downward Thrust. It would be Tonald.
Ooh.
Of course, it'd be Tonald. That's my team.
He'd be the
Those are my
MVP.
4. I got my little guys. I got my Jay and my Weekend Warrior. I assume Weekend Warrior is a little guy. He just strikes me as one. He's a little slim guy. And I have my Ryan Kennel, and then I have Tonald.
Wow.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
So, next question is...
Oh, by the way, Armored Skeptic would probably be good. He seems like he's pretty tall and you know, he can probably move quick. He can probably book it.
A legendary question for the panel. What is everyone's single favorite character in all of fiction? So, when I answered that Buffy question earlier, that's already mine. So you 3 can go now.
I mean, it might be like Sam or Boromir. That's tough. Jeez.
I mean, the problem is mine might also be Maulers.
That's okay. Yeah.
Maybe. He might be number 1.
It's a really, really difficult question because we have so many to choose from across all fiction. Damn.
This is like the worst version of the Mount Rushmore question. It's just there's just one of all
Pick
of them.
One. I mean, fuck it. I'll say Sam. There's always been this amazing appeal to that character. I'm gonna be sitting here deliberating in my mind for ages as to which one's my favorite. I'm going with Sam.
Yeah, like ask me in 2 seconds' time, my answer will be different. But I can see a Luke Skywalker in my vicinity at the moment. I'll go with him just because he's like such a perfect stand-in for basically the entire audience and takes them on that journey so incredibly well. Which isn't necessarily the same as saying he's a brilliantly strong character, but he's a very useful character to have in a work like that. But if you ask me 2 seconds' time, it might be Frodo, or it might be Boromir, or it might be fucking anyone, actually.
Anyone? Even Madam Web?
Yeah, I mean, she's
especially
fantastic.
Madam Web.
She's almost flawless. In fact, she was a really, really high pick.
That was pretty cool.
Her web connects us all, after all.
But yeah, I mean, you guys can pick Sam if you want. As was mentioned in chat, I don't think he's that strong compared to the rest of the MCU characters, but if you want to pick him, go right ahead. His movie recently wasn't very good. I thought you didn't like it, but apparently you did, and that's fine. Maybe you came around over time, which
I did. I think I did. I really did.
Floated on up. Anyway, did you know, in the comics, Mr. Fantastic's son Franklin is an OP mutant that is strong enough to turn Galactus into his puppet, and Doom helped Sue give birth to her daughter, and because of that, he got to name her after his ex. I'm not sure about these creative choices.
That sounds insane.
The idea that you have a mutant strong enough to puppeteer Galactus, I'd be like, careful now with our power scaling.
Because Galactus was already nonsense powerful, essentially.
Eats planets and stuff. Yeah, he's already pretty big. What do you guys...
He doesn't have the kind of emotional journey that Balagar has.
Balagroff,
or
you racist.
Balagroff.
What do you guys think of Invincible Season 3?
I haven't watched it.
I don't know anything about
Invincible.
It.
Nope.
I think it would be safe to conclude that whatever episode it was that was rated like a 9.9 on IMDb, that's probably ridiculous.
What?
That'd be my assumption.
Well, sounds like you're a hater. You haven't even watched it. You said this.
Dang, Fringy.
Yeah, well, how can I hate it? I haven't watched it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, there's plenty of things that I hate that I haven't watched.
Name 3.
Wow.
What are the last 3 animes that came out?
Wow. Oh, jeez. Oh, my goodness.
Even more racist.
Those, whatever one those are.
When Rags is backed into a corner.
Yeah. He lashes out. Never...
I'm not lashing out. I'm cool.
You are.
Look at those lashes. Out. They're going all over the place.
That's just because I'm beautiful.
Trump's accent is the male version of Valley Girl. Also, did you know that bears have zoomies? Also, the rapture happened 2015 and 3 people went to heaven. All right.
That can't be right, because I've got a ticket for that, so that's not
ticket
true.
For the rapture?
Well, maybe this is heaven, and you did get raptured. Welcome. Welcome.
There's 4 of us here, and he said only 3 people.
No, we're just...
Unless one of you's God.
We're part of the heaven sim, or whatever it is. The construction.
I'm now just thinking about that. You remember Left Below, or was it Left Below that Homer watched?
Left Behind?
Left Behind.
Yeah, Left Behind. Yeah, that's right. Oh, why did I choose to be gay? It's plotting.
Also play Hitman, you massives. I think all of us have played Hitman at some point, right?
I have watched
a
friend play Hitman, which is not the same thing.
Oh, okay. Okay. Blood Money is really good. Absolution is I'm pretty sure Absolution's reputation a bit more. I don't know if it's complicated or if it has just become more favorable. But I remember at the time that it came out, it was kind of like, because it's much more linear than the other games. And I think I played a bit of the 2015, I want to say. There was like the sort of almost kind of reboot. That was fun.
All right.
They're cool games.
Y'all should try playing a new game that's actually good and not a meme like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I do play new games.
I have played.
I just don't play all the mainstream stuff.
I've played Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for a little bit. I've liked it so far.
You know, Switch 2 is going to get fucking revealed in like 2 days, and I'm sure there'll be heaps again. You know, Metroid Prime 4, that's coming out.
Rags, you know you shared that... Well, I was about to say meme, but it's true. You know that thing where it said... I can't remember if it was about Outlaws or Veilguard or whatever cringe game, but it said, like, the challenge of making these games with a modern audience who are after, you know, deep and meaningful mechanics is becoming harder and harder as the days go on. And then it was put side by side with an article that just said, a game about digging a hole, which is the title of the game, is, like, selling amazingly on Steam.
I play some new games. A lot of games are just like really good games that continue to get updated and that I can always go back to. Like Deep Rock Galactic came out like 6 years ago, and it's really good, and it's had a lot of seasons, and I can always go back to it. But I play new games. I played Balatro. I played Deadlock.
Be clear, the reason I brought it up is
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
It's,
A game about digging a hole.
I had quite a bit of fun on it.
Good. Is it pretty good?
It was a fun game, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I enjoyed digging a hole. What can I say? Like, it's the reality.
Look, the man loves his holes. What can I say?
I enjoyed it
Ollie
way
loves his
fucking more than
holes.
I did Veilguard. So I guess like that's what I mean about you posted me that. It's like, oh, it's a meme. It's like, it's true though. It is just true. If you make a game that satisfactorily represents digging a hole versus a garbage fucking crap slop simulator, yes,
Like
there's a difference.
Power Wash Simulator, I see a lot of people play stuff like that.
Yeah, I played the shit out of that. Actually, I think I 100%ed that as well. Did you guys ever play Viscera Cleanup Detail?
No. I haven't played it, but I've seen it. I know what game you're talking about.
I played the shit out of that back in 2015, 16-ish time on Twitch. I played it, I'm pretty sure, when it was either in beta or early access. And yeah, for some reason, I think like Fringy would be the most interested in the concept. If you don't know what it is, it's like you basically get transported as a sci-fi alien cleaner to all of these places that are post-battle or post-massacre. So there's like, blaster bolts in the walls. Yeah, there's blood everywhere. There's body parts and there's destroyed machinery and stuff. And you just have to go in there and mop it all up and put the body parts into the incinerator.
There is something about that is like kind of interesting as a game.
It is a very peaceful game. The streams on it were very cool because it was just like I was just cleaning up the place while talking to everybody. It felt very satisfactory. And yeah, you get ratings of how well you clean it and stuff. Very zen. That's the word I was looking for. Viscera Cleanup Detail.
Okay.
A very, wacky premise for a game, but very fun. I've also been playing Nubby's Number Factory.
Yes, you have.
And I got Drill Core is on here. I've bought and booted up, ready to play more of Deep Rock Galactic, which I know.
If you're ever down to play it, I'm all over DRG. I've got like 650 hours in it. I love that game.
I still revisit.
By the way, Helldivers is great. They've done a lot of stuff for Helldivers too, and it's really good. So.
On the upswing now, I see. Is it?
It really is. It really is. Feels great. A lot of good stuff.
I had to go because I like Balatro as well. I played a bit of this Passant or Passant. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, the chess one, right?
Yeah, it's just a chess version of the same sort of thing. So there's that. I just realized gradually I just prefer indie games a lot of the time. It's been I'm trying to think of the last mainstream game I bought to have fun as opposed to experiment on whether or not it's a real fucking game.
Probably the last one that I've
remake.
Yeah, Resident Evil 4 and Dead Space.
2023.
Dude, that's so fucking sad because that's exactly the same part we're at with movies. It's like, what's reliable? It's like, well, the remake of the thing I like. Hopefully that is. It's just like, no, we shouldn't be there.
Oh yeah, I bought Vampire Survivors. That's a fun little.
That's another great game. Another indie one.
Yeah, like Deadlock is still in early development, but it's a Valve game. It's not. I guess it's technically indie, but it's not indie in the sense.
Not
that ain't. Not in the not in the way that.
Also, not a new game, but do you remember me? I showed you a bit of a totally accurate battle simulator, Fringy.
Yeah.
Yes.
That shit's funny as fuck.
Oh yeah, I think Ghost Trick is on PC now. You should check that out.
Sorry,
that's not an indie game.
I was too mean. I forgot. Black Myth Wukong and Astrobot are both pretty awesome. So.
Astrobot is interesting because I don't know. I'd say that's like a middle market game, basically.
Sure, but it's not. At least it's bigger. Like
it is bigger. That's true. It was made by a comparatively to typical indie games larger team, and that was fucking amazing. God, that was so good. I love that game. It's my favorite game of 2024, and people can fucking cry about it winning Game of the Year. But remember, lots of games that you don't like have won Game of the Year. It's not gonna delegitimize whichever one you like.
And as I've said before, and I'm really enjoying Cyberpunk. So there we go. There's a AAA game that I've been playing a bunch of.
Yeah, but that came out in 2020.
I know it doesn't feel like it did, but. Like they because with all the updates and the work and the stuff they've added, but yeah, it is technically a 2020 game.
What are your favorite costumes in the MCU? Mine are Cap's stealth suit from Winter Soldier or Black Panther from Civil War. Gonna be Iron Man for me, probably the Mark 7.
Mark 7's awesome.
Man, Mark 7. Let me just go ahead and double.
That's the
Oh, fuck,
Avengers,
it's
the
so
one,
good.
New York,
That's a good
Oh
one.
yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to think what else would be up there. I mean, I really like the Spider-Man suit from Homecoming.
Speaking of which,
but-
that came on TV randomly on Amazon last night, and I quite something about the Vulture suit. The fact that it is not so shiny and almost overproduced, and there's no fucking nanotech involved in it, and it's obviously been
Dude, Vulture's
sort of
cool as
put
shit.
together by bits and pieces. I like that suit. It's an
Vulture's
interesting
really
idea.
good.
It is cool. Yeah. I'm trying to think.
It's a costume that fits thematically with what he does, and that gives it bonus points.
I really like the retro futuristic style of the original Ant-Man, not the original being the Hank Pym, but though I do like that. But the in the first Ant-Man film, that's the best version of that suit. It looks really cool. The helmet, it's great. But yeah, I'd probably go with the Mark 7 as well.
There's a lot of really fair answers to this. There's a lot of really good costumes. I was gonna say like Doctor Strange looks awesome for his sort of style
with the cape and everything. Yeah. What about Captain Marvel?
No.
Not great. It's like fine. It's fine.
I think it's fine.
It's
basically,
fine. It's fine. It's not bad. It's not great. It's fine. It's okay. The problem is the person in it.
The red Daredevil suit is super cool.
Yep,
not
I like
the
it.
one that they're using, but I'm talking season 2. That's what I'm talking about.
Think of like Thor's always been fine to me. I've never been like.
It's been fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's probably good enough.
Star-Lord,
I love Star-Lord's mask. I wish he wore it more.
The mask is great, but for some reason James Gunn fucking hates it, and I don't understand what the fucking problem is.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
It's such a good-looking mask.
So he wouldn't get a new one. It's great. It's a cool retro sci-fi mask, and he should always be wearing it.
What a shame. When will you guys watch Cobra Kai? Don't have a huge interest myself.
Yeah, I'm not.
No.
I'm not
I just don't care. Yeah.
To answer, the 10% glory in Daredevil is just the Punisher scene and the Muse fight. I wouldn't even give it to the Muse fight, honestly.
Not the Muse fight. The Muse fight.
It made me upset.
We can talk about
Isn't it pretty?
One day.
Isn't it? Yeah, sorry. I was about to. I was just gonna say, like, I find it so stupid that he could just save what's her name like straight away, but he just sort of stands there like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? It's like you just disconnect the pipe. That's what you do.
Have consistently misunderstood how his power works. Like
Muse gets away. He can't get away. He would have hurt him, and he would have kept hearing him as he was running away. He can't escape.
They fuck up everything.
The issue that they make, they have a lot of scenes across Daredevil where he throws like a baton and instantly like knocks out a bad guy by hitting them in the head with it.
Yeah.
So whenever he comes across a villain who's just a normal person without head protection, that is just something he can and has done many times before.
Well, so I don't know if we're gonna get it, but
it's like the Avatar thing with freezing people instantly. Like, oh, you should just freeze them.
From everything I understand, Muse is just a guy. It doesn't seem to be any power, so
I didn't see any
and
power.
Of course, Matt is just a guy, but he's also a fucking ninja. So
I know nothing about Muse from the comics, but that fight I found underwhelming at best. So the 10% is down to 5%.
Well,
at most.
Again, we shouldn't talk about this yet. We'll talk about it in 2 weeks' time. But but you'll hear this again someday. But I was just gonna say the whole like, oh, Matt's got to scream. He's got to be raging. Everyone will share it on Twitter. When it's like, this is not the time for Matt to be like, yeah, punch me, bitch. Or I'm gonna scream. It's like, no, there's a dying girl on the table.
He lets himself get kicked in the face 3 times.
3 times, motherfucker! You've got someone to save.
The screaming is flanderization, as far as I'm concerned, plainly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, man, because the reality is that he doesn't actually scream that frequently.
He used to scream for a reason, God damn it.
The noteworthy one was when he was about to fight Kingpin, he fucking howls and he howls. It's like, well, yeah, because these two fucking hate each other. This is like This is his life's mission, basically, is to take him down. And from, you know, Kingpin's perspective, it's like, this fucking asshole ruins everything that I try to do. That's why they're screaming at each other. It's
Yeah, and
not
that's
just
why you
like,
have
well, he
them.
screams. That's what he does.
You know, he's obviously furious because of what's happened to all the victims and stuff, and it's like, yeah, one of them is right there, right now, dying, and she would have died.
Right there, and he's not doing anything.
If not for the stupid TV movie trope of I punch them in the heart and they're back to life, which is dumb as shit.
Which is crazy that they wrote that. It's like the dumbest thing in the world.
Also, a few people have mentioned that apparently Muse is supposed to be invisible to Daredevil. They definitely didn't do that.
This is not that.
I mean, they haven't like set. Yeah, that like So like anything that you'd be pointing to in the comics, like unless it's established here, and even then, you shouldn't even necessarily assume that they will do it that way.
Like some people clarifying is that he's like a sensory black hole. Daredevil finds it difficult to see him. It's like they didn't do this in the show. He
kicks his ass.
Yeah. If anything, it's strange because Muse takes more of a beating than he ever should be able to. Gets fucked up like 10 times in a row, and then escapes, which, as Fringy said, is impossible. You cannot escape Matt if he can hear the way you move, which he definitely could with this version of Muse.
And also, we'll talk about
how the
lots
fuck
of problems.
Did he find him? How did he find him?
That's on my notes too. How did you get here?
What do you mean?
How did he find him?
He read the script.
You just gave up. You just gave up, writers. You just gave up.
But no, it's cool because parallels. Because meanwhile, Kingpin was cucking out. He was screaming "mine" as he beat up Adam. How pathetic!
Bye.
He screams "mine." Like, what the hell have they done?
I love that scene is introduced there with him saying, "We've shared the same experience." Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I just can't believe they made us listen to Vanessa talking about his wonderful hands for so long. Okay.
Well, yeah, and they're talking about like, see, I cheated, but you left, and that's like cheating. It's like, what's going on?
Well, we're gonna get fucking caught up in this. Like when she says, you know, she's a different woman, and he says, "Yes, you're more extraordinary than ever."
You're more extraordinary than ever before.
It's like fuck
off.
And
then when she needs to give him advice on how to deal with the rich people in New York. He was a rich guy in New York. That's
that
what
was his life.
He's never done a fundraiser, Fringy. He's never experienced what a fundraiser's purpose is. He has no idea.
I need to be told this by you, the art dealer. Like, what is going on? God, what a stupid show. I can't believe, like, Matt's got this girlfriend and like, she's meant to be a main character and she barely has any fucking scenes or anything interesting
to say. We know fuck
all
about her.
You got rid of Karen to replace
Why are you
her
in Matt's apartment?
Dude, the meta line where she said, like, it seems like you're avoiding me. And it's like, is she talking to the audience? Because it's like, yes, we're absolutely fucking trying to avoid you.
Hey,
I don't even know who you are to avoid you.
Why do people like masks? Do masks make people more themselves, or do they corrupt them? These are the inciting thoughts for a book written by a psychologist. The most basic fucking questions anybody could ever have about the nature of masks and anonymity and how they affect people.
Selling it as though it's some revolutionary concepts. It's like, when you put on a mask, do you do things that you otherwise wouldn't? You're like, whoa. That's fucking crazy, bro. For some reason,
that entire scene was constantly going back and forth between that conversation and Fisk talking to the tracksuit mafia guy. It just keeps cutting back and forth constantly. It's so weird. Mm-hmm. But it's like, see, parallels. They're both wearing a mask because their real self is Daredevil and Kingpin. It's like, yeah, we already knew this. This is something that's already been explored extensively in the prior seasons, but then you decided to reset it. So what the fuck are you doing? Sorry, we'll talk about it.
Oh, good, yeah.
After
2 weeks. 2 weeks from now.
Look, I was ready to talk about it today, right?
Well, yeah, it turns out we could have too, I guess.
We could have, yeah. Everything's been working fine so far.
We just didn't know that at the time.
We didn't want to take the risk.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
But don't worry, you'll get your damn Daredevil when you fix the damn Minecraft or something.
Damn door! Oh, Minecraft, yeah.
You'll ruin your Daredevil after you ruin your Minecraft.
Alrighty. I liked the first half of Daredevil episode 5 before it became stupid. Whole thing was stupid. I'm sorry.
I don't like any of it. Yeah, sorry. Whole thing sucked.
But
the idea that's a
we'll
good
talk about
filler episode, well, fucking whatever. No, it isn't.
Crisp on a critter, you massives, pick a biggest cringe game/movie to come out last year, and which was your favorite? Gollum wins the argument. We got to pick biggest cringe and which was our favorite. So Joker 2 is
Biggest
probably
cringe?
biggest cringe.
Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
Which was my
Yeah.
favorite?
Biggest cringe? Do you think that Wait, we count movies and shows?
But favorite what though?
It was just Oh, it was movie or game. Ooh, okay. Actually, that's.
Oh, movie or game?
It probably still is Joker
Cringe?
2.
Outlaws is really cringe.
Sure, I think
That's still
Veilguard's more
Joker.
When I
cringe
think
than
about-
Outlaws.
Oh, when I think of Joker, I don't think of cringe. It just makes me sad and disappointed in a way that's different. I understand, but
so that Section 31 thing I think came out last year, and that was
I
the
thought that was
epitome
beginning of this year, wasn't it?
Was that
I
this
thought it
year?
was this year.
Yeah.
Oh fuck no, because I called my
hear
video the
only
worst. I
horrifically
did say
negative.
my
Yeah,
video
yeah.
title was the worst movie of the year, so it's got to be this year. What happened last year though? Emilia Perez came out late last year, I think. That's quite cringe.
Yeah, I didn't
I'm sure
see
there's
that, at
better
least.
examples.
There's a good selection there. As for favorites, I mean, I think I know what Fringy's is.
Like favorite movie, like favorite anything of last year.
Movie or game, I'm assuming.
Oh well, yeah. I saw Flow and I really liked it. That's probably my favorite film of the year.
Yeah, until I see that and perhaps echo that perspective, I would pick Wallace and Gromit probably as my favorite movie.
I don't know.
Wallace and
And this was of last year. I'm one of the things you'll understand. I'm terrible at like assigning like years to things a lot of the times.
Madam Web,
especially
I'm
if they're
having to
recent.
Google it right now to like, did this thing come
I
out
am, yeah,
last
to be
year or
like-
was it like 2021? Oh, Borderlands.
24
I mean, that
movies.
was incredibly cringe.
Oh, that was mega cringe. You know what? I think that was. Oh, is that more cringe than Outlaws? Fuck me. I think it was. Yes, I think it was more cringe than Ooh. No,
I think it
Outlaws is
hated
way
itself
longer.
more than Outlaws. Outlaws is longer, but like, oh, it's tricky
It
because
didn't
Outlaws
know
I
what
got the
the fuck
impression.
it was.
No, but like the people involved in it, I don't think hated being involved in it, whereas the Borderlands movie resents itself in every scene it's in. So like, I don't know which. For pure concentration of cringe, it's got to be Borderlands. For duration of cringe, Outlaws.
I think Outlaws is gonna have to. It's cringy enough and long enough that I think it's fair to say Outlaws. I wouldn't blame anyone for saying Borderlands, but yeah, I'm gonna go with Outlaws for cringiest.
I almost want to be like, because someone was mentioned, it's like honorable mention to Fallout, of course, for cringe. Yes, there's lots
Yes,
of
mega
cringe. So much.
As for movies, I really like The Wild Robot. I still need to see Flow on Fringy's recommendations being so high.
Definitely, that's recommended to anybody. You should watch it. It's a really very good
They
movie.
made a Count of Monte Cristo movie last year. That could be its own arc, is Count of Monte Cristo movies. See which one does it best.
Oh shit, Rebel Moon 2 was last year?
Ooh, yeah.
Oh,
Gladiator
fuck,
2,
yeah, it was. I think it was early last year.
Mufasa.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say that, so
No
I
one
don't know
talks
how
about
crazy
It's
that
it's
was.
crazy. Nobody talks about Mufasa. No one. That's actually uncanny how nobody talks about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
it did
nobody's
make
actually
some
saw it.
money.
It was just robots. Who knows?
It made more money than Sonic, I think.
It's reached at least 700 million, I think.
Yeah, so that's a good amount of money there, and yeah, nobody talks about it.
Hmm.
I need to see the Wonka movie, right? There was a Wonka movie with Chalamet.
I think that was the year before.
There
wasn't it?
was, but from all
2023.
accounts, it's broadly better than the Tim Burton attempt. What I hear. People don't even hate Chalamet as Wonka, so.
Yeah, it's one of those, another movie I need to catch up on. Until I can come up with a better answer, I guess I'll go with a Wild Robot. I need to look through, see what I saw in 24 because I'm sure I saw a lot.
Nora was good. That was good. But yeah, not my favorite. Flow is number one for 2024. Super unique film, really well realized, beautiful animation, really like original, cool story, told very well. It's got a cat, and it's got a capybara and a lemur.
Yay!
And a
Capybaras are
Labrador
great.
and a secretary bird.
Oh, those are really
Good
cool.
times. Yeah. But I don't want to talk about it too much because I do recommend that highly.
Code Veronica or Resident Evil 5? If remake is inevitable, which one would you prefer? I prefer Code Veronica because I feel like it had the most missed opportunity.
I am not familiar with Code Veronica. I only know of it. I never played it. I am decently familiar with Resident Evil 5.
Code
That
Veronica
had a
was
lot of
on
opportunities.
Dreamcast,
You know,
right?
That didn't do well.
if
so.
they were, let's call it, authentic to exactly what Resident Evil 5 is and remade it and just tweaked it in the sense of improving gameplay, you know, level design, whatever have you, I would actually be pretty excited for that, unironically, especially if it's co-op.
I would too. Yes. I think that Resident Evil 5 has really good bones for a game. A lot of the stuff that is wrong with it is like the third act and some design decisions and stuff like that, and the story and characters are kind of goofy. But if they made it super campy and they kind of rejigged it a bit, but they kept the bones, I think it could be a really solid game.
And for those who don't know, right after this stream, which doesn't have much longer left, you can type into YouTube EFAP Resident Evil 5, and you'll find that me and Rags did a full playthrough together.
That's right. Many, many years ago. We need to do it again. We need to do another Resident Evil co-op thing.
Well, since there's 4 of us now,
I guess there's 4 of us now.
Maybe we could do 2 twos, and me and you
That
can't
could be
team
fun.
up because we've done that already. So it has to be.
Yeah, we could pair off. We could like just like randomize it. We could flip coins or whatever, pull names out of a hat, and we could come up with you know, people to play with. I think that'd be fun. That could be fun.
That would be fun. I'd have to apologize in advance to anyone who gets laden with me though, because I've never played a Resident Evil game, so I will probably.
Oh, it's fine.
drag
Every
the
Resident
team
Evil
down.
game's different than the last, so for the most part. So
All very wacky.
Okay.
they're all over the place.
Hey guys, I appreciate Rags promoting Anastasia, which I agree is seriously underrated. Have you seen any other Don Bluth films, and what are your thoughts? Secret of Nim is pretty nostalgic for me.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of Don Bluth films.
American Tale, but I like it.
Yeah, I watched Fievel Goes West quite a bit. That was one that I would watch a bunch. I think that was John Cleese's first voice acting role.
Ooh.
He played Caterwall in that, the villain. Titan AE was really neat. I watched that quite a bit as a kid. I also watched A Troll in Central Park.
Yep.
Dom DeLuise movie, obviously Anastasia. All Dogs Go to Heaven. The Land Before Time. The first one, pretty good. It was nice and dark. I liked it. But yeah, All Dogs Go to Heaven and The Land Before Time. Is something I quite like. I know there's more. Oh, didn't he do the animations for Dragon's Lair?
He did. Yeah.
Okay. I've only seen some of them. I haven't actually like played it or. But a lot of good stuff. Yeah, a lot of good stuff.
Marvel has a series of comics called The Official Handbook of the Marvel Universe and could have been used as a blueprint for the cinematic universe. I mean, they don't care about.
I don't think so.
Any of the source.
I mean, they don't even credit the people who made the comics anymore. Now they just say based on the Marvel comics. They used to credit the original creators. Now they don't. That's fucking lame as shit. Oh yeah, based on the Marvel comics. Say their names. God damn it.
Name.
Well, a little bit, yeah, because on Daredevil, it's like, how hard is it to just say Stan Lee and Bill Everett? Like, how hard is that? I guess unless they had to, credit other character, but just do it. Why not credit, the creators of any, set of different characters who may appear in it, right? Like credit the creators of Frank Castle. But nah, based on the Marvel comics. It's like, fuck off. God damn it.
dude, there's a turd in this applesauce. Relax, man. It's made for kids. Stop being so...
Yeah.
Oh, well. The kids deserve
There
better
is
than
no
turd
need.
applesauce. That's why I said it. There you go.
Controversial position, but I think I understand where you're coming from.
The hottest of hot takes. Have you all seen The Prince of Egypt? It's an amazing movie, and you don't even have to be religious to enjoy it.
Yeah, it's one of
True.
DreamWorks' best films. It's
Yeah.
which was it's a pretty early one as well. But yeah, Prince of Egypt is great, great music.
They did they did one for Joseph. What was it called?
That was like the magic. Well, it was because it's the rainbow.
King of Dreams.
Rainbow.
That was it. Joseph King of Dreams.
Yeah, that was
'Cause he is a
straight
dream
to DVD
interpreter.
though.
Yeah, it wasn't as good, but
Really?
it's still pretty good. Still pretty good.
It's kind of unfortunate that they only made like 4 traditionally animated, because it was there was Road to El Dorado, Sinbad was the last one, I think. Yeah, Sinbad.
Oh wow, they
and then
got
there was,
some. I don't know.
yeah,
Ben
they made
Affleck was
yeah.
Joseph's voice, and
okay.
Mark Hamill was in it as well as a voice, Joseph Judah. I had no idea. Been a while since I've seen
Prince
it,
of
though.
Egypt. It's kind of interesting to think that Shrek was kind of like because I'm pretty sure Shrek has a lower budget than The Road to El Dorado, because that was this was it was that time, right, the transition period between 2D and 3D, and didn't last long for DreamWorks. Lasted a little bit
I
longer
love
for
Road to
Disney,
El
but then they
Dorado.
gave up on
It's
it.
so
Yeah,
good.
it's a fun movie.
It's one of my
Super fun.
favorites. It is one of my favorites. I love the characters. I love the world. I love the
And
humor.
they wanted to make a whole bunch with Miguel and Tulio, and that never happened because not enough people watched The Road to El Dorado.
Shame.
How could they? How could they not
It's
go
so
and watch
good.
it?
Miguel, Tulio, Chell, and the horse's name was. Oh fuck! I just need to do I need to sit
Well, they
down and
brought the
remember all the
armadillo
horse
as well,
names.
right?
You gotta take memory
Didn't they
pills.
bring
Oh, I think they did. Yeah.
Yeah, the armadillo. So then they'd go off somewhere else, like the road to Atlantis or something.
Altivo. Yeah. There's Altivo, Bucephalus, Maximus, all these different horse names from across Sleeping Beauty and all these things. I'm like, oh, I
Think
forget
about when they fall overboard and the ship's coming. Holy ship! It's like, yeah. And then things can't get any. It just starts pissing down. Sorry, were you about to say worse? No, I wasn't.
It's got fun songs, great animation, and it's really funny. It's got good stuff. Good stuff. I love it.
Yeah, it's just if you release that now, it'd be really unique amongst animated films that are coming out. It's a very it's just adventure, right? Like a sort of pulpy adventure story that's very comedic. But yeah, oh well. Nope, sorry, didn't make enough money.
Fake Pokemon card of the day, Pokemon Chair 35, and this is what I discovered looking for
Pokemon Chair.
Got Death Trap, stay idle until opponent sits on chair. When opponent decides to lean back in chair, the Death Trap is activated. Self-destruct, stay idle until opponent decides to sit in chair again. Next turn, chair will blow up.
What?
It's got negative 40 resistance on electric for some reason. Weakness.
Well, that means
fire by 2.
That means electric. Yeah, electricity. I guess does 40 less to it.
Well, so if it's a chair, how does water affect it? I wonder.
Probably a lot. Oh,
well, not depends, because if it's like a laminate kind of chair, the water's just going to drip right off it.
That's
so it's
true.
But
consider with Pokemon that grass types had a resistance to water types.
Right.
So I think wood is under the grass type.
Would typically be grass on
so it would have a resistance to water.
But this
is steel type. But this card is not technically grass. This is a steel, which is bizarre that it's a steel type when it's a chair. It's obviously
really
green
steel
or normal,
type, right? Yeah.
It should be green or normal.
Against steel type, isn't it? Or am I?
As far as I know,
I think so. Yeah.
It's electricity effective against water and steel. I want to say. I'm trying to remember all of the configurations.
And flying.
Maybe it's like a pseudo-widow and it's lying to you about being wood.
Yeah.
It's steel because secretly it is, but it's just doing the
not
pseudo-widow
really.
thing.
Itself as wood.
for some
Why
But
did they make
advantage.
it? Why did
but
they
the
make it metal
disguise doesn't
type?
take into account. I don't know.
I
It's
don't know.
stupid.
Must be a part of the meme or
Whoever
something.
made this card's a fool. Maybe it is a part of the meme. Maybe it's like obviously it isn't steel, so that's that's why.
Yeah, because I don't know the origin of this, but I appreciate it. Good meme. Chair.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's an odd boy.
Comics have the same legitimacy issue as animation. The term graphic novel was invented to get over that, but it didn't work. Well, yeah, no, that's
it's
fair. That it has the same
it's. I
problem.
mean, it's because Will Eisner's comics and sequential art, calling it sequential art as another attempt to be like, hey, it's legitimate, and then everybody said no. I mean, and it's kind of interesting to think that even Mouse won like the Pulitzer Prize, and that didn't help either. Like in terms of to be like, oh yeah, well there are some comics that could essentially rise above being comic books, but then there are other ones that can't, or that most of them can't. I mean, yeah, comic books absolutely still have the same problem. I mean, part of the problem I'd say is that, and it's more of a problem in the West than it is in a lot of other places. Comic books are just synonymous with superhero media. And that in and of itself is kind of a problem. That an entire medium of storytelling is too heavily associated with one type of one genre. And it's a broad genre. It shouldn't even make a difference. It shouldn't make it to where people take it less seriously, but I think that affects it too.
I think you're right.
You say comic book movie, people immediately think superhero. They don't think that it could be a comic book that isn't about superheroes, of which there are plenty.
Well,
Yeah, we're like
Baller,
self-perpetuating in a way.
The Empty Man is based off of a graphic novel series, but
Lots of films are, but they don't
Lots
get
of stuff is,
seen that way. Well, I think that's probably a solid slot for us to begin to wrap up. Before we go, though, why doesn't everyone talk about the things that they may or may not be doing? For example, Platoon, YouTube came down on him for making some jokes, I heard.
Yeah, they weren't
Big
even
meme.
especially bad jokes. It's like I don't get rid of the really bad jokes, but I bleep them where appropriate. But it turns out that there are some very hyper-specific no-no words that Americans aren't allowed to use, but don't mean anything to the rest of the world. So that's up but demonetized, but it is still available to be watched. The next thing will be Snow White, I think. There'll be like the second channel mini vid in the next couple of days, and then the full main thing probably some point this week. And then more Gotham after that.
Yay!
hooray!
That's the story everyone wants to find the end of. A game where the gameplay gets in the way of the story somewhat. You can say that about Gollum. Everyone really likes the story. That gameplay, it's not. Yeah, well, plenty of things to be excited about. What about you other fellas?
Let's see. Hopefully a video out soon, and then after that, Gollum streams. But I don't want to, commit to much at the moment. But yeah, those will be out when I can get them done. Shouldn't be too long. Some interesting things in this next video. Should be funsy. So yeah.
I'm just working on stuff like prepping for Daredevil, which then didn't happen. So bad, but that's okay. We'll get around to it in a couple of weeks.
We will, because next week it's
the deal.
Minecraft.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I myself have nothing necessarily to report just yet, but I can report about a report, as in, I believe Monday. It might not be, so, but there's an announcement coming. It's coming, and it's not going to be made by me, but it's going to include me by someone. Good enough. And I think you guys might just be like, "Woo, that seems pretty interesting." So, just saying, Monday might very well get announced. Maybe not. Who knows? But it's one of the things I've been working on, and it's going to be fun on the bun, I reckon. So keep a lookout for that. I mean, I'm being a little more vague than I need to be, since Drinker's already said at the end of the last open bar that he's the one that's announcing it. So, like I said, Monday is the expected, but you know how life goes. It's all funkery and bajunkery, so we shall see.
Oh yeah, I love getting funkery in the junkery.
That's why I didn't really want to complain about it, but simultaneously it has to be said, the reality that we all need to understand. Also, just Wicker Man, you gotta calm down, man. He's like, yeah, you got plenty of time to finish these super chats. literally I have a time limit. Like I can't stay up any later than I am right now because I need to go to sleep. Gotta get up early in the morning. You gotta try and remember, behind every human, and I mean that about Fringy, Rags, Platoon, and myself, we got other stuff, unfortunately. Part of why we cut down the episode lengths and moved into splitting up the super chats. Because if you didn't notice, this episode was mostly just answering super chats, and I think we have more left than we've answered. I'm not sure.
Oh no.
So, it gets self-perpetual if we answer them live, which was obviously a very good decision to change that. Otherwise, we'd be even further behind, more than likely.
Yes.
We've got...
And they used to be a part of the episodes, so...
And the episodes went for 11 hours, which is like...
we
absurd.
can't do that.
We can't do
we
it.
have lives.
We shouldn't do that, honestly. That's what I'd rather say. It shouldn't be something we do. We like I said, we're keeping the 24-hour streams yearly, all right? But
absolutely.
5-hour streams, more than good stuff. And
way longer than the average show.
Well, most podcasts 2 to 3 hours. Actually, most podcasts are 90 minutes. I think is much more common.
Yeah.
Regardless, we are getting you a comedy arc relatively soon. Halloween arc is basically almost completed as well, already ahead of time. And you got your Halo TV show will be coming. We're still sorting out exactly what's happening with that. And then the Super Chat catch-ups, and there's a few other bits and bobs. So don't you fret. Plenty of EFAPable moments coming directly to your doorstep with excitement and hopefully plenty of fun edits as well. So
it'll be funny if the Minecraft movie is so bad that the next stream is 12 hours just because to get through all of it.
I'm not gonna. No,
we might split it up at that point.
No.
Bro, remember we did 2 streams for MOM because that's like one of the record holders for just the sheer amount of contradictions in that film was fucking astounding. Like impressive, you might even say, like deliberate. In any case. Thank you all for joining us. I appreciate your very kind donations, and we shall see you in the next thing, whatever it may be. Who knows? Shocking. Could be. Surprising. Adventurous. Seductive. Who knows? But now...
Definitely seductive.
Goodbye.
See you later,
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Thanks for hanging out. We will see you later. Oh my god.